understand me better, let's begin. Double kill.
这波真蕊先进去吸引那波火力，拉出来张飞
Steal the flesh.
锁住了4个，吕布跳起来4个。
Cultivate the mind.
空荡在推广，无尽渴望。一路全面袭来的痛爽，造就我勇敢的锋芒。
抬头仰望，是牵一不坠的星光，星空之上是永世不灭的守望。
踏上征途的不忘，任风雨苍茫，祈祷相同信仰。我要乘浪寻找炽烈的愿望，风浪答案握在我手上。我要打破现实梦的墙，只因为有你陪在我的身旁。我要浴火聚光，弹指中掌，不去灵魂自伤。
有解释的力量。
在这座赛场上，从来都没有什么机缘巧合，抱着必死的决心，有着必胜的信念。强者就是无论身处怎么样的绝境，无论对手是谁，永远战意盎然。正所谓死去拳台招旧部，荆棘10万斩阎罗。
就算世界崩塌又怎样，我还有一座倔强。你我并肩助你于野火，让性命飘回家乡。宁可一战，绝不要平凡的时光。尽管这样，每次记下我模样。背负着使命前往，越绝望越敢冲撞。不可阻挡，就是这样。你丰容的握在我手上。我要打破梦与现实的墙，只因为有你陪在我的身旁。
奇迹永远在绝望中诞生。
感觉中好，不去灵魂之上。
有解释的力量。
那个路又扑进去了，没有被顶到，上来直接打掉了，冠孙子阳，再杀还要去杀秦柔吗？不让手，对，再回头给2剑，不让你手，再来一。
不怕所有磨难定会逆流而上，不管局势相似，为国无双。不论精疲力竭，路途浩荡，心中也有渴望向往的地方。燃起无尽梦想，炙热滚烫，刻下心中方向，绝不会退让。
我们相信，他们也会输，他们只是一群鲜衣怒马的少年。但是我们知道，一帆风顺永远只是弱者的安眠曲，而披荆斩棘才是强者的主题歌。
欢迎来到2022年王者荣耀世界冠军杯 KIC。
2个大坦克在正面啊，根本不管前敌的一技能过去，先把我吃掉了。陆杰上4个天
我还大波说这波不得不打对方牵进来之后，侧面诺言，智慧水照翔拿到了5杀，
打上来天上了，是了，残血了，他这场走了，太重，一枪打掉最后的人，这波韩信反打1打2，直接带走的云州军就是暖阳，手这波他保下来了，马上这波侧面给1枪，阿甘人1次拳落枪之后就完美，再来1枪，有机会3点决胜。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championships KPL Qualifiers Round 2, Day 2. I'm your caster for today, Isaac Pena Muley.
All of those teams from KPL region had already gave their very first performance yesterday, and that was awesome. That makes us more believe that today's going to be another fantastic day. I'm today's caster, Nora.
Hey, it's going to be an awesome day, right, Nora? It's going to be amazing. We're going to have hours and hours and hours full of energy. You're going to have myself and Nora at the beginning for the first 6 games. Then Nora's going to go home. She's going to have a rest. TianYun's going to come here. And you'll still have my face for a little while. So I hope that you guys can take it for that long.
I hope you guys can just enjoy today's matchups because that's going to be fantastic.
Yes, exactly. So what about if we watch our video, explain a little bit more about how the tournament is going to work out, okay? 2 minutes and we'll be back. Watch the video.
The tournament can be divided into 3 stages. KIC 2022 Wildcard Qualifier, KIC 2022 KPL Qualifier, and the main draw. 8 teams from KPL area and 8 teams from other areas will compete in the KIC 2022 group stage. For the 8 teams from other areas, 4 teams from Brazil area, Turkey area, Latin area, and Middle East and North Africa area respectively have already secured a seat in group stage through other area qualifiers, while the remaining 4 promotion quotas for group stage will be decided based on the results of Wild Card Qualifier from November 22nd to 24th. 48 teams from all over the world will fight for points through single-cycle best-of-1. Meanwhile, in KPL area, Chongqing Wolves and Wuhan East Pro have directly won 2 seats. During KPL Qualifier from November 25th to 30th, the remaining 6 seats will be decided based on KIC points ranking results of other 12 KPL teams through a competition system, which is best of 7 for the first round and best of 1 for the second round. The 16 qualified teams will be divided into 4 groups by drawing lots based on their promotion order. The group stage begins on December the 3rd. After 10 days of grouping matches in the best of 2 double round robin system, 8 teams will advance to KIC 2022 quarterfinals. The final 8 teams will be matched up into 4 groups by drawing lots and fight for the 4 tickets to semifinals from December 16th to 19th in the best of 7 single elimination system. The semifinals will take place on December 24th to 25th and determine the final 2 teams through a best of 7 single elimination system. Finally, we will witness the birth of the championship together on December the 30th. KIC 2022 will kick off shortly. Are you ready?
The tournament system has been laid out for you in a very simple way through that video, right? I believe that it become like very, very clear how everything's gonna work out, right?
Yeah, like for the current state, in short, there's only like 4 spots left now for those regions, for those KPL teams to fight for to go into the group stage.
Already 12 teams have secured the spots to the group stages, and then it's going to be in the next 3 days that we're gonna be able to take 4 more in there, the last 4 tickets. And after yesterday's performances, things start seeming a little bit more clear.
Yeah, especially after if we finish today, well, it won't be like really settled down.
Yeah, true.
But clearer. The ranking is going to be much more clearer.
Of course, and that's what we're going to be seeing. A lot of heroes yesterday were played, a lot of heroes were banned, and of course it's our responsibility to teach you a little bit more, right? Like to introduce why those heroes have been banned and why those heroes have been picked. We've selected 3 heroes to introduce to everyone at home today, right? Those heroes are going to be Miyamoto Musashi, Yixin, and Tunhuan Taiyi.
And I guess all of our audience are becoming like much more familiar with these 3 heroes right now because they already appeared for several times. Actually, for Miyamoto Musashi, he's quite a meta pick for jungler right now.
Yes, exactly. Miyamoto Musashi yesterday was one of the most banned heroes, the same as Donghuan Tai, right? Those ban rates just racing up over 50% in only 11 matches, right? Like the ability that Donghuan Tai has just through his ultimate to just lock down people allows him to provide a lot of security for the marksman.
Yeah, like for Donghuan Tai and XiAn, these two heroes are more like be important of their strategic importance.
Yes, exactly.
I would say that. Yeah.
I would say for the big fights, right?
Yeah.
They're like big fight heroes. Like in the moment that you have a big fight with XiAn's ultimate, the Heaven's Origin, you're able just to create a box, just to lock down heroes and just to create the area where you want the fight to actually happen. So XiAn's ability allows you just to decide, do I want to fight here? Do I want to fight there? Where do I want this fight to happen?
Yeah, like the priority is all in their hands, and also like it's more like use those heroes to complete the whole CC.
Yeah, Miyamoto Musashi as well, one of the most OP junglers that we have in this meta right now. His ability just to be able to take on 1v2s or 1v3s make him a force to be reckoned.
And also we know that today is going to be the second day of our matchups, so that's going to be a series of matchups going through for today.
A lot of games today, right? Like yesterday we had 11. Today we're going to go all the way to 12 games, starting right now, going all the way for about 6-7 hours, something like that.
Yeah, that's going to be long. It's going to be a long day.
It's going to be really nice. Lizzie Pendlebury says, I love Chinese history and those heroes. We all love the heroes and we all love Chinese history as well, right?
Yeah, and also that's kind of be one of the most striking feature about our game. You can see a lot of heroes which has their own background, and also some heroes which is based on those pretty Chinese style of design.
Yes, exactly. Yesterday we had a lot of comebacks, as Mohamed Mukorovin is mentioning to us. A lot of comebacks last night. It was very exciting. The last game, for me, it was the most exciting one.
Which one?
Last game we had Beijing Weibo and Chengdu AG. That was a really exciting game. It was like electrifying since minute one.
Yeah, like the match is like really explosive. And also, actually, I mentioned a little bit about those members from these two teams.
Yeah.
The marksman Nora from AG and also the jungler Nuanyang from Weibo. They're really good friends.
They're really good friends,
They
right?
have a
But
really
at
close
the end, in the moment that you are already in battle, in the moment that your hero makes it to the valley, there are no more friends around. It's all competition. I'm so sorry. Everybody wants to make it to the group stage. Everyone wants that. Yesterday we had great performances by a lot of teams. Suzhou, KSG, and Chengdu AG, 100% win rates.
Yeah, so that's a good news to them, especially like we know we are doing like 4 out of 10, which is going to be fierce and which is going to be really crucial. So for these teams which already got some points at the very first day, that's going to be a relief.
So what about Guangzhou TTG?
2
games,
isn't that
0
well
wins
for them right now?
What's up with them? What do you think? Like yesterday while you were casting their game, what was your impression? What was happening?
I was like, what's wrong with you guys? because, well, to be honest, from those rankings that we saw from those summer cups, actually the matchups that happened yesterday for TTG, those are must win for them, but they lost it.
True. Guangzhou TTG yesterday losing to Shenzhen DYG and losing to Jinan RW.
Yeah.
Those were 2 matches that nobody was expecting them just to be on the losing side.
Yeah, and that's something we need to talk about Shenzhen DYG. Actually, they really surprised me a lot, and they're gonna do the follow-up match. Because, you know, during the off-season, I've done some other casting, and actually Shenzhen DYG, they lost in a row for about like 19 games, which is really like, we're like holding no expectation on them right now. But after the very first showcase that they offered to us, I'm pretty surprised about, wow, how quick they are to just revive, to just get recovered.
Yes, exactly. Shenzhen DYG that is going to be starring in our first match.
Yeah.
It's going to have Shanghai EDG.M against Shenzhen DYG. That's going to be a really nice game to watch, right? Like yesterday for Shanghai EDG.M, they had 1 win and 2 losses. So they already have 3 games away and only 1 point.
Yeah.
This is going to be crucial for them.
So today is going to be a big day for them, especially now the ranking is not that good. They're not ranked at the A's. And also, for every team, they're going to have 9 games in total. They already have 3, and they're going to have another 2 games for today.
The magic number is 6, right? With 6, you make it through. With 5, you depend on other people.
Yeah.
4 might not be enough.
It's going to be risky.
Might not be enough. All right, EDG.M that is going to come out with Ningzhi, Yuan, Ming, Rock, and Yanmeng.
Yeah. For Shanghai EDG.M, these 5 people have already been playing together for quite a long time. And also, I'm very amazed about their aggressiveness that they showed yesterday.
Yeah, they were very aggressive yesterday. I love the way that how they tried their very best just to go and win. They were really like trying their very best. They had very good compositions yesterday, right? Like when they play against Nanjing Hero, they were playing a Lady Sun and a Tran-Fei with a Liu Bu. That was supposed to give them a little bit more of an aggressive end, right? But they were not able to beat that Master Lupin and Lupin number 7 combo that Nanjing Hero brought them.
Yeah. But if we like take a good look at Shanghai EDG.M's composition, we can find out that they really prefer to pick up Zhang Fei as their support. See, and also they really want to pair it up with the utility mages.
Yes, exactly. Yesterday they played Zhang Fei in 2 out of their 3 matches. It was very important for them just to try to use that Zhang Fei, which yesterday was one of the most picked heroes. 8 out of 11 times Zhang Fei was out there, but with a win rate of only 50%.
Yeah.
Zhang Fei is not a support that is going to be banned a lot because there are more meta picks that should be banned, so we will see a lot of Zhang Fei. But being able to pair that Zhang Fei with a strong marksman might be crucial if you want to take the dub.
Well, I guess the reason why Zhang Fei is such a favored choice, maybe it's because of his all-around ability.
Yes.
He can do some initiation, and also he can do some pushback.
And he can provide shield, right?
That's the reason. And also he can carry smite.
He can carry smite as well. They're like, come on, that Zhang Fei is super OP, but you cannot just use one of your bans just to ban a support like Zhang Fei.
Yeah.
When you have some other heroes in there that you do not want to see. For example, TES.A. Yesterday, TES.A was banned now 9 out of 11 times. It was only used in 1 game.
And they won it.
And they won that game.
That's
exactly. It's a very strong strategy.
Yeah.
Like if it is available, you need to be able to use it. So TES.A yesterday not being able to show up 9 times already in the ban. Probably is going to be the same today.
Yeah, I guess he's going to just be a permanent lockup, be a permanent ban. Well, actually for those ban pick phases, I don't think it's going to change a lot compared to what they did for yesterday. Because in this matter, in a lot of teams' mind, actually those meta picks or meta bans, they're quite similar. It's more like, especially when we're doing best of 1.
Yes.
While compared to like, stress the importance of the ban pick, actually we could pay more attention onto their states, like how they perform, the condition. Are they really into this game? Actually, that matters a lot.
That matters a lot. That's just completely true. It's not only about what heroes you have, but how your mind state, right? Like the state of your mind, how are you feeling? Are you gonna be able to perform or not? Are you gonna be too stressed out? The nerves are something to mind about, right?
Yeah.
It's a BO1. Anything could happen in a BO1. You just get your hands in whatever hero that is available and try to build whatever strategy that you feel like could give you the upper hand.
Be confident is quite important, and that's something I want to talk a little bit more about Shenzhen DYG, because for those compositions that they selected at the very first performance that they gave us, they chose Xiao as a support, which is quite rare, especially from KPL region.
Yes, exactly. Shenzhen DYG choosing that Xiao as a support in their game against TES, right? That at the end, they were still able to win.
Yeah, that's it.
They played a very interesting composition. Xiao Tun playing in support, Gen.G as a marksman, Shen Mengxi playing in mid, Yukio Tachibana playing in jungle. So all the damage was just coming on the shoulders from Lang Chen.
Yeah.
Lang Chen had a very big responsibility in that game.
And that's the point why we talk a lot about Shenzhen and DYG. They feel like so confident. They just pick one thing that I trust, I can fully use this, I can utilize it, and they just go for it, and they won it.
Yes, exactly. Let's see what the boys from Shenzhen DYG can do today. Today, if they win all their matches, they might put themselves already in a really nice spot moving forward, right? Like today, they're going to have 2 games. If they get 2 more wins, that's already going to be 4 points. That's very close to the magic number.
Very close, because we already mentioned if you got 6 points, you're going to make it. If you got 5 points, you still got a chance. But for 4, wow, not enough.
Oh, come on, 4 points after day 2. That would be great.
Yeah.
I would love to do that. I would love to have 4 points after day 2.
Because we're now still in the 2nd day, so today's going to be a big day for all those teams, especially for those teams who's already been fall behind. And
it's do or die. It is do or die. Like if you lost yesterday, if you had, let's put it this way, if you had 3 games yesterday and you have only 1 point, you've already lost 2. So it means that you cannot let more points go today.
Like to be or not to be, it just depends on today.
If you had 2 games yesterday and you end up with 1 win, 1 loss, okay, that still puts it still okay. But for those teams who had 2 games yesterday and they could not take any victories, today is the moment for them to turn title around.
Yeah, so that's something that all those teams need to pay attention to. And also, if we give a quite quick review about yesterday's composition that have been showed up, there's sort of similarity between all those teams. For example, Shen Mengxi is quite fevered, right? And also Zhao Jun is quite fevered. And also for most of the teams, they really want to build up a quite solid front line.
They want to build a quite solid front line. That's for sure. Like most of the most picked heroes yesterday. All of them had a pretty high win rate. In exception of Shen Mengxi that could not even make it to a 50%. The one hero that yesterday had a great performance was Lam. It was picked 7 times and winning 6 out of those 7 times. Highest win rate that we have right now for these KPL qualifiers.
Yeah, that's quite high. So actually for Lam, it's going to show up a lot of times for today's matchups. We can foresee it. And also like for other heroes like Ata, like Lu Bu, right? For those top laners, and also Xiao, they're gonna be like quite fevered by all of those teams.
That is a very interesting comment, right? Because yesterday, through the whole day, Ata was picked only once. Something completely different to what we saw last week during the wildcards and what we saw in between the games that we had for round 1 of the KPL qualifiers. Ata that had been a very favored hero, one of the most picked before, with one of the highest win rates from the Summer Cup. Yesterday showing up only once was a very interesting thing to see.
Yeah, and for yesterday's pickups, more is go for Lu Bu and also Xiao. Yeah, they showed up a lot of times.
That's true. Lu Bu and Xiao were like the most favored picks for top laners. Just understanding a little bit, just the ability that you have on top lane just to try to win those fights, to clean wave and to rotate around, makes Lu Bu, Xiao, Meng Tian the top 3 picks from yesterday.
And you just referred about those strategy that, especially for those teams from KPL region, they had. They had those common strategy about chose a tank on the top and try to use a core player, which would definitely be the jungler, to just bring him down, gain more vision, control for their team.
Yeah, if for all of you who are new to our game, we, in this patch, in this meta, what we're trying to do is just to build up around a strong jungler.
Yeah,
how strong your jungler is going to be is going to define a lot of your choices, and it's going to give you a bigger chance to be able to play play more aggressive in the mid game. So being able to really build around your jungler, it means that you need to get him some extra gold. And that gold sometimes just comes from top lane.
Yeah, because that's all we have. Actually, those resources are quite limited. And also, that's some of the reason that why lots of teams really want to invade into the opponent's field.
Yeah.
Because those monsters, those camps in the field, they're neutral monsters. Everyone can take it, no matter you're the blue side or in the red side. So invasion is quite important.
Invasion is going to be quite important, mostly in a BO1. And when you're playing in a 1v1, like you don't need to actually think about like what's going to happen for the next game. You just need to be thinking, I need to beat the person in front of me. That's going to be critical, just being able to slow down the jungler's farming rate.
So actually, you just highlight another thing about our game. It's, as you just see, we're doing a 5 versus 5 game. And also for this mobile game, you can't just rely on doing solo lanes. And
You cannot do. Yeah, exactly. Keep going, sorry.
For our game, HoK, Honor of Kings, actually our laning phase is quite short, right? It's like only about 2 or 4 minutes, and that end, everybody just rotate and began to do some fight.
That is the main difference between mobile MOBA games and PC MOBA games, right? In PC MOBA games, the game length is going to be way longer. You're going to have that their pace is not going to be as fast. It is completely different, right? In mobile MOBA games, you know that after 2 minutes, there's no more just standing there and just protecting your turret, right?
Yeah.
Like 2-3 minutes, you need to start rotating around and try to get something happening.
Yeah.
The pace is completely different to the PC MOBA games for sure.
And that's one of the reasons why everyone wants to choose some aggressive heroes, especially in the early game, because the faster you get moved, the better you get the chance.
Yep, Yukio Tachibana yesterday being a pick in 3 out of the 11 games for me is one of the. For me, if I would be a coach, that would be my pick for jungler.
Why?
Trying to use Yukio Tachibana because Yukio Tachibana can protect his jungle, right? Like in the first 2, 3, 4 minutes, you know that Yukio Tachibana, if you don't want to invade, you can still protect your own. So depending on that, for me, Yukio is a very good pick for jungler. In comparison to other junglers that they're not that strong in the first stages of the game.
That makes sense. And also, if like one of those teams who's really decisive, who's really good at shut down the game, especially before 15 minutes, Yukio Tachibana is going to be a really nice choice.
Yeah,
because they can use those junglers to just speed up, to accelerate the pace. And from his ganking, he's going to bring victory, bring advantages for his team.
EDG.M yesterday showed us against XiAn WE how to use Yukio Tachibana in a very important way, right? Like it's very important for us to understand how Yukio Tachibana can work on sometimes. Well, we are having experience in some internet situations. Right now, the network is not being stable enough for us to start our game. So we're just going to stay here and just keep sharing with you our experiences from yesterday, right?
All right, so it's basically about me giving some like feelings about yesterday's game because I was doing casting with Jaco, and after like not only about these two teams, actually a lot of other teams also give us such a big surprise. For example, Hero. You remember that team?
Yes, I
because
remember.
Hero has been through a huge change just before our KIC kickoff. They just changed a totally new mage, but it seems like they are pretty like just try to be attached to it.
Yeah, they're still trying to get used to that, right? Nanjing Hero today that is going to be facing Suzhou KSG. And that's going to be a tough one for them. It's going to be difficult for Heng just to be able to perform great in a good way with his new teammates, trying to face, for me, the strongest and more stable team from yesterday, KSG.
Yeah, they are, and maybe that's something to do with their coach, who's really experienced.
Yeah. Well, we talked about experienced coaches just being able to transfer all those strategies and that experience to all of their players. A lot of esports athletes change very quickly, right? Like we know that the esports career of an athlete goes through span
Quite
4,
short.
5, 6 years tops. Having a coach in here that has been able to see championships, a coach that has been able to see multiple games, that has been able to see multiple things, and transmit that experience to an 18, 19-year-old kid, it is valuable.
Need a tutor, right?
You do
More
need a
like a tutor than a coach.
True. Someone that can share life experience.
Yeah, just like, kiddo, it's gonna be your time. You need to shine, you need to and just, to be a really nice tutor, be a leader. Okay, so like, speaking to Hero, one of those things about their rotation, and also another rotation just happened today that would go to TTG, right?
Yes. Guangzhou TTG, after yesterday's 2 losses, is going to be put against the wall, right? Like there were 2 losses that they did not expect. Yesterday, Guangzhou TTG not winning against Shenzhen DYG, and then again taking another L against Jinan RW. Those two losses were not scheduled for them, right? They were not counting on those 2.
No one actually had predicted that could happen. Well, because we all know, like TTG, they've been through that best of 7.
Yes.
They got to the round 1, right? The first round, but they lost it. Well, maybe they have some excuses about, well, maybe we're not in our best condition or blah, blah, blah. But after we saw some performance that they gave us yesterday, actually, we're going to be a little bit worried about them right now.
We have to be worried. I think it's something psychological. When they came in the round 1 that they faced XYG, a lot of people had their money on Guangzhou TTG. I do believe that they were favorites. A lot of people, I remember just being in the dressing room and then just talking to others, and then everyone just thought that Guangzhou TTG was going to take the victory. But then XYG comes in, slapped them in the face. It's difficult to get back from that. And yesterday it was just a very big evidence of that. Like Guangzhou TTG right now is not going through their best moment.
And now we can see, because we have some network issues, so we still need to take a little bit of time. We're gonna go through a small pause, so please keep patient, and we're just gonna keep our topics.
Yeah, of course. Talking about that, it's Guangzhou TTG. What is going to be their solution for today?
Well, for today, as for their coach, he did a huge decision that he did a rotation. He bring up new jungler and new support.
New jungler and new support. That means that Puran and Pinchan are going to be watching the games today. At least the first one. They're going to be watching it from the sidelines. And it's going to be Mingyang and Snow that they're going to be taking those positions.
Actually, they did do that rotations during the Summer Cup.
Yeah.
Well, but after that, we all know that for those 5 members, which always be the start lines for TTG, they have been working together for such a long time. But on the other hand, to be honest, I guess it's going to be a great chance for Minya and Snow to show.
Minya has good numbers. Like, I remember that his Tukio Tachibana has 4 games and has a 100% win rate just from the Summer Cup.
Yeah.
So Minya is going to be a good option coming in. Snow, a completely different game style to Pinchan. Right?
He's always tend to play those protective support, which is quite different from Pinchan.
Yeah, Pinchan that's going to be a little bit more aggressive. Snow trying to be a little bit more protective. Pinchan being one of the top heroes top players with Tunshan, with Sheldon.
Yeah. So maybe that also shows some details about whether TTG want to change their playstyle today or not.
Yeah, exactly. Snow, just being able to change your support, right? Like changing your support changes completely the way that your team is going to play. For a lot of people that just started playing our game, they do not like playing support positions because support, let's be realistic, never gets enough kills. And at the beginning of the game, that's what you want. You just want to be able just to kill people around.
Now I know that's why a lot of people really prefer to play the top laner, because you're always going to go through those melee fights.
Yeah, exactly. Those melee fights are going to be important. Now, telling you a little bit about what's going on right now, you got to remember that we're having a network connection issue. And just in order for this to be a fair game for both teams, we're going to solve the situation. We're going to send first the teams back to their dressing rooms. They're going to be able to have a good rest, And then after that, we're going to try to get back and bring you today's game 1.
Yeah. So actually we need to take a small pause, right, for a little bit time. And also, I guess during this time, actually this is going to be a really nice time for these two teams to get well prepared for the next half match.
Getting well prepared, that is going to be important. Going back to the topic between having snow and having pinch and how that's going to affect on the way that Guangzhou TTG is going to be playing, right?
Yeah.
I remember Snow from his QG happy times.
Oh.
2018 Snow, I remember that. I had the opportunity to talk to him multiple times, to have interviews with him. A really nice guy, one of my favorite supports and through the KPL history. And then just being able to see him again right now, and this is going to depend a lot on him.
Yeah,
it's going to depend a lot on him. His experience is going to have to provide some answers to the problems that Guangzhou TTG is facing right now.
Yeah, because you mentioned about like he has such a long history about playing our game, and also that kind of means like he's really experienced.
Yes.
And on the other hand, another thing that like for me, in my perspective, I guess is going to be really important is that for those two players, actually they've been seen as the like substitution for such a long time. So this is going to be their like really nice chance. They need to catch it.
It is a good opportunity. Opportunities are only for those who are ready. It's just that simple. The fact that you're not being part of the starting list right now, it doesn't mean that you can just like sit down and just have a rest.
Yeah.
You need to work hard. And I'm totally sure that the Mingyang and Snow are going to show us that. They're going to have 3 games to show us that. We're going to have Guangzhou TTG against XiAn WE as our 5th game of today. Then we're going to have Changsha TES against Guangzhou TTG in our 8th game. And their last game, they're going to be part of their 12th game today when they're going to be facing Nanjing Hero.
And since they already lost some points yesterday, so today, if they didn't make it, or I guess we need to put it into these 3 games, it should be must win.
They must win them. They must win because those 3 teams, Nanjing Hero and then Changsha TES and XiAn WE, those are going to be direct competitors for Guangzhou TTG. As right now, probably they're going to be trying to fight for a 3rd or 4th ticket into our group stages. And those 3 names are going to be fighting for those tickets as well.
Yeah. So today's going to be a really important day for them to play. I hope that they are being well prepared. And also, actually, like due to those teams, actually we can say like there's a lot of similar composition that being picked out, and also there's a lot of like most played heroes, right? So actually we can talk a little bit more about those heroes since actually we got that hero board before. We can just break it down and talk a little bit more about those details to help you guys know more about our hero play and about our game rhythm.
Yeah, most picked hero for yesterday, Gongsun Li.
I love this hero.
Came in 9 times and then won 5 out of those 9. Gongsun Li just being a very meta pick just for the mobility that you can have while using that hero, right? The map hole dance allows you to just move around the battlefield. I know that Gongsun Li can be a little bit squishy, but the damage that you can get if you are able to proc your frenzy at the same time and they just go straight up, ambush someone, and they just go on their faces and poke on their HP bars, it's 3 or 4 pokes, and then you're gonna be gone.
Yeah, Gongsun Li really had those mechanical ceiling, you know.
Yeah.
Like, and also it has own threshold. Like for me, people who's like really not good at play those tricky marksmen, I can never handle about Gongsun Li. But like in
we have slow fingers.
That's it. Maybe maybe I shouldn't do my nails. Okay. Anyway, like, but for those pro gamers, like the Gongsun Li gonna be a must do for them as a hero. It should be like they really can master this high technical hero, and also they can fully use it. Just check the performance that Ino showed us yesterday.
Yes.
That was awesome.
Yesterday, Gongsun Li was paired with a lot of very strong supports, right? Like we had Gongsun Li with Dong Huan Tai, we had Gongsun Li with Zhang Fei.
Gongsun Li with Yaria.
We had Gongsun Li with Yaria, and we had Gongsun Li with Liu Ban, right?
Yeah.
Talking about those 2 last picks, we had Yaria coming in only in 1 out of the 11 games, and then just taking the victory. Gongsun Li plus Yaria allows Gunsun Lee just to be so mobile, try to be so confident on the fact that Yarya is going to provide shield. And in the moment that your HP bar is going to be very low, Yarya can come in and allow you to escape.
And that's something to do with Yarya, this hero. He's known as, or she's known as, a protective support.
Yeah.
But like something different with Zhang Fei is that Yarya is more like to protect a single individual. You're gonna stand on his head, grant him a shield, and do some like small control to help complete the CC. But like for Zhang Fei, he's more like go for the teamwork.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Yarya is very dependent on the carry that Yarya is going to be paired with, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, if your carry is not actually doing really well, that Yarya is not going to be very useful to turn things around. On a different side, as with Zhang Fei, it's more of a if it's a composition, it's a team hero. With Zhang Fei, the initiation that you can have from Zhang Fei just allows you just to move around depending on whoever that is carrying in that game. If it is the marksman, follow the marksman. If it is going to be the jungler, follow the jungler, right? So it's going to be a very mobile. One of the reasons why it has been such a popular pick.
Yeah, and speaking to MOBA, speaking to our game, something to do with those tanks, something to do with why people always want to build up such a solid front lane. That's something to do with vision, right? Vision control is quite important during MOBA games, especially in our game, the maps are quite small and the roaming path is quite short. So actually vision control means a lot. And like for Zhang Fei, for Xiao, which already picked up so many times, it's because they're like healthy bar. It's like such solid. They can just go there and gain the vision for their teams.
That's true, right? Like they can just go face first into any bush, and they know that even if they're gonna be ganked, they are able to survive.
It's just like, so what? Just stand there. Okay, you do some damage on me. So what?
Yeah. They're very confident in their tankiness.
Be brave.
Right? Xiao and Zhang Fei options that they have. Yesterday, another option that we had with Gunsun Lee was Liu Bang.
That's another protective support.
But Liu Bang has a very interesting ultimate, right? Like, because Liu Bang can just teletransport straight to whatever position that one specific ally is going to have. So Liu Bang could be just pushing lane very far away from the battle. And as the battle is going to start, he can teletransport straight into the battlefield.
And you just mentioned about another strategy which is going to be really crucial in our game. That's called split push, right? Split push, that means like we have 5 members and now you can just let one to push the lane and other 4 try to do something on the other side. And one lane that you can push forward kind of cause some distraction to your enemies.
Yes, split push. The term pushing is just going to be how deep you're going to allow your minion wave to go in, so how closer they can get to your opponent's crystal. So that's why we call it push, right? Like, so that action of just like allowing your minion wave to go into the opponent's area is going to be pushing a lane, right? Split pushing is going to be different. It's going to be, as one part of the team is going to be on top lane, for example, there's going to be one hero that is going to try at the same time to push on his own on the bottom lane in the completely opposite side of the map.
And that's something to do with Liu Bang's ultimate. Because of his ultimate offered him such a great chance to do the teleport. And actually those teleport skills is quite rare in our game. As we've mentioned, our map's quite small. It's like a mini map and everything's just move so fast. So teleport skill is going to be really important during our games. And due to that skill, actually allow Liu Bang to do like push deeper, push further, and allow him to have the chance to just escape away from the surround.
Remember that we're having a little bit of network connection issues. We know that the players are already back on stage. They're trying their very best. We know that our technicians are trying their very best just to allow us to start the game as soon as possible. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for staying here with us. If you need to get a drink, go and get a drink.
Go get a drink.
And then you can always come back and we're going to be here with you. So don't worry. We're going to try to do our very best to keep you entertained.
Yeah, just buy some food or just take a rest. And I assure you that today's matchup is going to be explosive. Today's matchup is going to be really fantastic.
Yeah.
And
which one is going to be your favorite matchup for today? We have plenty of them.
I guess for me personally, I'm really looking forward to the 11th game.
Yes,
I'm
me
just
too.
Go back to my hotel and just gonna watching you casting with TianYun.
I am really looking forward for that 11th match, Suzhou KSG against Chengdu AG.
Yeah.
As ladies and gentlemen, we have gone through all the troubles, we have climbed the hill, and now we can bring you game 1 of today's 12, Shenzhen DYG against Shanghai EDG.M.
Go for it. Let's see. Shenzhen DYG on the blue side, EDG.M on the red. We can see due to DYG just dealt with Jinan, actually, I guess they want to have Shen Mengxi as their first pick.
Yes, exactly. Chuan is going to try to lock in that Shen Mengxi. Is going to be an important pick. Let's see if they can start trying to turn things around for that Shen Mengxi's win rate, right? It was a very popular pick, did not win much.
Yeah. It's basically because we're doing best of 1, so actually all of those hero pools are so sufficient for all of those members, for all of those players. They don't need to worry a lot about our hero pools, and there's always some options open.
As I just mentioned, right, Yukio Tachibana. Yukio Tachibana is going to be a very popular pick today. I'm just thinking, after watching yesterday's games, my understanding is that whoever is going to control the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game is going to have the upper hand.
Yeah.
It's a BO1. You just need to try and control the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game, and Yukio Tachibana might give you that option.
And so that also means the importance about doing BO1, there's some secret about doing it, is just be aggressive.
Trying to be aggressive.
You need to gain yourself something.
Let's see. Shanghai EDG.M, options for junglers that they could have. I was gonna say Lamb would have been a good option there, but there's gonna be banned for Shenzhen DYG.
Yeah, and also I guess the next ban also can be aimed to their jungler. Jing might be.
Probably. Sun Bin. That would not work out for you. They're gonna try to go with Lumber. Lumber that is gonna be an amazing hero that allows you to be very aggressive. It's got initiation. It's very tanky. It can provide support. It can defend. A very all-round hero, Lumber.
Yeah, and that's something to do with DYG. Actually, I guess the reason why they banned out Sun Bin is because they want to pair up Lu Bu with Lumber. So actually, EDG.M just foresee it. They predict that you want Lumber, so I just take it away. And also, it's gonna gain them a much solid front lane paired up with Meng Tian.
DYG just completely copy-paste their whole combo from yesterday against Changsha TES. They just changed Lady Sun instead of TianYun, right?
Wow.
But it's going to be the same. Shen Mengxi, Yukio Tachibana, Lu Bu, and Xiao support.
And that's something very interesting because, as we've mentioned, Xiao is quite rare to be played as a support in our teams from KPL region. But on the other hand, there's another invited region which is going to be Brazil. The Red Canids really prefer to use those tanks as support. So I guess maybe during those off seasons, during those preparation, do I actually watch some games from other regions?
No, let's see what that Xiao can do, right? Xiao can deal real damage. And then that's going to be interesting to see in the big fights. It can bring initiation as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult to try to spot that Gunsun Lee, though.
Well, as for Lady Sun, during those laning phase, I'll just give it 50-50.
50-50?
If Lady Sun played well. Because, well, actually for Lady Sun, this hero is quite interesting. One of the points is that before level 2, it's going to be really dominating. But after level 2, until 15 minutes, she's going to be weak. That's the point. It feels like there's a small and short peak during the laning phase. If you can wisely use it to shred down the HP first to against Gunsun Li, that can gain some opportunity.
I see that Gunsun Li, I believe that Gunsun Li has the upper hand over there in that matchup, right? Because in a 1v1, Lady Sun has a little bit more burst damage, but at the same time, Gong Sun Li can use her abilities to block that damage.
Yeah, that's the point. That's quite important during the laning phase. That's the thing. Who's gonna win the first chance for dominating that farm lane? Gonna be really crucial.
That's going to be crucial. The supports are going to be important. How they can try to create those 2v1s or 2v2 fights over there in bottom lane. And top lane is going to be all Lu Bu against Meng Tian, right? Meng Tian that is going to need to make it to level 4 for him to be, in my opinion, the top pick in top lane.
So something of note gonna be for EDG.M. After the ultimate is ready for Meng Tian, that's going to be their first chance to call for attacking.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Shenzhen DYG taking the blue side, Shanghai EDG.M taking the red side. It's going to be game 1 of our day 2 of our KPL qualifiers. Let's wait and see what this game is going to bring us. I'm your caster, Pena Mule.
I'm your caster, Nora. Let's see. The first game.
First game, look at that. Launched on air, Lumber being taken extremely low and has not been able to get on the minion wave yet.
Wow, you can see like for Xiao doing for this hero, he's quite all around, you know. He still got true damage after he used his second ability. The next 4 normal attacks gonna deal with true damage, which also means why he's going to be such a meta pick during those top laners.
Yeah. DYG, look at that. Just trying to go and try to take something from the jungle. Meng Tian tries to come in. His damage is still not on.
Yeah, he's still level 2.
Still level 2.
Wow, so we can see actually DYG is performing so aggressively, trying to do a lot of things. And that's the point of doing best of 1.
And that's their composition. Their composition is just for that early game, right? It is very balanced. Very, very, very balanced. At the beginning of this early game, Yukio Tachibana is going to take control of it, trying to be very, 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 very aggressive in the beginning. But then after that, if they do not get an early advantage, they always have the late game Lu Bu, late game Lady Sun. Look at that. 4v2, 4v3 is going to be.
Ultimate
ready. The young generals come in. Lu Bu is going to disappear. Right now, Ninja is still taking so much damage from the turret. He's trying to keep poking on his cruising. Takes the first kill. It's going to be first blood. It's going to be for Shanghai EDG.M.
It's such a successful movement. We can see, just as we've mentioned during the job, during the ban pick phase, EDG.M is going to wait until Meng Tian got his very first level 4, very first ultimate, and they wisely use it, fulfill the top lane and gain them some advantages.
Ninja, when he gets his level 4, when he's got his ultimate, the young generals, it's going to have 20 seconds of those extra generals, right?
Yeah.
Just surrounding Meng Tian. He summons the generals, allow him to take a lot of damage and to deal a lot of damage as well.
Yeah. So actually for Meng Tian, this hero, he combined both ability as a tank and both as a warrior.
Almost 3 minutes mark. Not a very big gold advantage for part of EDG.M, even though they won that fight.
But due to the very first ganking, the very first team fight, actually the thing is going to be a little difficult for DYG right now. Because as you mentioned, they're pretty good at early game, but they need to speed up. Or the mid game is going to be a gap. Because the next time they want to wait, going to be after Sun Shangxiang tied up some items and also.
Oh, look at that! Rock being extremely aggressive, jumping in. That Lady Sun can do nothing else but just using her flash to just run away.
And attention, Rock hasn't even used his frenzy. If he used that, actually that kill's gonna goes for him.
Yeah, true. EDG.M being very aggressive. I like that. I like the way that they really want to come and take the victory. They've already got 2 losses yesterday. They cannot just pile one more.
Yeah.
Piling a third one is going to be a very heavy load on them.
They can't stand for another loss, so they need to be cautious. 4 minutes. 1,000 gold lead. So things goes pretty good for EDG.M right now.
Gongsun Li already with Doomsday. Has a very clear advantage compared to Lady Sun, right?
And seems like for those item boy, Rock's gonna go for a resistance boost. Boots of resistance.
Boots of resistance, allowing him to slow down, or we could say just making the time that he's going to be stunned or to be launched just to become shortened.
Yeah.
So he's going to be able to shorten the time that he's going to be under control.
Because as we see the composition that DYG just did, there's feel a lot of control.
Oh, look at that! Ningzhi coming in, taking Lanchen with only 2 auto attacks. Straight into 1/3 of his HP bar. Chuan is going to try to come in with Juemi, trying to force Ningzhi to leave. Not going to be enough.
Wow, for Langchen, for Lady Sun, now it's quite torturing. Like, she had no idea about how to deal with Wang Tian.
No.
Because actually, like for EDG.M, this is their chance to first switch the lane.
I don't think that Lanchen had an idea that Wang Tian was there.
Yeah.
It was just completely out of nothing, waiting in the bush. There's going to be a trade, a top lane turret for that Tyrant.
And actually this rotation, this lane swap, kinda is because it's a signal for EDG.M. They're gonna speed up. They're gonna accelerate the pace. They don't want to wait till your Lubu, till your Lady Sun to be fully decked out. They don't want to see it.
After these 6 minutes, the hero that we're gonna have to be paying attention to from the red side, from EDG.M, is gonna be that Gongsun Li from Rock, right? Like farming so well, having right now already a 1,000 gold advantage in comparison to Lady Sun. Things are gonna just go on, revolve around Rock's positioning.
And also for EDG.M, they're just gonna split up to do the split push. Jing go for another side to clean the waves.
Look at that, the Heaven's Origin is gonna allow Ming to run away. And now it's gonna be DYG trying to keep their eyes on this red buff. They're gonna be successful at taking him, but let's see if Yuan can do something trying to recover that.
They just did a nice retreat. We can see like they're playing it quite smart. DYG just trying to gain something from their side for themselves. They don't want to stay there and hand over all of those resources to you.
No. Right now, DYG know that they do not have an advantage. They know that Lady Sun's still gonna need a couple more minutes just to keep farming, trying to get some gold for her items to be on. Look at that, Ming is gonna take on Xiao. So it's gonna be able to run away. But that turret being taken extremely low is almost inexistent.
Yeah, it's almost inexistent. Well, that's something to do with Yixin's ultimate. Actually, there's going to be a delay, just like Xu Bu. So for those people who's really mobile, it's going to be easy for them to escape from the ultimate down by Yixin.
I remember yesterday while I was watching the stream, a lot of people were asking why this Yixin's ultimate sometimes has different shapes, right?
Yeah, that's something to off note. Well, the bigger you have, actually, you're gonna just extend your cooldown.
Yes, exactly.
So you're gonna use it efficiently.
You can choose to create a very big area of effect, right?
Yeah.
But the bigger the area of effect, the longer the cooldown that is going to be. It's not always 100% sure that you'll be able to cage in your opponents.
That's it. It's not means the bigger the better. It's more like you need to use it, put it in the right position and use it wisely.
Making it to the 8.5 minutes mark. Right now, EDG.M making no mistakes whatsoever. Just slowly and clearly taking a bigger advantage and just took it from 1,000, 1,200, not allowing DYG any opportunities to turn things around. Yeah. What does DYG need to do if they want to actually turn things a little bit.
Well, for me, actually, DYG is quite doing a great job.
Yeah.
Because they know that they need to wait till Lady Sun's pile up some items. But the thing that they do is not just being stay there, do nothing. Actually, they're trying to do a lot of trades, like gain that red buff from the other side and also do some split up push.
They're trying their very best, right? Like we know that Ninja's ultimate right now is online, is available. Trying to find the position of where that Yukio Tachibana is. Look at that. Bad news for him. Trying to take on that red buff.
But the red buff isn't strong yet.
Trying to control that. If EDG.M can take that red, that second turret is going to fall very soon.
Yeah, so let's see what DYG is gonna counter it.
Not much happening. Everyone's just trying to chip on their health bars. Lanchan on air. Right now it's going to be Yuan trying to find the Lanchan. He's proccing his ult. The mirror is on, but it's not going to be enough. Jinan pushes back. One more time, just trading around. Like nobody's been extremely decisive in these little fights.
Yeah, because at that time, that was exactly the mark time, about 10 minutes. So no one wants to initiate the team fight, but no now.
Look at that, the Armageddon comes in, putting on air a lot of people, but it's going to be Yenmon that is going to be taken extremely low. Ningzhi still comes in, procs his ulti, but that Overlord, it's going to be for DYG because right now they have the priority. Look at that, the mirror is being proc. Yuan is going around, trying to find on a lot of people that is not going to be enough. Jamming's kitty bombs force him back. And that's going to be a good move for DYG. Look at that, as I also just mentioned, taking that Overlord.
Well, for this team fight, I need to highlight the ultimate down by Lu Bu. It's quite good. Look at the positioning. Look at how he lands his ultimate down and use the flash plus with his first skill to strap down 2 of these enemies' HP bar.
Yeah, exactly. Rock was taken extremely low, right?
Yeah.
That Lu Bu was vital for that. Yuan trying to find a solution, trying to find a way to counterattack after. But that's Shenmengxi, right? That's why that Shenmengxi is such a meta pick. The kitty bombs dealing so much damage. The area of effect is so wide.
And also for Shenmengxi, he can ensure that the mid wave won't fall behind.
Yeah.
And also during the team fight, he's really good to leverage his AoE damage. They can't undertake it. They can't stand with Shenmengxi's AoE damage.
They can't, and right now DYG just found the solution for the biggest problem that they had, how to level things up. And right now the gold difference has disappeared, and right now they're tied on 32,000 gold.
Well, actually, I didn't expect that this game's gonna be such a tight game.
Yeah.
It feels like these two teams had fully prepared for their opponent.
Very strategic.
Yeah.
I find it very, very strategic. There's not a lot of big fights, but there's a lot of action going around. There's always 1v1s, 2v2s, but no one is just trying to be fatal. Nobody wants to be lethal in that moment. They just come in, chip on each other's health bars, and then just run away.
They know, for this time, what's gonna be their biggest advantages, and they just use it.
Look at that, Lu Bu is going to proc his ult, he's gonna jump in, takes on 3 people. Now he's gonna take on the Tyrant, but then Lu Bu is going to fall as well. Yuan is gonna proc the mirror and is going to come in to take Chuan's life away.
We can see the Yuan, he's just waiting beside.
Oh, look at that, they spotted Ningzhi while he was trying to TP back to his crystal.
Wanna steal away the blue buff. But
great mechanics from Yuan, right? Just waiting for the right moment for the smite.
And also, from the last team fight, he just stand there and waiting for the right moment to come in. And that's something, some of the characteristics that those core junglers need to have. You need to be patient.
Yes, that's true. Xiao trying to take on the Tyrant, right? He was very focused on the Tyrant, not very focused on the other fight. In the moment that Chuan just jumps in with his ultimate, there was no one that could actually support him, trying to save him. Chuan pays with his life, but then after that, they decided just to trade that with a Tyrant.
Yeah. Wow, we can see the very first matchup that today we have. Now it's even gold, even tower, even neutral monsters. And even for those core players, which are going to be those marksmen and jungler, they're quite even.
Look at that. Look at Yangmeng's position. He's able to provide so much vision, right? Like he really is able to keep everyone. Look at that. The Heaven's Order is going to lock in 2 core players. But look at that. Xiao is being able to jump away, not allowing Jing to come from behind.
And EDG don't want to do those team fights in those complicated landforms. Because during that landforms, once Lu Bu landed his ultimate, wow, that's going to be devastating.
That's true, right? Because even though Ming could use XiAn's ultimate just to box everyone in, but what if you end up boxing a Lu Bu in there?
Yeah.
You come in trying to take on damage, and then he can counter-attack with his ult.
Yeah, so that's the reason why EDG.M don't want to do those big team fights during those fields. Oh, flash in, try to lock up Lu Bu, but he failed it. Check Monkey.
Look at that, Monkey coming in, dealing a lot of damage. Jing is going to fall. Lu Bu is going to come in with the Fallen God, but he's taken extremely low as well. Rock is going to come in, he's going to take on that. It's going to be a 1v1 trade. DYG is still on the hunt.
Yeah, and we can see Ming act so aggressive. He's the one, he being the major, who's really relying on flash, but he used that flash as attack.
Yeah.
He just flash in and try to lock up Chuan.
Flash is not only a tool for you to survive, right? Sometimes a flash is a good option as well, just to initiate fights. The fact that you are a mage and then you have a flash doesn't mean that you just need to keep it just to run away.
Yeah.
Be aggressive. Jump on each other's faces.
Yeah, because like if you really know how to use that flash, it kind of like allow you to those instant attack. Right? No one's gonna predict that, oh, you're gonna flash in. How dare you do that? But you just did it, so that's gonna be unpredictable.
From unpredictability. 500 gold lead for DYG right now.
Yeah,
16
not much.
minutes.
It's just quite even. This game's quite tight.
That's why like I feel like the whole process of the game has been just like a chess game. Like this is not boxing, and this is not UFC. I feel like this is just really just being a chess game.
Well, but in my perspective, compare these 2 different compositions. The later for DYG, the better.
The later for DYG, the better, as you're going to have Lu Bu's damage.
And also Lady Sun.
Also Lady Sun as well.
So the late game for DYG is quite promising. That also means EDG.M need to see some chances. They need to speed up. Or the later game won't be that good, especially for heroes like Gongsun Yu.
Yuan as well, right? Like Yuan is not going to be that lethal in the late game.
Yeah.
Because then as most of the front laners are going to have, they're going to have most of their armor, right? And it's going to be difficult for Yuan to really try to come in and just ambush someone. Trying to find that position of Lanchen is going to be a big problem for Yuan in the late game.
Especially for Lanchen, for Lady Sun, we can see he already piled out his Pure Sky.
Yes. Pure Sky, that is going to be a crucial item to allow Lanchen to survive from an ambush from the other side's assassin.
Yeah, or in another word, it's more like it can allow him to escape from those burst damage, which probably gonna cost Beijing.
Oh, look at that, the flash in, the Armageddon is proc, Lanchen is going to survive. And now it's going to be that Yangmeng's flash is gonna be on cooldown for the next 2 minutes.
Wow, flash trade, wow, quite fair. Because DYG's lost their Lady Sun's flash.
Yangmeng is going to have his flash back for that Tempest Dragon fight. And it's going to be, we're going to make it to 20, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
And I'm almost certain that we're going to make it to longer than 25. At the pace that everyone is playing right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're expected to be starting game 3 already, and I feel like this game 1 is going to take us a very, very long while.
And I guess something would happen during those fields or the sidelines. Because now, like for each jungler, they're trying to do the split push, you see? trying to gain some advantages. Wow!
Monkey jumping in. Xiao is being taken to half. Chuan is going to jump in with his ult. Now XiAn is going to be able to escape, but Lu Bu is going to have to fall. It's going to be a 1-0 trade for EDG.M, and they're going to have priority over this Tempest Dragon.
The thing that EDG.M did was like they didn't do it like just go for it, do some instant kill. Otherwise, they're gonna lose the advantages. But you see, first they force Chuan's flash out.
Yeah.
And then try to initiate the team fight with ultimate provided by Tieu, which is gonna be really crucial.
They were not even thinking about just going for the back laners. They just wanted to get the power play. They wanted to take either Xiao or they wanted to take Lu Bu out, so they can have priority not for the Tempest Dragon yet, but for the Overlord.
Yeah, especially they dealt the damage on Lu Bu. While in the late game, Lu Bu is going to be really devastating.
Chuan not being able to make a lot of gold, right? Only 9,345. He's still a couple thousands away from being fully decked out.
So with the advantages that EDG.M gained from last Shadow Overlord, they chose to unleash the Vanguards on the bottom side, which also means they have the priority to first do something to the Tempest Dragon.
Starbreaker, the last item for Yukio Tachibana in his toolbox.
It's the highest level of Pure Sky. 20 minutes. Everything could happen because for this team fight, it's gonna be an even team fight. You can see those flash for these two mages are both in cooldown.
Right now we need to be able to see. Oh, look at that! Lanchin's been taken extremely low. The Armageddon is going to lock. Lanchin in. Lanchin's going to fall. Right now, let's look at Yukio Tachibana trying to run around. Because he's not going to be able to pull it. EDG.M right now has the upper hand. It's going to be devastating as only Xiao and XiAn are going to survive on this trade.
Still chasing, they don't want to let DYG go since there's only 2 people remained and those 2 core players already died. We can see Xiao try to push back and with the damage done by Xiao, they did it. Did it for a consolation effort, but what they're gonna do for the mid lane minions?
The mid lane is going to fall, and right now it's gonna be a 2v3. Gunsun Lee still alive. That's going to give EDG.M the opportunity to try to go in. XiAn is gonna try to proc his ult. It's not going to be enough. Yukio Tachibana falls one time. He resurrects just to come in to take 1 life. It's not gonna be enough, and the crystal is going to fall.
Congratulations to EDG.
Congratulations goes to the side of Shanghai EDG.M.
Like for this team, actually for today's performance, they're playing quite, we can say, smart. You know,
yes,
they do know how they do their strategy. They do know how to execute their strategy, and they just do it pace by pace, step by step, no rush. Just do it patiently, seize for the right moment. Especially I wanna highlight the performance done by Yuan, which is Jing. He's quite in his game. He's quite in his best condition. He just be patiently wait there and find the right moment, get in. Like for the last team fight, he just get in and straight forward to take down Shen Mengxi.
Oh, the way that Lumbers initiated the fight, putting Lady Sun on air just for Rock to come in and then just to immediately just poke on Lady Sun's HP bar. That was critical as well, right? We talked a lot about that Lumber pick from EDG.M, and at the end it just paid completely.
And that's something to do with Lambert, this hero's passive. It can offer like extra armor and magical defense to his allies in range.
Yes, exactly the same as his second ability is going to make the damage that your opponents are going to be dealing just to be decreased as well.
Yeah, so actually Lambert is quite a good choice for EDG.M, especially not only they just use it to complete their CC, complete their solid front line, but also they take it away from DYG, which they really want that Lambert.
Yes, true. the Yukio Tachibana strategy from DYG did not work out. They tried their best. Lady Sun did not have an opportunity against Gonsun Lee since the early stages of the game. And I feel like that was the turning point, right? Like the fact that Gonsun Lee was just so massive, was just so much superior than her opponent in the marksman lane.
Well, if DYG really do it, like they really want to shut down EDG.M in the early game, then the first thing they need to do is prioritize the top lane, and also they need to ensure the bottom lane should be an even lane, shouldn't like fall behind. So that's gonna be the turn point.
So you think that it was a BP kind of like, let's not call it a mistake, but do you think that it was a BP? Let's just call it what it is. Do you think it was a BP error, or do you think that it was more of a game error?
I guess for EDG.M, it's because they just let EDG.M, they did a really nice choice that take away that Lambert, which is gonna be the first reason. And then during the game, instead of saying DYG is not doing good, or we can say EDG.M, they already predict what you want or what you want to do for the next step. So they always do one step before. Like they already shut down all you want. And that's going to be like the most important reason for DYG lost this game.
In my opinion, I believe that in terms of mechanics, Lady Sun was not able to beat that Gonsun Lee, and that they needed to make a decision in there. I believe that they should have just let that Lady Sun just move around earlier, a little bit earlier in the game. MVP, EDG.M, Ningzhi on the Monkey.
26% damage taken. And we can see like the first turning point for EDG.M was that they first chose to swap the lane, right? They let Ningzhi, let Meng Tian to go for the bottom lane and just rotate Gonsun Lee for the top.
When I remember when Lady Sun just saw that monkey coming out of the bush, that's a huge surprise.
It was like,
not expecting that at all. The superiority that you have. Lu Bu does not make the 4 before Ningzhi. Ningzhi knows that in this wave, he needs to come in and try to take on a kill.
So that's something we said, like EDG.M did perform well for today. Every step, every movement that they know what they really go for, and they just can predict what like their opponents want. They just shut it down.
They just shut down any other ideas that Shenzhen DYG had. Ming being so aggressive. Love the way that he played that EC, right?
Flash in, use the second ability, try to like do some control and complete it by his ultimate.
In this meta, a lot of the mages just become utility, right? Like you just use them just for their abilities and not that much for the damage. And if you know that your role is just to initiate or just to use your ultimate or use your second ability, well, just try to use it in a more aggressive way. Give your opponent something that they were not expecting.
So actually for this game, I guess these two teams were really in a quite good condition. While for DYG, maybe their marksman can do better for the next time, but still like those conditions for both of the teams are quite good.
All right, DYG is still going to stand on 3rd place, but EDG.M is going to tie them on 2 points.
Such a huge increasement for the rank, you know. Before this game, they were like ranked at 8th. And now they bomb up to 4.
BO1 is going to be 9 games. You just need to be able to try your very best to come in and try to take the wins. At the end of the day, carry as many points as you can.
So now our interview is ready. Let's take a look who's going to be with us. Hello Rock， 先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是上 EDG.M 的 Rock。
那首先第一个问题想问一下，就是看到你们今天的状态其实是非常好的，在今天比赛之前有做什么特别的准备吗？
没有做什么特别多的准备吧，就平常心打好自己的就行了。
Okay, so our first question was, it seems that EDG.M is really in a great condition. So is there any special preparation for today's game? But Rock just said, Well, nothing special, do our best, and that's it. Alright, then the next question would be, like for today's game, you played Gongsun Li pretty well, and for that rotation, how's the communication goes during that time? 看到你们中期的话，其实你的公孙离和这个蒙恬的话是提前做了一波换线嘛，当时队内的沟通是什么样子的呢？
就红刷了，然后我上去拿个红打节奏，然后推他们上塔。
Alright, so for the strategy, it's because the red buff just spawned, so he want to use that red spawn to accelerate the pace and help to break that balance for EDG.M. Alright, so the last question would be, now you've already done several games, so for the next series, which team gonna be the most team that you want to play with? 那你们接下来还会有一些比赛嘛？那在接下来这些比赛当中，有没有比较期待交手的队伍呢？
都差不多吧，没有什么特别想交手的队伍。
Sure. Okay. Again, nothing special. Just go for it. Do our best. 好的，谢谢你接受我们的采访啊，也是很期待你们接下来的表现。
Amazing performance.
Too cool, like a cool man.
Very, very, very cool person coming in and just showing us how everything is done. Amazing performance by Rock, amazing performance by EDG.M, taking the victory in our game 1. A great way how to start the day, right? Just the way that this game was played is going to show us that everyone is going to try their very best today to change the pace that yesterday was played.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, game 1 is done, game 2 is coming. We're going to have a little break and then we're going to be back. Stay online. Game 2, and we are back. It's going to be Beijing Weibo against our friends from XiAn WE.
These two teams, they already had their first showcases yesterday. And we actually, they had quite a good result. WE won the first game play against Hero.
Yep.
And for WB, he played against EDG.M. He won the game. So actually, there's 1 point in their hand.
One win and one loss for the two of them, right? Beijing Weibo being able to win against EDG.M, and then EDG.M being able to win against XiAn WE.
Everything seems so complicated. You know, yesterday after the result coming out, everyone was just like, why it looks like a circle? You
It's
beat
crazy.
me, I beat you.
It's crazy. There's nothing that you can say more than it's craziness.
So,
let's see who's going to be the team that is going to make it first to 2 points, right? Like whoever that takes the win in this one is going to make it to 2 points, and it's going to be able to tie the two teams that we just saw today, EDG.M and DYG.
Well, for their lineups, it still keeps the same.
Lineups are going to be the same. WE is going to go with An as a top laner, Shadow as their jungler, Xian is going to play in their mid lane, Pena is going to play as their bottom laner, and 556 is going to play as their support.
And as for Beijing Weibo, their lineup still keep the same. And there's something that we need to pay attention to today's matchups, especially for this one, gonna be the battle play against by these two marksmen, Pena versus Xiao. That's gonna be really explosive.
Pena and Xiao, the two of them yesterday had average performance. They had not a bad day, not their best as well. They were important in the games that they won, but in the games that they lost as well, they took some of the responsibility, right?
Yeah. So let's just see, like, if they really recovered from yesterday's loss, or do they already got into their best states? Got into their best condition. That's going to be vital.
Beijing Weibo yesterday in their last game against AG, right, against Chengdu AG, that Xiao and Xingyu Master Lupan and Lupan number 7 combo did not work really well. There were some mistakes, I would say, in the mid lane that were not the created openings for AG to take the victory. So that's something that if they want to play that combo again today, they need to think about.
Yeah, because like yesterday they pair up with Luban number 7 with my Shilanui, which is quite as assassin mage instead of those utility mages, and that's gonna cause some problem, especially when they're fall behind. Hard to dealing with those minion waves.
Game 2 BP is starting right now. XiAn WE is going to be taking the blue side. Beijing Weibo is going to take the red side. Mengtian being the first ban.
Go for Zimo.
Straight to Zimo, right?
What, the second ban also gonna aim in at Zimo?
Look at that. Not giving him any options, just forcing Zimo just to play something. Lu Bu playing Xiao Tun, playing Lian Po. Yesterday, Zimo played Lian Po in that last game as well, right?
It seems like WE want to limit Zimo's hero pool, or like they want to force Zimo to pick something reactive.
Yeah, not something that meta, right?
Yeah.
Like probably they will not allow you to have a meta pick on top lane, but that means that they will have a meta pick for either mid lane or for bottom lane. Look at that. My Shiranui is going to be the option. Beijing Weibo might be thinking about taking pair with Lam.
Wow, if they want to pair up with Lam, that also leave a question whether they're gonna take out Lu Bu as the third pick, because that's gonna be a really aggressive composition if they really done that.
2 assassins, right? Lam being a jungler assassin, and then my Shiranui being a mid lane mage assassin. Let's see what they can do, right? Like very aggressive, extremely aggressive.
Gen.G, like for Gen.G as the marksman, actually it's always going to be a winning lane.
Yeah, against Marco Polo, Gen.G has got more mobility, right? We mentioned that Marco Polo can deal a lot of damage, very fast damage, that normally is just going to happen in the big fights, in the winning, in the laning stages of the game. He's going to need a lot of the support that Tramfei can give him.
Yeah. So that's the reason like why like Marco Polo's pretty good at team fight but not in laning phase. If we take a good look at those ban, we can see from WE's side they really did a lot of targets on Zimo today.
They did.
They do it for full ban.
They do not want him to have any options, right? They do not want to. They don't want him to have a chance to turn things around. I can see Beijing Beijing Weibo just trying their best to force WE to pick Shen Mengxi for mid lane.
True. They want you to pick Shen Mengxi as mid lane because they already got Mai Xilanui for their mages. And like more surprising is because they still let Zimo to be the counter pick. You see how like trustworthy Zimo is and how like he has those high priority in WB.
So she is going to pick on that Master Lupin for Xingyu. Master Lupin yesterday not having a good performance. Let's see if they can turn things around right now, pairing it with a Gen.G.
Now we can see the only counter pick has left for Zimo, and see what kind of top laners W1 to let Zimo to use it. Lianpo's gonna be a nice choice.
Xiao
Not bad.
Not bad. Xiao we just saw it in our previous game, just playing as a support. Right now, we're gonna see Xiao playing as a top laner.
Yeah, well, he usually to be played as a top laner, and because of his, it's quite stable.
Yes.
Right. For this, it's all around, and for its ability, it has the ability to initiate the team fight, and also has the ability to be a quite solid front line.
XiAn WE is going to have the mid lane advantage, as Troyu is going to be one of the fastest heroes cleaning mid lane, cleaning wave, right?
Yeah, one of the most fast hero. Well, the only thing that W need to pay attention is that after Zhou Yu gained the priority to move faster, they need to pay attention to Mai Xilanui to check whether she's like ambushing in some places or not. They need to like pay attention to where Mai Xilanui's position is.
That's one of the things why Mai Xilanui is a good counter against mages that can clean waves so fast.
That's it.
It's all right. I'll let you clean wave quickly.
Yeah.
I will allow you to have that priority. But then when you're gonna try to move to bottom or top lane, you're gonna have to make a huge way around, because you might not be able to just walk through the river.
It just feels like you're talking to your tricky kids. Like your kids say, "Mom, I just want to go out. I don't want to stay here anymore." And your mom says, "Okay, you go, but you never want to come back again."
Letting them experience and then just see what they can do. XiAn WE against Beijing Weibo are game 2. Right now, we can see that XiAn WE is going to be a little aggressive in the early stages, as they're going to have double smite, trying to slow down Lam.
Yeah.
One of the things about that double smite is they're not going to be looking for trying to invade and take the red buff. They're not going to try to just like go in for a big objective. Probably they're just going to go for the birds or for the bird, right?
Or for those small camps, because once you already take down those camps, that also can harass a little bit to Lam, slow him down to level up.
Slow him down. That's going to be the key. Game 2. Let's see what's going to happen. Is it going to be the same as our game 1, a very strategic game, or is it going to be full of energy since minute 1?
We can see like from Beijing Weibo, the first round they let Gen.G to be at the mid, and because they have like numbers in upper hand, they just make it to an even minion wave.
Look at that, Xingyu not allowing 556 to go into the jungle and try to invade. Great job by Xingyu in there. Look at that. Now Zimo has been taken extremely low. Won't be able to survive. He's trying his very best, and it's going to be Xingyu that's going to allow him. But no, at the Proxy's flash, jumps in and takes first blood.
Well, for this kind of brawls, The most thing that I want to highlight is about Qian. Actually, for his Zhou Yu, after he got his backup to the top lane, he flashed in and used his ability to push Zimo back.
Wow. Horrible way for Zimo to start the game, right? Very, very difficult. I love the way that Xingyu was paying attention on 556. He did not want Zhang Fei to invade, but at the same time just created superiority on top lane that Zimo was not expecting.
Like such a crowd gathering on the top lane. We pull back, 1 versus 3.
1 versus 3, Qian is going to fall. Bad news for the mid laner.
Yeah. Maybe it's because Weibo already known that your flash still in cooldown since you use it to initiate that brawls happened on the top lane before they just catch that chance.
Wow, look at that. Marco Polo taking extremely low right now. It's going to be a 2 against 2. Marco Polo is just going to try to jump in. But we talked about that. In the moment that he locks in the angle of his ability, he won't be able to change that. Allowing Xiao that has way more mobility just to move left and right.
And also the basic damage that can be dealt in the early game, you're just gonna win the upper hand.
Has way more damage, right? Like Marco Polo very dependent on that Doomsday.
Yeah. Let's check. Will be pulled back.
1 more kill. It's going to be Shadow this time that is going to fall. Marco Polo is going to follow him as well. Things looking very bad for WE.
Well, we can see how tight the coordination is from Weibo. They really know what they want to do. They really know what they are heading to. They're just gathering together and invade into the opponent's field together.
Weibo taking kills up and down, left and right. Look at that. Marco Polo trying. Shadow's going to be pulled back. And then after that, it's not enough. Mashirano with the flash. Flashing in straight into his face. That's the reason why they picked that Mai Shiranui as their first one, right?
And also Mai Shiranui is one of those signature heroes for Huajun. He's really good at playing with this hero.
And in the middle.
Yeah.
Trying to get the vision.
Trying to get the vision.
Gets the vision, but look at that. Take it to half of his HP.
Yeah. Oh, and that's something we can talk about with Ata. We see the lost HP gonna temporarily be remained as a shield. So he can actually use those targets to help him get recovered.
Tower shields have been shattered. Catapults moving out.
4 minutes mark. Trying to ambush Marco Polo, trying to surround him. WB has just set camp on the red buff jungle.
Yeah, pull him back, but Zhang Fei used his ultimate, just push everyone back. Ata's not here.
Trying his very best just to protect that red buff, right?
But that's kind of wasted because it's very crucial to let WE have that ultimate. But they have no idea.
And Nanjing right now already in level 9. He's got a gigantic level advantage compared to everyone else. Already has Axe of Torment. Look at that. 3 people from WB coming in, trying to invade, trying to control that blue buff.
Again, got him rescued. Well, they successfully steal away this blue buff. We see WB really have got some plan. Goes in, smite down, but now aiming to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's basic attack is too pain.
Shadow can do nothing, trying to support, trying to survive. It's not gonna be enough. Everything is looking red around the map as Beijing Weibo is taking all the resources and taking the kills.
It just made me feel like all those pace or all those movements. It is WB who's hand over WE. He's always moved 1 step earlier. It's their choice to whether we're gonna initiate those team fight or not.
There's nothing that WE can do right now.
Yeah, that's it.
XiAn WE right now can just try their very best just to collect on some resources, but they don't have damage, they don't have levels, they don't have items. what else can they do? Nuanyang right now is gigantic.
And also, WWE is already being so tired about dealing with those minion waves.
Yes.
Since Nuanyang has those gigantic advantages, he's gonna be fearless once he do the split push.
Look at that, one more time. Ata's gonna proc his ult, trying to run away, but then he's gonna be my Shiranui with the fans, gonna take him down.
Wow. What happened to WB? They show such aggressiveness.
Oh, right now, it's gonna proc his ult. TES.A is gonna try to run away. Uses his second ability. Uses his Master Lupin. It's not gonna be enough as Musashi Miyamoto comes in. It's gonna be a 1v1 trade.
1v1 trade, but Nuanyang's still alive, so he can easily just take this red buff away. Poor Miyamoto Musashi. He had no idea what he had lost. He had already lost those buffs for like 5 buffs in a row.
That Miyamoto Musashi right now is not gonna be a core member of the fights later, because right now he has died so many times. Like every single time that he dies and then he's gonna go back to base, all the time that he's going to waste waiting to revive just allows Nuanyang just to keep taking his resources.
Yeah.
Shadow level 10, Nuanyang already level 12, making it to level 13.
Yeah, such a gigantic gap. Well, due to the composition that WE just selected, Miyamoto Musashi, he should be a threat to Gen.G, to Xiao. But due to those deficits that he suffered right now, can't do that during the team fight.
Yeah, but Gen.G Xiao can use his second ability. He can use the Master Lupin's chains to take him away.
Yeah.
The Imperial Order comes in, taking An to 1/3 of his HP bar.
Wow, so for W right now, Marco Polo need to undertake.
Shadow is being brought back.
Things looks not that good to WE right now. Maybe the mid tower, they're just gonna let it go.
They cannot let that one go. If they let that one go, then what for? They're gonna have a throw you combo, right? Like the idea of that throw you is that the mid turret's gonna stay there for as long as possible.
Yeah. Oh, nice movement. Killing spree goes to Mai Shiranui.
Mai Shiranui takes one more kill.
It's just the time issue. Wow, though we really don't want to give up this mid tower, but the fact is, due to those deficits that they're suffering right now, they have no idea. It's just time issue.
It's just a time issue. That's right. Oh, TES.A being taken extremely low. Miyamoto Musashi just taking that kill. That might be gigantic for Shadow. Seeing you trying to start the fight. One more time, Mashirino with the flash comes in. It's going to be wild. Marco Polo trying to take her down. It's going to fall. And it's going to be one more kill for Nuanyang. It's going to be a double kill for the man.
Well, it's already a really nice chance for WE, and they do catch it, but again, because of the gold deficit, they can't successfully make that kill. And we can see how fast the support is, how fast the backup is for Beijing Weibo. They're just gathering together swiftly and let Nuanyang get in, instantly got double kill.
Yeah, even though TES.A fell, right? But then the W had to pay that with their jungler and their marksman. So it was a very good trade. Look at that. 2v1, all the abilities that were just used to try to finish on TES.A. Seeing you know that he's tanky enough to take the damage. And then just that, Mai Shiranui. The double assassin combo that the Beijing WB just decided to take.
Again, another team fight just happened in the mid. You see how huge Nuanyang is to be a threat to WE.
TianYun just fell in there, and then his precious mid turret fell with him.
As we mentioned, it's just time issue. They don't want to let it go, but we can see like there's already a 8,000 gold lead goes to WB.
8,000 gold lead, and right now they've got the doors open to take this Dark Tyrant.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes mark. And after they take down this Shadow Tyrant, they've even been more powerful, be more devastating when they're during this team fight. What's Zhang doing? He's like
just standing right over there. He tried to use his might to come in and try to steal that Tyrant.
But
he made the gamble and did not pay off.
Yeah, but the point is, in this kind of time, in this specific moment, he don't need to hazard to that tyrant.
Yeah, he doesn't have to.
Yeah, he doesn't have to.
Has destroyed a tower.
As long as you're alive, you're helping your team.
Yeah.
As long as you're alive.
For most, first you need to stay alive.
Red team.
Anyway, so after such a huge deficit, now W is going to be a little bit or really hard to deal with the situation right now.
Xiao just being extremely dangerous in there, right? Like he just landed 2 Imperial Orders straight to Marco Polo and to Qian. Landing those abilities, if he could have just jumped in, that's easy kills again.
And for Marco Polo, it's not easy for him to get in. For Marco Polo, these kind of heroes, he can do some poking, but we can see because of the gold deficit, actually it's most really tanky enough. It's really solid. He's gonna be like flagrant, just be there.
7,000 gold already for Tsumo, right?
Yeah, no one can push him back. He just stand there, just like, you banned me for 2 top laners.
I love it.
Stand there.
I love the option that Xiao is going for, right? Like he's going with Blood Rage.
Yeah.
Blood Rage for his next item. That's going to allow him to deal more damage. Look at that, Atta disappears from the map. The blood loss is going to be proc. It's not going to be enough. Right now, Chanfei is going to fall as well. The turret is going to follow him. It's only Shadow, Tianxin, and Pena trying to protect the high ground. More dragons are on their way.
And also there's a Vanguard spawn in the mid wave. What can WE do to deal with it? Now again, want to initiate the team fight, purify the pullback, purify the ultimate. He can escape from it, but what about Miyamoto Musashi just get in? But this is a 1 versus 4. Rampage goes to land. There's still a Vanguard at the top lane. What's gonna Marco do? Without that ultimate, without the purify, Crystal just be taken down. Victory goes to Beijing Weibo.
Beijing Weibo being a landslide. A gigantic Beijing Weibo presentation. Great performance for the boys. Take the victory, make it all the way to 2 points.
Wow, we need to admit, like, for today's game, it just made me feel like Beijing Weibo just totally lead the game, lead the whole pace, and they just really know how to tear their opponents up, how to like manipulate their opponents.
Good performance for them, like Nuanyan, the way that he was just farming around non-stop since the beginning.
Yeah.
Great rhythm for them. After yesterday's loss, after yesterday's performance in that last game, the boys went back to their hotels, and this is the kind of Beijing Weibo that we are expecting in every single BO1.
And this game is quite a big proof to them to let everyone know the strong, the tough Beijing Weibo come back again.
Congratulations to the boys. Sad for XiAn WE, right? XiAn WE, they tried their very best. They tried to find solutions to the problems, but it didn't work out.
It just made me feel like being put under such a huge pressure, WE just lost their pace. They don't know what they're gonna do. They don't have like quite a core player, or like they don't have a main strategy about how we're gonna turn this around. They have no idea. They are just kind of lost during the game.
I think that Shadow was completely targeted since the beginning. And when you have a Miyamoto Musashi as a jungler, you need to have advantage. And Lam and Nuanyan just completely taking everything.
Yeah.
It didn't matter that Zemo was targeted at the beginning, right? Like, Zemo was targeted at the BP. Zemo was targeted at the beginning of the game. And his teammates were able just to stand up and try to help him out.
And that's one thing that why we all always consider Beijing Weibo as such a strong team.
Yeah.
It's not because of one of the players is quite mechanical. It's not because one of those players is quite talented. It's because 5 of them, all of them, just being such a huge threat to their opponent.
Yeah. Beijing Weibo, another team that made it to the round 1 of our KPL qualifiers. Sadly for them, they weren't able to win on that best of 7, and they were put into this bloodbath that is going to be during these 4 days.
True, and after seeing this performance that they gave us, now I'm quite confident with Beijing Weibo right now.
Yeah, they showed what they're meant, what they're supposed to be showing every single time. They're a strong team. They just need to be stable, and then hopefully after the 9 games, I would say that they are a very hot pick for taking one of those 4 tickets to the next group stage. HuaJuan, mid laner from Beijing Weibo, is going to take the MVP, 27.5% damage. Gigantic HuaJuan as well.
For this game, actually you can see the Mai Shenui he played. For those rotation he did, you see like he's always be there, being such a huge threat, and he always want to use his skills to do some burst damage.
Yeah, he knew exactly whom to look for, right? Just completely locking in on Shadow, and look at that. He's going to proc the flash. Boom! Straight up, Marco Polo, launch on air, take down, set back home. One more time, look at that. The fan comes in, taking the mid laner away, taking that Marco Polo away as well.
And you can see like from those big team fights, actually those CC are quite completely be used or completely be followed up by his teammates, right? Everyone just doing that control step by step, and every damage, every CC just come up together.
HuaJuan knows that he doesn't need to be starting fights, right? Like HuaJuan knows that his job is going to be the same as Nuanyang. In the moment that the fight starts, right after Xiao Tun's Mo, or after seeing you have been soaking in so much damage, they know that they need to jump in and then just take away their backlaners.
Yeah, and that's maybe one of the reasons why Weibo chose to show such a aggressive composition combined with both Lam and also Mai Shenui.
Beijing Weibo making it to 2 points after 3 games. Right now they're going to be tied in 3rd place.
So actually things goes pretty well to Beijing Weibo, and one thing that you just mentioned is like being stable. That's quite important to all of those teams, being stable.
Yeah, of course, stability. In this meta where we are always just favoring the mid laners that can always clean wave fast, right? We're always saying like the options here, Shen Mengxi, Zhou Yu, Zhao Jun, those mid laners that can clean wave and then allow them to rotate. We can see that Mai Shenui would be a very good, interesting option against them.
And if you can really master this hero, that can bring you a victory.
Yeah, true. Now, let's move on with our game after interviews. So after game interviews, let's see who we got. We got Zimo from Beijing Weibo.
Hello， 子墨，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是北京微博子墨。
好，那第一个问题想问一下，在这个班 pick 环节的时候，看到他们对手其实是2班都针对到了你嘛？对此你有什么想说的吗？
也没什么说的吧，就是正常打就行了。
Okay, so our first question was like during the ban pick phase, actually their opponents aiming at Zimo and ban away several top laners, and what he wanted to say towards their opponents, and Zimo just said nothing special, just let them do it.
Let them come.
Yeah. So well, the second question would be, we can see like after yesterday's matchup, actually today you guys really bulked up and did a better performance. What's the secret of doing that? 我们看到在昨天其实最后一场失利之后呢，但是今天看到你们状态非常的好啊，请问你们昨天是有做什么复盘或者有做什么准备吗？
大家就是把状态调整一下嘛，就是把比赛当成最后一场来打的状态来打，对。
So the answer is just do some adjustment, just do some adaptation, and treat every game as the last game they're gonna play, and they did such a great performance. Yep. All right, so our last question would be, are you confident enough to deal with the next of those few matchups? 那最后一个问题啊，就想简单问一下，对接下来比赛有信心吗？
肯定有信心的。
All right, feel fulfilled with confidence. 那非常感谢你接受我们的采访，也是期待你们接下来更加精彩的表现。谢谢子墨。
A man of very few words. straight to the point.
Yeah.
Straight to the point. When you are confident and then when you know that your destiny is in your hands, there's not that many things to say.
Yeah, just like nothing special. We'll just do our best and that's it. Perform well.
That's true. Well, let's check on the highlights from this game too. There's a couple details that we want to share with everyone. So whenever that you go online on the game, like you can always try your very best to imitate what the professionals are doing, right? Look at that. Right over there. This is very important. That was at the minute, not even 1 minute of the game. Seeing you being there, trying to stop from 556 to move in, allowed XiAn to know that the most HP bar was very low. So just XiAn being able to clean the wave and move in is exactly what you want to do in this meta.
Yeah, and that's actually a highlight done by XiAn, done by WE.
Look at that Huajun coming from the red buff jungle. Comes in, and the double assassin. That double assassin strategy is lethal.
That's we can highlight this smooth coordination between these two junglers, between these two core players.
All right. Game 3 is going to bring us Shanghai EDG.M against Jinan RW. Let's have a little break and let's be back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to today's third game. EDG.M play against RW. We can see, like, we already saw the performance that EDG.M offered us from today's first game that they play against DYG at the first round, and they successfully won that game by using Meng Tian paired up with Lang Bo. And also we can see for today, EDG.Ms are showing their aggressiveness. They're trying to gain themselves more chances, which is going to be a really good sign for them. So on the other side, we can talk a little bit more about Jinan RW. Well, today's going to be the second day, and for yesterday's performance, RW quite surprised us. While they had 2 games for yesterday and 1 win, 1 loss. And for the last game they played yesterday, they played against Guangzhou TTG, and they won that game in quite a smooth pace. It just feels like RW really did a lot of preparation for today's KIC, for this tournament. We can see RW, they try to prioritize their bottom lane, which is going to be yesterday's Gen.G, which is going to be played by Huayun, and he really undertake that responsibility and help RW to gain that victory. So for today's game, actually we might see 2 different types of playing style, because for these 2 teams, I know that a lot of you may already know that EDG.M are playing quite aggressively. So might on this round on the red side, they still gonna be consistent with the composition that they selected for the last time, for the last turn, which is gonna be 2 very solid tank to be the front lane, and also paired up with some aggressive winning lane for those marksmen or for those junglers. And on the other side, for RW, for yesterday's performance, they're trying to do those pushing forward strategy. Rather than initiate those big team fight, it seems like they really prefer to just show such a great protection to Huayun and protect him to push forward by using those minion waves.
Yes, let's wait and see if Jinan RW can keep showing us the great performance that they had yesterday. And let's see if Shanghai EDG.M already taking 1 victory today. Can they make it 2?
Can they make it 2? Because after today's game, actually, EDG.M is going to finish most of their games, most of their chances.
Yeah,
right?
This is going to be their 5th game in the series out of 9. This is going to be their 2nd game of today. Let's see if they can make it into 1 more point, taking them all the way to 3.
And to our surmise, we suppose EDG.M just want to be consistent with the last composition that they selected in the first round, which is going to be Meng Tian paired up with Lamber. Let's see, will they do that? Or will they change to another thing?
Master Lupin seems to be the option right now. Master Lupin, Meng Tian, Chen Mengxi.
Well, quite solid. But they need something more aggressive. They need some core players. They need some core heroes, which are going to be the marksman and the jungler. They want to use these 2 positions to do the counter pick.
They're not going to have Lupin number 7.
Definitely, for sure. RW was like, you want to finish it? No.
Let's wait and see. We know Meng Tian, one of the best combinations would be Jing, right? Jing is still an option, still out there. Could be an option for them, for EDG.M, trying to play that Jing in there as a combo with Meng Tian.
Yeah, that's going to be a really nice choice. So let's see, will they just take Jing? Because we saw the performance, we saw Yuan, how he performed for the first game. He's really in his good mood right now.
Yukio Tachibana is going to be the option.
Ooh, wow. Well, after we saw those ban picks they already did, after we saw the positions they are already settled, I believe this game's going to be explosive. Everyone just do it head to head. You can see it.
The game is going to be explosive. The option from RW, Dong Huan Tai to try to protect Gong Sun Li. Is it going to be enough, as you were going to have Meng Tian on the other end? The thing about that Forsaken contract, the ultimate option for Dong Huan Tai, if it locks down on Meng Tian might even become tankier than that Dong Huan Tai, and that Dong Huan Tai is going to die before even Meng Tian is going to disappear.
Yeah, that's something really important for those heroes, for Dong Huan Tai, because once he suppresses someone, it's going to be a H-bar trade. So once the target that's surprised by you is much more tanky than you, what are you going to do? You'll die first, right?
Let's wait and see. Jinan RW is going to go with Song, Aoshen, Chen Feng, HuaYun, and Buqi. Buqi is going to be playing support. Let's see if he can allow HuaYun to have more options. We've seen already after today that then when Lady Sun does not have a big advantage at the beginning, when Lady Sun cannot farm the way that she needs to farm to get into the mid game, the damage is not going to be that big a threat.
Yeah. And actually from those compositions, we can see RW did some change, because if we go through those compositions that they have for yesterday, these were not that kind of aggressive composition. It's more like they just want to make sure they're just smoothly form up and just push the lane. The most important goal for them is to take down those towers. But on the contrary, we can see for today's first performance that they're gonna do, they showed us such an early game playing style.
Yeah, but very much aggressive, right? Very, very much aggressive from the side from RW. They know they need to go all in. Come on, there's nothing to defend here. They played yesterday 2 games. They had a good win against Guangzhou TTG. They could not beat Chengdu AG, but taking a dub right now against Shanghai EDG.M would put them in 2 points out of 3 games.
Yeah, if they won it, that's going to be a huge chance for them to make it through. So let's take a look. Anyway, like in short, these 2 teams, they're going to be explosive for this game, especially after upgrade to level 4.
After they make it to level 4, right? Like the rank of that Mengtian is going to level up a lot right after level 4. Let's see what Ata can do in that top lane.
The same as for Donghuang Taiyi from the blue side, so let's just take a look. We can hear those crowds.
The crowd going crazy for their Jinan RW and for their Shanghai EDG.M. The first 2 minutes are going to be critical for EDG.M, right?
Yeah.
Because RW has Buqi that before level 4, it's not going to be a huge threat. If Mengtian can make it to level 4 before Song, that's going to be another power play. Let's see, Yukio Tachibana starts on the blue buff. So it means that for the 2 minutes mark, he's going to be already there in top lane, waiting to see what Mengtian can do.
Yeah. And what's more, we can see both of the junglers, their passing routes is the same.
Yeah.
From the red buff to from the blue buff to the red one.
Yeah, both of them are going to clash on the top lane in about 15-20 seconds time.
That's something to do with the ultimate that we've just mentioned. Once Mengtian just upgrade to level 4, that's going to be the first chance for EDG.M to call for attacking.
Exactly, and that could happen at any moment. As right now we can see Yukio Tachibana on top lane already moving in, trying to spot where Ata is.
Ooh, want to initiate those brawls and force out Yanming's splash.
Yanming's splash is going to be forced out. Buqi, still on level 2, is going to have to proc his flash to run away. Cooldown of 120 seconds.
Well, we can see Rock is really in his condition.
Yeah, he's been so good today, right? Like, first game was an amazing performance. And right now, even though he's facing Kung Sun Lee and Tung Huan Tai combo in here, like, not looking bad, not looking weak at all.
Yeah, and even more, we can see HuaYun already used his frenzy, but he didn't shut down Rock's HP bar.
Yeah.
So that's quite, wow, impressive.
After the first 2 minutes are gone, nothing that EDG.M could do in their strongest moment of the game, right? Like, that 2 minutes mark was critical for them. They could not take any profit, any benefits from that. And let's see how the pattern of the junglers is going to change after it.
Because after all, these 2 teams, for these 2 compositions are going to be really explosive. Everything could happen. And once it begins, it's going to be big team fight.
Look at that. It's going to be Yanmong that is going to be locked down. It's going to pay, and it's going to be first blood for Jinan RW.
It's a quite smart movement, quite nice catch done by RW because they know Lu Wan's flash still in cooldown, so they just catch the chance.
They just had to go for it. Like, you need to have that kind of information, right? For a lot of people who are new to our game, communication and how to transfer that information to your teammates is vital when making these kind of decisions. Bootsy already on level 4. His ultimate is available, not his flash though. Suppress going down, but it's exactly what we talked about. Yenmong being tanky enough to take that Forsaken contract. Bootsy is going to fall, is going to level things to 9,700, 9,800 gold.
The reason why Bootsy tried to use the ultimate to suppress Lu Wan, it is because he will gain extra damage down by those turrets.
Yeah.
But he seems like forgot it's still before 4 minutes. That also means Lu Wan's gonna be under the protection offered by that turret.
Well, sad for him. That's the problem when he just used his flash at the beginning, right? Like, he could have actually just waited for Master Lupin to lock him in and then use his flash to go on Lady Sun. But he just wasted his flash in the first minute and a half of the game, and his flash was still in CD.
Oh, but on the other hand, good news is, well, he saved it. Well, maybe, right? Everything has like two sides. Every coin has two sides.
It depends on how you want to see it.
Yeah. And it depends how he's gonna use it. If he just save it but never use it, that's gonna be useless.
Ning being taken extremely low. He does not use his ult yet. He knows that he wants to keep that ulti to fight for the Tyrant or the Overlord.
And now
he has his flash right now.
Yeah, that's gonna be exactly the time we mentioned about. Here comes Ata.
Okay, that song coming from behind is going to come in. They're not gonna try to nail down the EDG.M players, but that turret is going to fall. It's going to be a bottom and top lane trade for the turrets.
It's gonna be a fair trade, tower for tower. Now, from now on, everything just will go chaotic. Because since Gong Sun Li is released from the bottom lane, actually that's going to be a good news to RW.
Yeah. You need to understand the timing of the game, right? Like, the game has different stages. Right after Gong Sun Li is out of that laning stage, allowing her to move around, that's when the big fights, when we're going to have a lot more fighting in other areas.
Yeah. For heroes like Gong Sun Li, he needs freedom. He needs to be liberal. Because that also means he can accelerate the pace. He can lead something.
Aoshen's farming speed is not being as fast as Yuan.
That's actually some problem that we saw for today, because that's exactly the same thing that happened from the formal match.
Yes, exactly. Like, they're trying, but the difference on the junglers is going to the speed that they just farmed is going to define the rhythm of the game.
Yeah. It's more like a 1-1 solo, not like you're doing a melee fight. It's more like you're just having sort of competition about who's going to farm me off quicker, who's going to farm me off faster. That also means who's going to offer much more damage during the team fight.
Toyu, the Flames of War, trying to taking that turret down to half.
But that's going to be a little difficult since these two mages that both teams have selected are
look
really
at Bootsy, he's going to suppress, but what he's going to lock down is going to be a Monkey. Monkey is going to survive on that. And right now it's going to be Gong Sun Li that is going to fall. Ata proxies ult, but it's going to be wide. Right now, Yukio Tachibana comes from behind. He's got a great positioning. It's going to be a 2-0 trade for EDG.M.
Such a nice team fight, and that's exactly because of the crucial team fight tank that is Ningzhi, that is Meng Tian. He soaked in so many damage that dealt by the opponent.
Like, he's against so many abilities, right?
Yeah.
I feel like all the crucial abilities from RW, all of them were just sucked in by Ningzhi.
And this is the point that you just mentioned during that draft. once he suppressed someone like by Donghuang Taiyi,
Yeah.
but what if no damage can do that burst damage to put him down? That's gonna cause a problem.
Yeah.
Because everyone just used so many damage, waste on Meng Tian, but could not take that guy down. So what's gonna do for the next?
Donghuang Taiyi is a very interesting support, right? Because by just being able to suppress heroes down, you completely just take them out of the formula, right? But if you cannot suppress Gong Sun Li, if you're not able to suppress the marksman, for example, if you're not able to suppress the mid laner, you're going to die before you can actually take on a person down.
Yeah. So in another word, it also means like the flash gonna be really crucial.
Yes.
He need to know exactly who's gonna be his target. Not Meng Tian, not gonna be Meng Tian, maybe Lu Ban, but he need to follow up by the damage dealt by his allies.
How do you go around Meng Tian?
That's the problem.
That's the thing. Like that's a huge question for everyone. How do you get around Meng Tian in order to get to the back lane?
And that's something that we can talk about by Meng Tian, by this specific hero.
Yeah.
Because something made it to be such a meta pick, meta tank. It is because he has got a troop once he uses his ultimate.
Look at that. Bootsy is going to do the Forsaken counter one more time against non-carries. It's going to be taken on Yanmeng. Yanmeng will survive, but Bootsy is going to fall.
Well, to be honest, like want to do some initiation, it is a good thing. Like it shows your aggressiveness, but sometimes you can't just rush it. You can't just like go too deep to it. You need to like stay clear, stay calm, and think about what's next, what you want from this team fight, and that's gonna be the point. You can't just go for it, straightly go for it.
That's not the way that this game works. It is not the game. There's the way that this game works. 10 minutes. Shadow Tyrant. 1/3 of HP. Let's see who's going to take it.
Look at Meng Tian. Oh, flash in!
Flashes in. Trying to deal more damage. It's not going to be enough, but the Dark Tyrant is still being available. It's going to be EDG.M that is going to lock that objective down.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly the main reason about what makes Meng Tian such a meta pick. Once he used his ultimate, it just made him from an individual to a troop. He's gonna be the general which gonna have or surrounded by 4 soldiers and make it to a lineup. So it's gonna be a little bit difficult for you to like sneak around, sneak to the rear. That's gonna not happen. It's not gonna happen.
Once he summons the young generals, look at that.
Pull back.
Being taken extremely low. It's gonna be pulled back by Yanmeng. It's going to give them the power play for 30 more seconds. That turret in mid lane is going to fall. The rotation is going to keep going all the way down to the red buff jungle.
We can see Lam try to do something. Lam is invisible for EDG.M. He's ambushing in somewhere in the rear. It's gonna be a nice position, but
Trying to find Ming, but Ming is just being very, very careful.
They got that kind of awareness.
Yes.
They're finding Lam. They're trying to find him out.
They know that if Lam is not visible on the map, that someone needs to have
That's
that
gonna be
responsibility, right?
Yukio Tachibana. Yuan's taking this responsibility.
Oh, the kitty bombs come in. Toyu's been taken extremely low. Now it's going to be Yuan that is going to follow. So they're going to be a 1-to-1 trade, but HuanYun is going to follow them as well. Bootsy taken extremely low. He cannot survive. He won't be able to protect Ocean. And it's going to be only Song and Bootsy, the responsible to try to stop this parade.
It's only 12 minutes, and from this 1-3 trade, now the mid lane just arrived. Let's see what RW gonna push back. But Ata just be pulled back by Lu Ban, and the damage down on him, he's been taken down. Another killing spree. It's gonna be an ace to RW. Still got minion waste on the bottom, and now they're heading for the victory. Go for the crystal. Congratulations to Shanghai EDG.M.
Shanghai EDG.M taking the second win of today, making it all the way to 3 points.
Wow, we can see for today's performance, EDG.M is really into this game. And it seems like they're really well prepared for every battle, for every matchup. Nice one. Such a nice performance. And also EDG.M, they're doing it step by step. They know exactly what they want and they know who's going to be the core player and they show a fully understanding towards the matter, towards the composition.
Good understanding, right? Like in EDG.M today has been having great performances. RoK being gigantic today in both matches.
And also Yuan. Like these two core players, they really undertake their responsibility and bring the victory to their team. A thumbs up from Ningzhi to his team members. Like, good job, bro.
Good job.
Good job.
Well done.
Another win goes to Shanghai EDG.M.
I think that RW had an idea of what they wanted to do. They got on that Donghuan Tai pick for their support, right? But when the other side has Meng Tian, when the other side has Master Lupan, heroes that are very versatile, heroes that can just protect their back laners so well, it's almost impossible to go around them. So Puzi's option with the Donghuan Tai might not have been the best.
And I guess that's something that they need to work on because yesterday's matchup, we've already seen how great they are of doing those farming up, of doing pushing.
Yeah.
But instead, like for today's matchups, for today's first performance, they take out such an aggressive composition, but maybe some small problems still remain in their team, so that makes them lose this game.
You cannot just change the way that you're playing from one day to the other, right? They thought that they could be a little bit more aggressive against EDG.M, but sadly for them, it was not the result that they were expecting.
So, well, actually, once they take that composition out, we were expecting like maybe they prepared something new.
Yeah.
They prepared something like different, but it shows out that they still need to do some work on it.
They still need to work a little bit on the details, but well, they still have a long time, right? Like they played only 3 games and they won 1 out of those 3. So they're not in that bad of a position. They just need to go back to their hotels and really think about what they're going to do.
Yeah.
They still have 1 more game today, so they really need to think about it.
Yeah, first thing, if they do want to use those kind of composition to show their aggressiveness, maybe they need to like have a really nice composition and find out the problem. That's going to be the first thing. And the second thing is, if they do think like they are not able to master that kind of aggressiveness, maybe they just go back to the composition that they are most familiar with.
Go back to what it works. If it is not broken, don't change it. There's no need to fix something that is not broken.
Yeah.
So let's wait and see what they can do. On the other side, EDG.M.
Oh, I'm quite surprised about today's performance, to be honest. It's quite like, well, for EDG.M, we all know like they are quite aggressiveness, but sort of unstable. They really need that kind of state. They really need that kind of momentum, you know.
Yes.
They need to be in that game, then can help them to get a better performance. And for today's matchup, all of those matchups, they did a great job.
Yanmeng is going to take the MVP for this game. EDG.M's Yanmeng, their support.
Damage taken, 32.6%.
Almost invincible, that.
Yeah.
Look at that. Comes in, he just waits, trying to spot where HuaYun is. As he comes in, locks in HuaYun, nothing to do.
It shows like the thing that he's doing is not only just simply want to initiate the team fight, it's more like he knows which gonna be his true target, and he just go for it.
Look at that, one more time. Just allowing the core players just to survive. It is not only about initiation, it's about like being able to help your teammates to find the right spot in the map.
That's it, like take down the core player. No matter how many kills you get, you need to take down the main character in your opponent's lineup.
True. Well, Jinan RW, sadly for them, they're gonna have to wait until a little bit later on today. They still have 1 more match today, right?
Yeah. They still
They're
have...
going to be playing Beijing Weibo on our Game 7.
On Game 7 round for RW, they still have got time. They still have got 3 matchups to go. Like, let them to have more time to just settle down, to calm down and find out the problem. And let's see like what they can do for the next 10 matchup. And we can see the rank changed again. And for EDG.M, for the day when it just started, they possessed at 8, right?
Yeah.
And then they go for 4. And now, temporary, they're now the first place.
They're top of the league right now. They're at the top right now. They've got 3 wins. They've got 3 wins, and let's wait and see what EDG.M's players they have to say about their performance. Let's go to the interviews.
Have a short interview. Let's see who's going to be with us. Hello, 袁先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是上海 EDG 文员。
那恭喜你们啊，拿下了今天这一场比赛的胜利。看到其实你们今天的状态是非常非常好的。请问你们在这个比赛之前的话，是有做什么特殊这种加油打气啊，或者之类的吗？
我们可能就赛前调整了一下心态吧，估计。
Okay. Our first question is, what made him like be in such a good condition, right? What make it? And Yuan just said it's because they really cheered up before the matchup, and also like they do believe each other. All right. For the next question, it's going to be like for today's matchup, we can see you really had got a really nice composition, and also you show your aggressiveness, especially you guys keep watching on the core players from your opponents. What's the secret? 那我们看到今天的这一局比赛当中，你们有意识的在盯对面的一些关键点，就是团队的协作好像做得非常好。这个沟通是怎么样处理的呢？
沟通的话，就赛前就和训练赛差不多吧，叫他们多打捞一下，就嘻嘻哈哈的，可能就在比赛中心态不会受影响，可能就话多一点。
好的。So the answer is they just act like they're doing those trainings, and so they do have a really nice vibe, and that makes them to go through a much better conversation. Okay, so congratulations again for you to got this win, and looking forward to those follow matchups. 感谢你接受我们的采访，然后也是期待你们更加精彩的表现。
I love when Yuan just said, like, you know what, like, we just need to get, like, in the rhythm of the game by just enjoying the game, right? They just need to talk.
Yeah.
If you talk to your teammates and you enjoy the game, things start flowing better. That's for sure. It happens in anything in life. Every time that you start doing what you enjoy, and when you're enjoying the process, the results are just going to be the ones that are going to be fair to your performance.
Yeah, sometimes you just go for like, why so serious? Take
Why
it
so
easy.
That is true. Well, let's keep going, moving forward. The highlights are ready here. We want to show you a little bit more about those techniques, right? Let's pay attention. Look at that, a 2v2. And then that over there, the ATA, just the way that the ATA just completely locks in everything. We talked about this one on how Yanmeng take the MVP because he was able to find the right moments to come in and then just lock in the carry players from RW.
And that's some highlights that we saw from EDG.M. Also for this one, we can keep our eyes on Luban.
Not only on Luban, like Ming played really well.
True.
Shenmeng Xi just with the kitty bombs, completely destroying down the HP bars from the other players.
Like the teamwork was so tight.
Yes.
Everyone just coordinate and everyone just play it together as a teamwork.
All right. Game 3 is gone. Game 4 is on its way. Let's have a little rest. We'll be back. Game 4. Chengdu AG against Shenzhen DYG.
These two teams have already showed their showcases before. For AG, they did a really great job yesterday, and for Shenzhen DYG, unfortunately, they lost the first game that they performed for today. So this is going to be their second chance.
Yep. Shenzhen DYG already playing 4 games, still have 2 points. It took wins yesterday against Changsha TES and Guangzhou TTG. And they sadly have lost against Suzhou KSG and today against a gigantic Shanghai EDG.M. They were unable to go out with the victory.
Yeah, we can see actually DYG has their own understanding towards this matter or how they're gonna build up their composition, because they sort of be consistent with using Xiao as a support, right? Well, but sadly they didn't got the win for today's first game, and now they are going to play against Chengdu AG Wang, who already got 2 wins in a row.
Yep, Chengdu AG already 2 wins. Shenzhen DYG already 2 wins. Whoever that takes this one is going to tie EDG.M on top of the league.
So that's the most interesting fact about doing BO1. Let's see, AG on the blue side, and on the contrary, DYG on the red side.
Chengdu AG against Shenzhen DYG, the first round of bans. Donghuan Tai and Meng Tian and Gongsun Li, gone. All of the 3 of them, gone. Zhou Yu, gone.
Oh, wow, wait a minute. Daqiao's outside. Daqiao's open.
If it is open and if it is out there, I need to take it.
And pay attention, Fuzi is also open.
Fuzi is open. Now, how is Shenzhen DYG going to answer to that?
That's
we know that this whole Dacia strategy is just so strong. I know that Gongsun Li is not an option, but Chengdu AG, they could still take Fuzi.
Yeah, that's it.
That's gonna be the one. It's gonna be a Fuzi and Daqiao. Another good, and there's a lot of very good options for marksmen whenever that you have a Dacia composition and you don't have Gongsun Li. Gen.G is one of them. Li Yuanfang is one of them as well.
Yeah. It just feels like once you got Daqiao, it just, just increase your ceiling. We can put it like that, you know. Just like put your composition to offer it more flexibility. And since for DYG, they need to deal with it.
Let's see what they're going to do. For the Daqiao strategy, just having a very quick mid laner, a mid laner that can clean wave very fast, it's important. Zhao Jun, an option. Now the second round of bans is going to be critical for Chengdu AG because they do not want to allow DYG to have any heroes that could destroy their system. Guan Yu, one of those heroes. Nakoruru, another of those heroes. Xiang Yu, one of those heroes. They don't want any hero that could push everyone out of that TP tunnel.
I guess Xiang Yu may be the one that they want to ban away. As you just mentioned, if you want to deal with Daqiao's teleports, Lü Bu, the same. Because, actually our game is a 3D game.
Yeah.
So the exact time that when Lü Bu land on his ultimate, the height that he's gonna knock his opponents into the air, if you seize that moment, it can let you, get away from the teleportation.
So it means that they would just lose their opportunity to move into the TP tunnel just by Lü Bu landing that falling god at the right time.
The same as the ultimate done by Lian Po and also the second skill done by Xiao. It's the same height because it's 3D game.
That is so nice. That is an amazing piece of information for everyone at home, right? Like even more ways how to really counter that Dacia strategy.
But that's kind of tricky, You need to exactly seize that moment.
Let's see. Concert Yu is going to be the option.
Concert Yu kind of gonna be nice, and more it's just once whenever they take out Concert Yu as a marksman, it's more like a defensive marksman. It's more like, okay, I don't want to put my bottom lane to lose, to fall behind. So I just use it to clean the wave, nothing more. You just need to clean the wave and mission complete.
In a matchup against Lady Sun, Concert Yu does not want to have those 1v1s, right? As you just mentioned, it's just cleaning wave and then just moving away. Concert Yu's damage is going to be online very late in the game. One of those very item-dependent heroes. But I don't see a lot of magical damage that could be dealt from DYG, right? More than what Shen can deal. There's not much magical damage that could be a danger for Yinwo.
Oh, see, DYG is being so consistent with Xiao Dun. Well, it's gonna be a good choice if DYG really can initiate those big team fight, because for Concert Yu or for those damage can be dealt by AG gonna be really useful towards these two solid front lane, which gonna be Zhang Fei and Xiao Dun. But the problem is, I guess AG don't want to do those big team fight with you.
No, AG doesn't want to fight. Not at least not in the early game. There's nothing for them to take in the early game more than just moving around and trying to take turrets. TES.A is going to be aggressive by taking smite with her, moving in, going and invading, TPing away of that. I think that they don't want to fight. They're just moving around, trying to slow down the other team's jungler.
You just mentioned about really interesting things. Like once he's carrying smite, actually once she like just carrying smite, it's gonna be sort of risky because usually TES.A would carry with disrupt or like purify. By using smite, if she just prioritize the second ability with Jing and just go there, steal it away, and come back home, that's gonna be sort of annoying.
So if TES.A and Jing are going to start invading, right, like taking that double smite, what does Xiao and TianYun want to do? Do they want to try to defend that jungle, or do they want to go and trade jungle with Chengdu AG?
Well, actually for those compositions that DYG selected, they are tough enough to push back. But the time is, if they really want to do this ping fight, the ultimate provided by Zhang Fei gonna be really crucial, because that's the only ability they can push all those enemies away from TES.A's second ability.
Let's wait and see. That ability has a very long cooldown. That ability is not available all the time. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Let's see the rotations in mid lane. Let's see what DYG and AG can do.
Ooh, let's check DYG.
Got a DYG jumping in.
That's quite smart. They just use these two tanks to go to the opponent's blue side to distract them, feeling like, okay, we're trying to invade. But the true plan is, look, Miyamoto Musashi, what's he doing right now?
He took the red, and no one has yet even having an idea that he's doing that. They haven't spotted, they haven't had the idea, the time or the opportunity to go into the opponent's jungle. When Jing is gonna make the rotation down to her red buff and realize that there's nothing there for her, that's gonna be heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's just like when once he go into the red buff, he was like, what? Is there any thief?
What just happened to all my resources?
Why is this disappeared? Or just like, something goes wrong with my field. Nothing has spawned.
Xiao already in level 4.
Well,
and
that's something.
Wei Yan has nothing to do more than just come into mid lane and try to get gold from the minions.
Yeah, because once we thought, we saw before would be like it could be some trade. But for Xiao, he just goes straight in that and grab anything he can get. He cleaned up all those monsters.
You just touched a very interesting point, right? Like how the tanks just gave the idea that they wanted to invade the blue buff. Everyone was just so worried about protecting the blue buff that nobody thought on just going down to red.
That's quite brave, but it still brings him the profit. They're quite glad about this beginning. Since now Xiao has got a level lead. And also that's quite important to heroes like Miyamoto Musashi, because that also means he can quicker to pile up his items.
Right now DYG doing the rotation, moving in from top lane straight into the blue buff. Wang does not have the ability to protect that one. It's going to be fights on both ends. It's going to be TianYun taking the first kill on Trampei.
Yeah, it seems like DYG has split up to 2 different battlefields, but after it's already been done, this is a 1-1 trade. Support trade for jungler. Ooh. Yeah. So actually, DYG is gonna win the upper hand.
Of course, like Wang didn't have to engage in that fight. Like there's nothing that you can do to try to protect that blue buff, and at the end of the day, he was taken extremely low, and he had to pay with his life.
Yeah, so that's gonna be so painful for Wang. And for Jing, this kind of hero, he's gonna be the core player. Yep. Once he loses all those buffs, all those resources, he don't want enough money to buy more items.
I just love XiAn in there, just showing up a 1v2 and he can still take the kill.
And that's something to do when you got gold lead or level lead when you're playing Miyamoto Musashi.
Jinan moving in down. Sage's Might still on Jinan. Jinan is gonna have to proc his ult. He's receiving a lot of damage. It's not going to be fatal though.
4 minutes, and now there's a little bit gold lead goes to DYG, and everything seems pretty well since Xiao got such a huge advantage.
Look at that frozen down. Chuan's taken to half of his HP. The kitty bombs come in, trying to stop Wang from coming to protect this blue buff. Wang knows he cannot die one more time. He just decides to let the blue go away and then just take it for DYG.
DYG is playing quite smart. They're just like, you know, keep attacking. Wait, let's check the riverside.
Look at that, Jinan being taken down. Sage's Might is going to defeat him. Fuzi taking 1 kill.
And that's gonna be the turning point for AG. Once they take down Zhang Fei, that also means without the double smite, DYG is not able to keep invading to AG's field. So that's gonna buy AG more time to, you know, just get back on track to go for their own strategy.
Blue team has
I don't think that Wang has been able to take even 1 blue since the beginning of the game.
Poor guy.
It's been 5 minutes and I don't think that Wang has been able to take his first blue. It's all Xiao everywhere. So Xiao already in level 9, moving forward towards level 10.
Yeah, Xiao is quite experienced, and also Xiao, this guy have been played for such a long time, and also he's been rotate both jungler and also he played marksman before, but both core players.
If you know how to play, on different positions, that gives you a different understanding of the game. The Sage's Might is going to lock Chuan down. XiAn cannot make the control C.
And also he don't want to waste his control C on Xiao. That's gonna be sort of wasted. So they just want to save it and do more like important things. Again, the blue buff was spawned.
Oh, Jinan with a vital ulti that is going to send 2 players from AG down. There's nothing they can do to protect this turret. 2-0 trade for DYG.
This ultimate was like unpredictable. No one was expect that Zhang Fei would do that ultimate from that side. But he just directly did it.
Look at that, Jinan comes in from the side. Boom!
Wow.
2 people on, and the 2 of them just vanished from the map.
Wow, this combo just be like fully used, and it's pretty nice. And this game, DYG is such a huge advantages right now, because actually they keep attacking, you can see it, right? And by those attacking pace, actually they just break the strategy that AG want to do. They're never able to do those split up push.
They are not being able to split push at all.
They're too busy to do those counter attacks.
DYG just has full control of the game right now. Look at that, bottom lane, 1v1. Jin's gonna proc her mirror. Xiao is gonna try to keep going. He does not have his ult. Wang is going to run away.
Whoa. You can see there's totally 2 different states for those junglers which just show up behind our game board.
Wei Yang only in level 10 and Xiao Yi already in level 12.
Wow.
There was nothing he could have done in that 1v1.
Yeah, and also for Miyamoto Musashi, this hero, once he piled up, once he's fully decked out, he's going to be a huge threat to those backlaners.
He's going to be a threat for Xiao Yi, right? I think that Xiao Yi is going to be the one that is going to be the most worried about that Miyamoto Musashi.
Because as we mentioned about those compositions when we're doing the band pick phases, for AG, they don't want to push back. They don't want to take those team fights. They just want to do those like split push.
Yeah, they want to split push, but it's not working really well. Right now, it's going to be the first time that I'm going to see the rotation from Xiao and Concert Yu from top lane to bottom lane.
Trying to gain some time, trying to buy more time for their team.
8 minutes and 30 seconds, a 1,300 gold lead for DYG.
Oh, nice ultimate. Found Zhang Fei, but what's more, they need to teleport back to home.
The damage was not enough to force Jinan to use his ultimate.
Jinan is not afraid of those small AoE damage or those poking damage right now. Because as we can see, there's a huge gold lead right now, especially most depends on those jungler. Xiao Yi has got 2,000 gold lead.
Only XiAn has a little advantage for AG.
But he's a Fuzi. There's like little things that he can do to turn this thing around.
And he's only got Ominous Premonition. He doesn't have any other items but that Ominous Premonition.
Those things that he buy, those items he bought, just build up his HP or just like offer him more armor defense.
Look at that, the Eye of the Whirlpool comes in. It's going to bring back XiAn that is going to come in. Does he have his ult? He does not have it allowed. It's going to be a 1-0 trade as it's only going to be Jinan, the support from DYG, that is going to fall.
Nice catch by AG. We can see from that combo that AG just made, ultimate offered by Zhao Jun and also the first skill offered by Da Qiao. These like small like combo help them to take Zhang Fei down.
XiAn is just like locking in whoever that he can lock in.
Yeah.
I love that. Like he's just not waiting for he's just not holding to his ultimate for too long. Like he's just being very aggressive. We can see that right now the Dark Tyrant is gonna go for AG.
It's just like XiAn said something like, I had no choice. I just go for it.
Just jumping in, that is true. Inuo is going to be the core player for AG if they want to turn this tide around. Like everything's going to depend on Inuo being able to find the right moment to lock in Langchen.
And the most thing he needs to do is first build the most crucial items to offer him the armor piercer. Because the front laner goes to DYG is quite strong, quite hard to be dealt with.
A pretty tanky DYG, right?
Yeah. So maybe I guess Starbreaker is also necessary in this game.
Starbreaker is going to be a necessary item. The TP tunnel is going to be wide. XiAn does not get in.
The reason why he didn't get in is because he supposed, like in his mind, he thought there's going to be a chance because he pulled 2 men back. So he tried to step forward, but the problem is, as we've mentioned, even he pulled 2 men back, but there's no more damage can be done to those solid front line.
Shadow Ripper, Eternity Blade, and Starbreaker, the options for Concert Yu right now, 3 damage items. Concert Yu's damage right now is something to be worried about.
So for AG, they need to keep Inuo into a quite safe position.
Yes.
Let him do more output. 12 minutes right now. 2,000 gold lead, most on Xiao Yi.
They have the vision. They know that Jing is not going to be part of this fight. Now Miyamoto Musashi just trying to find Jing.
If they are going to do a solo, I guess Xiao Yi is going to win the upper hand due to the gold lead.
Yeah, such a big gold lead right now.
So for Jing, for Wei Yang, he just need to sneak in and push some lanes forward, but can't go furthermore. Just need to push one lane and retreat. Wait for the next chance. 12 minutes. While for DYG, they really try to force some team fight, since Sun Changxiang's already had some important items and Xiao is quite good, and also these two front lanes quite solid. Whoa, nice one!
One more time, the Sage's Might is going to be procced in, it's going to take on Xiao Hotun, it's not going to be enough, he's taking extremely low, still taking damage, Jing is going to disappear! And the same as Xiao Hotun, they're going to fall, it's going to be a trade, a top laner to a jungler.
But again, this 1-1 trade is again jungler for a top liner, which gonna be a deficit for AG. Well,
as long as Ino is alive, there's still hope.
Yeah, that's it. That's true.
Jueming's damage is pretty low, is pretty high already. Forcing Ino to decide to take on a Succubus Cloak as his option for his 5th item.
Because we can see for Jueming, those items he chose, he tried to pile up those magical pairs, right?
Void Staff, right?
3 of the items, all for like building up those magical pairs.
He knows that he's going to be critical to get Consort Yu, right? Because Consort Yu's ability allows her to be immune to physical damage, but not magical damage. And that's going to be Jueming's goal. Like his job is going to be trying to let that Consort Yu's HP bar at least to half, using those kitty bombs, the range from his attack, limiting a little bit what Ino could do.
Especially when Consort Yu wants to deal in some damage or using her first skill, she's just gonna stand there. So it's gonna make him to be an easy target to Jueming, to Shen Mengxi. 14 minutes.
Shadow bangers are spawning in.
And we can see DYG unleash the strongest vanguard on the top.
That Yan's being completely attacked. Jing's jumping in, procs her mirror. Is not gonna be able to survive. Lady Sun is gonna take a killing spree. Multiple players are gonna TP back. That turret is going to fall.
Wow, and now all of those lanes are under pressure. They need to lean on Ino, they need to lean on Consort Yu. But what they're gonna do after facing 3 lanes under pressure, there's too many vanguards to be dealt with. They need to take pace.
It's too many of them. And Wei Yan, sadly for him, he procced his ult, tried to survive, trying to find the rotation around to get in the TP tunnel, but
but it's useless. And I feel so sorry for this guy, you know. This game seems to be so torturing to him from the very first beginning.
From the beginning, we just said that it was going to be a tough game for Wei Yan, since
really tough.
At the beginning, Xiao Yi had such a big advantage compared to him.
Yeah, that's something. That's the most striking standouts for Xiao Yi for today even. Because of the original invasion that Xiao Yi did, and he cleaned up the opponent's red field, just do such a huge harass and slow down Wei Yan's farming up. And that just
look at that. Wei Yan just trying to find Lady Sun. He misjudges the distance in between him and Lady Sun, and then just puts himself just right in between the battle.
Oh, you can see he looks a little bit worried right now. And also, this is definitely going to be a tough game. Oh, nice first skill! You know, take this red buff back by using his first skill. A long
16
range.
minutes and 30 seconds. Ino almost decked out right now. It's already on 12,800, almost 13,000 gold for Ino. He's the last hope. He's going to be critical if AG wants to turn things around. Because right now, I can only see him as the key option for them to solve this huge problem that DYG is becoming.
Yeah, so AG need to lean on Ino's damage right now. And also, in addition, Ice need to use his second skill wisely to try to transport Fuzi or other allies back to the crystal and be restored their HP, or they can get another chance when they turn back.
Oops, I missed.
The Daybreaker another crucial item to console Yu.
Daybreaker, that means that Ino is already full. Completely stacked, 6 items already online.
You can see his damage.
Look at that. Chuan being taken very low. Jinan is going to have to proc his ult, pushing everyone out of the tunnel, but it's not going to be enough. The minions taken on the bottom lane. The bottom lane is taken extremely low, already to half.
Ooh,
the Overlord is going to be for DYG. Not looking good for AG.
We need to admit that it is because of the bottom lane, which gives AG such a great pressure. Wait, let's check the riverside.
Look at that. Yan's gonna have to TP back right now. It's Miyamoto Musashi, the one that has already Ino locked in, and he's gonna disappear for the next 40 seconds. DYG got the opportunity right now. Take that Shadow Tyrant and try to push for high ground.
From this team fight on, we can say DYG is gonna have a huge percentage win rate for this matchup, because they just take down Console Yu and got two those neutral objects in their hands.
Just the way that Miyamoto Musashi was very decisive in going in and just straight locking in on Ino. He did not care about anyone else. He just knew that Ino was the key. He is the option. He is what needs to be eliminated.
And that's gonna happen again and again during the next following up matchups or team fights.
45 seconds for the Tempest Dragon.
DYG has one bottom lane as for their winning reign, so they actually has got a high priority to gain for this Tempest Dragon. They don't need to worry a lot. They just need to make sure they have quite safe position and control some of the vision.
The TES.A composition, on the other hand, allows them in these big fights, like for example, Tempest Dragon, Overlords, Dark Tyrant. The TES.A composition just allows you just to go back and come in with full HP.
True. So that's gonna be the most important point about whether AG is gonna win this team fight or not. Because if they use that teleport wisely, they still have got chance. But if not, or if they push back by Zhangfei's ultimate, that's gonna be a huge problem.
Jinan just trying his very best, like he said, just might on Lady Sun.
Yeah. Really trying to do something.
I'm seeing everyone chipping in. Winter's here. The Flash with the Sage's Might, but it's going to be wide. The front face, Wild Blood coming in. Right now, look at Jin. Weion's trying to find the position. He's unable to do that. And the Eye of the Whirlpool is going to bring everyone back from AG with full HP. They've got priority over this Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, AG need to make a decision right now because the bottom lane isn't that good. So they need to be decisive what kind of things they're going for. First is the mid tower.
In the moment that Jing is going to show vision down, it's going to be the cue for DYG just to try to push, try to engage.
Because that also means you have someone lost from the beginning.
Look at that, Ian is going to TP back, coming in full HP.
Wow, then the place be reset. Everything just turn to its original feature.
21 minutes and 30 seconds, no one has priority over this Tempest Dragon, and they know, even though DYG right now has a gold advantage, even though they have the upper hand on the bottom lane, they don't want to rush it. They know that TES.A strategy is something to be careful about.
And the point's gonna be Zhangfei's ultimate. That's gonna be the most crucial thing, the most deciding factor about whether they're gonna win this team fight or not. Because it's the only mean that they can rely on to push all those opponents away from the teleportation offered by TES.A's second ability. So Jinan need to
just
understand.
waiting in the bush.
Yeah, they need.
Fighting for vision.
It's just the peace before a huge storm. 23 minutes. No one actually spotted him.
Ian trying his very best. Like he knows that he's one of the few initiation options that they have.
Yeah.
He needs to lock in either Jueming or Lan Chen.
And the better is gonna be Flash combined with his ultimate to bound Lady Sun. That's gonna be the best. But
And both of them are available. Look at that.
Ooh.
Miyamoto Musashi comes in. He locks in on Inoue. Inoue is going to go down. He's going to resurrect, trying to jump in, but he's going to fall. Lady Sun is going to take the kill. And now it's going to be Jinan trying to go down. He locks in the bush. One of the players, Jing, is going to fall. And it's going to be 2 kills. Wei and Inoue go black screen. And right now, DYG is on the driver's seat.
2 kills goes to Lan Chen, goes to Lady Sun. And now DYG has such a huge advantages. They can just use those minion waves, or even they can go for the Tempest Dragon to secure the advantages they gain from this huge team fight. Such a nice, accurate movement done by Xiao. No one has already spotted him. He just jumped in and go right for Inoue and take him down.
We're all very quiet because that's exactly what was happening in the map, right? It was just quiet. And then Xiao comes in, he finds Inoue, stuns him down, proxies Sage's Sanctuary, not enough, falls down again. And then the way that Wei Yan was just trying his very best to survive. 3 people locked him down. Couldn't do anything in there.
Wow. And we can see how tight that combo was.
Yes.
Everyone just, once Xiao locked Inoue down, everyone just used all of those abilities to target on Inoue and take him down.
Well, they won the Tempest Dragon. Let's see what they can do with this. Are they gonna be able to try to jump in? The top lane high turret is going to be the one goal. Taking on that high ground turret would give them both top lane and bottom lane advantages.
That's gonna be a huge advantage, especially in the late game, because neither the Tempest Dragon is gonna spawn, they're gonna have a winning lane.
Look at that. Lan Chen cannot jump in. He knows that Ian's Sage's Might is going to be a huge trap for him. Top and bottom lane are going to fall.
AG, they are now facing a quite tricky situation. And for DYG, if they really can take AG down, who already got 2 wins in a row, they're gonna build up their confidence a lot.
Look at that. Dragon's taken to half of its HP.
And over. Try to push forward, but DYG is just being patient. They know no mistake can be taken, especially in this kind of moment. Everyone just waiting for the best moment to have the fatal strike. 26 minutes. Maybe DYG is looking for the next Tempest Dragon to be spawned.
Well, it's going to spawn in the bottom lane, right? So it means that cleaning that top, pushing a little bit earlier in there. 45 seconds right now.
That's something really interesting about our game. That is, once it gets closer to those like important moments in those late game, every team's just gonna calm down. They don't want to rush, because in this game, in the late game, everything could happen, even one team fight.
It's all about the vision, right? Yes. Who's gonna be able to spot where the carries are going to be? Who can spot where the back laners are going to be? Look at that, Ian holding to his flash, holding to his ultimate.
Ian has such a tough mission.
Yes.
He need to do the initiation, and also it is him need to gain those vision control.
It depends on him.
And also he's the only solid front lane that AG can rely on.
Now let's see what AG is going to do, right? Because Miyamoto Musashi trying to find a way around. He knows he needs to find a way straight into Inoue the same way as he just found it in mid lane. That's going to be the key to win these fights.
That's it. And now we can see DYG is using this Tempest Dragon to shred the HP bar down to half and try to seduce AG to take this team fight, since DYG got a winning top lane. AG is also being cautious, since they already made that mistake that they didn't spot where Miyamoto Musashi was. So now they're trying to first know where Xiao is and then to decide whether they're gonna take it or not.
They cannot start this dragon right now, as Lady Sun is gonna go first for the red buff. But Miyamoto Musashi, look, he's just waiting there. He's gonna clean the wave, and then they're gonna have priority there. Look at that. Ian jumping in very deep. He's taken very low, all the way to half.
And we can see that's the importance why you need
Howling Emblem, they're gonna try to start this, they want to finish. The kitty bombs come in, the Sage's Might is gonna come in, he's gonna get on Lanchin, but his teammates are gonna run away. This is gonna be tragic for Foods, the Lanchin is going to survive. We're gonna have everyone is being broken their Sage's Sanctuary. It's gonna be a revive party now.
And now we can see Zhangfei just use his ultimate to shred and to block away all those enemies. Since DYG did this 1-2 trade, they only had one person miss. The Miyamoto Musashi is still alive. They still got the priority to control this Tempest Dragon.
And that Inuo trying to move forward. He knows that he needs to be aggressive right now.
Again, Miyamoto Musashi.
One more time. He jumps in, locks in on Tachio. He uses his Sage's Sanctuary, but it's not going to be enough. Ino taking damage from left, right, and in front. It's going to be 3v1. They lock him in. He's going to go against the wall.
Oh, he did it.
He takes on one. He takes on one person. He takes on two. It's not enough. The Sage's Sanctuary is going to be defining factors of this fight.
And double kill goes to Lady Sun. Foot is only one who's got back to this field, but still DYG got 2% remaining, especially they got Lady Sun. They're not gonna pay attention to Foot, but they're gonna pay it off. All the things they want to do is take down that crystal. They just totally ignore Ian, but Ian just undertake this responsibility and buy enough time for AG for another chance.
Wow, they wanted to finish the game. They rushed a little bit, and then they did not see that Wei Yan is the one that jumped in, right? Ian just used the Sage's Might, and then immediately Wei Yan just saying, you know what? You still need to respect me. I'm still a jungler.
For DYG, that was so close. That was so close because the top minion waves just arrived, so they just want to get that crystal down. But never underestimate any of those heroes, any of those opponents, especially in this late game. And after this Tempest Dragon goes to AG, they've got another chance to gain them the vision control, to gain them the chance to push forward.
It's going to be a 70 seconds.
Wow.
That's going to be a long time. At least right now, AG is going to be able to breathe a little bit. And they'll be able to try to push on, try to get on a high ground turret. That mid lane turret is looking very bad. Super unhealthy. Look at that. It was full HP a second ago. Right now, it completely disappeared.
And AG, they just want to fully use this Vanguard, this Tempest Vanguards, to help them at least get some high ground tower down. Wow. Now I can even feel, I can even smell the tension in the air.
Everything looked like DYG had the option just to finish, right?
Yeah.
But they overstepped in there. Look at that, Yan, he knows that right now he's super tanky and he's got through damage. The bangers coming in.
Vanguards, that's gonna be something DYG need to pay attention to. There's also another Vanguard spawned on the bottom lane.
All right.
AG's chance is arriving right now. They are heading for the crystal. Fourth is heading for the crystal. What about they're gonna head forward? They want to do this fatal team fight, but Miyamoto Musashi just came in, tried to lock Console Yu down. This Destiny was out, but this kill still goes to Console Yu. And what DYG want to do, get back to the crystal, and we can see just revive his HP, try to gain some chances. Another ultimate provided by Wang Zhaojun, try to block him away, and then everyone just teleport back to the field again, but all the minions has been cleaned up.
That is the problem when you have a TES.A strategy. You cannot survive to that. Right now it's going to be Lanchan trying to clean those minions. He needs to use his positioning to try his very best not to let them in. It's not going to be enough. AG is going to turn tables around and go home with the victory.
Such an excellent matchup. What, like, DYG has got such a long time for their priority. They were so close to take down that crystal, but AG just stand there solid and just tell everyone, once our crystal haven't been taken down, there's still a chance remained. And for this game, they not only show their aggressiveness, but also for their resilience. Such a nice game performed by AG. And now we can say AG got 3 wins in a row, and especially the end of this game in such an unexpected way. Everyone will remember this game, especially for this team. Now they tell everyone we came back.
33 minutes. Very, very, very long game, right? That's just the problem. Like, if you want the Tempest Dragon first, you need to make the right decision. You need to either just push and then just have a complete understanding that you want to get the game, or just replete. I'm so sorry, like, it is a 2v1 against a Futsu. We know that Futsu loves that kind of situation. That kind of situation just put Futsu with the upper hand. We know that the abilities, the mechanics of Futsu allow him to survive on that 2v1. And then XiAn coming in the last minute, XiAn that was spotted, that was completely targeted since minute 1, comes in at the end, becomes a hero, just cleaning in that moment.
Wow. Like, in that specific time, I feel like both of the teams, they are really engaged in that game.
Yeah.
And for DYG, we need to admit, like, that was a huge pity because they were so close. And as for AG, they withstand such a deficit, and they made it.
It's a BO1. Like, that's
unbelievable.
It. Like, you need to be able to take those points, because they're going to look back at this point and they're gonna need it. Right now, Shenzhen DYG still 2 points in 5 games. They needed that victory. They needed that point, because right now they only have 4 more games to go.
Yeah.
That's a max of 6 points. They would need to win all their 4 games to make it to that magic 6. Can they win their next 6 games? They've got very tough matchups. They still have to play against RW. They need to play against Weibo. They need to play against WE. They need to play against Nanjing Hero. Can they win all 4 of them?
That's going to be really tricky. How they're gonna tackle that difficulties would be the most important mission for them. And most important, or moreover, while they conquer that kind of disappointment.
Yeah.
Because they were so close to take down that crystal.
That is true.
So, while the
that's
first
a huge
thing,
blow to morale, right?
They need to recover from that game, from that shadow.
That's a very, very, very huge blow to their morale. How are they going to just psychologically just jump back? You were this close to the victory. You see yourself just committing those little mistakes that they just could take you out of the group stage, right?
Yeah.
Like, you need that point. You need that extra point. And right now, they're being forced to win all 4 next matches to make it to that magic 6. It's not looking good for them.
Yeah, so we hope they really can recover from this defeat and hope that they can make it, though it's going to be really difficult. But as for AG, I was so surprised about this team. It feels like even you're 4 behind in such huge deficit, they still just, undertaken that kind of responsibility, especially EDG.M.
Yeah, MVP for the game, AG's EDG.M, right? Not only for the damage taken, right? He took a 34%. It's just that last play. That last play over there just protecting the crystal.
Yeah.
Look at him. He goes in, cleans the wave, and then Lanchen and Juemin thinking that they could just directly just push on the crystal. Just destroy the crystal. Not enough. They're 1/4 away from the victory.
Even at that moment, they just try to step away a little bit distance. It won't just end up like this, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Miyamoto Musashi trying at the end this very, very last hope, trying to get Ino down, but nothing that could have been done.
Yeah. And for AG, such a relief, especially after they end up this game in this way, in this unexpected way. They're also gonna build up their strength and also build up their bond.
Yeah.
Everyone just go through such a unexpected game. They're just be fully trust to their team members.
And they're gonna need it, right? Because Chengdu AG still has one more game, 2 more games today. They're going to be playing in our 9th game of the day against Nanjing Hero, and they're going to be playing against KSG in game 11, right? KSG, that was the most solid team from yesterday. Yesterday, their performance was amazing.
And that's some matchup that we're really looking forward to seeing. And we can see our rank just rearranged again, and now AG is in the first place.
AG undefeated, 3 games, 3 wins, 3 points, right? Amazing performance by the boys from Chengdu AG.
This game is really, really amazing. For this game, we not only see how AG is gonna tackle those difficulties during the game, and also they showed a really strong power about their teamwork to us.
Right now, it just looks like there's no other team that can beat them, right? The only team that I could see right now is KSG, that in game 11 they're gonna be facing them.
Yeah. So let's have a short interview and let's see who's gonna be with us. Hello， xiao影现在和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 我是艾斯。
好，那我们这一次有请到的是艾斯啊。好的，那在赢下这一局比赛之后呢，想先问一下你现在的心情怎么样啊？
还是蛮激动吧，毕竟也是一个大翻盘。
The first question, after winning in this way, how do you feel right now? And the answer is really excited and thrilled because they really did a huge overturn for this matchup. All right, so the next thing would be under that kind of pressure, how's the conversation or how's the communication goes during the game? 那其实你们在这一局当中一直都承受着比较大的一个逆风的压力嘛？那整体的团队协作和沟通是怎么样做的呢？
其实就稳扎稳打嘛，因为我们后期还是比较强的。
All right, so they didn't rush to do it and just keep calm and just won it in that way, pace by pace. All right, so the last question would be, you've already got 3 wins in a row, and how do you feel about the next matchups? 你们已经是3连胜的状态了。那对于接下来的比赛，有没有比较期待的队伍，或者有没有什么想要说的呢？
虽然现在就是3连胜嘛，但是其实我们还是有很多这个细节方面的一些问题，然后也是失误比较多的，更多的还是想做好自己。
Okay, so the answer is, though we already got 3-1 in a row, we still feel like there's some of mistakes that we made during the game, and we hope we can do better, and we'll just execute our strategy and gain more wins for us. 好的，那也是谢谢你接受我们的采访啊，谢谢艾斯，辛苦了。That was a surprise.
That's a very big surprise, but it's all right. At the end of the day, AG right now taking 3 victories. I feel like the boys right now are in their best premium performances, right? They're in great state. I hope that they can just keep going like this and bringing us 2 more amazing games that we're gonna have them on today.
And we are really looking forward to those next matchups, especially those one we highlight before our casting for today. They're gonna be the 11th game, which gonna be KSG play against AG.
Yes, exactly. Well, let's watch the highlights right now, and let's just pay a little bit more attention on the mechanics of everything, right? Let's see what notes we can put on, and let's just shine that spotlight on the greatest moments of the game. Look at that. XiAn taking on a 1v2 and just falling in, being successful, caging in people down, using his ultimate to deal the damage.
And we can see, actually, Jinan for this round, he really had a nice ultimate and get control of a lot of opponents. Well, actually, I feel like in these kind of huge advantages, actually DYG could be more decisive, could be more aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there were moments in the game where DYG had like a clear, gigantic advantage, and they should have just gone in and they just pushed in for the last push.
Like, that's something that they need to improve. Like, in that kind of advantages, to be more aggressive, to be more decisive, and just win a game in a more smooth way.
Game 5, ladies and gentlemen, XiAn WE and Guangzhou TTG. Can the boys from Guangzhou TTG, after 2 big losses yesterday, jump back in the game? Let us see. Is WE gonna be able to move forward and they just take their 2nd win of the tournament? Let us see as well. Everything is in the air. Game 5 out of 12. We're almost halfway through.
Yeah. We can say, like, we've already been speaking so much things on TTG, right? During even those like broadcasting before our like official matchups just kick off. So we really like had held like high expectations on TTG on this rotation, because they made a huge change right now. So we need to see if they can put it into effort. They can exchange it or not.
We talked at the beginning, right, like about how Puran and Pinchen were going to be subbed out, and right now we're going to have Mingyang and Snow. What do you think is happening? Do you think that is the TTG coach just saying like, okay, we're just missing something in jungle and support, or it's not a matter of pointing fingers at anyone and is just trying to find solutions to
I guess
some inexplicable situation.
I guess maybe he has got like various reasons.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like only one reason. Well, some of it maybe it's because he need to change his strategy. Or maybe it's because he thought the marksman Qian is still doing great. So he want to pair him up with a protective support, which is going to be Snow, and try to highlight that point in their strategy and see if they can do like during today.
Snow is one of my favorite supports the whole KPL history. I'm gonna be very straightforward with you. A really cool guy, amazing person to talk to. Every time that I've had interviews with him, he's always super happy, a really nice person. The way that he plays the game, he's won trophies with QG Happy before, right? And right now in his moment here in Guangzhou TTG, he might have the experience to just find the solutions that they need. He might.
So, like as you mentioned, like I know that you've been like really great friends, and also that also means Snow is pretty experienced. He's been through so many difficulties. He's been through so many ups and downs.
True.
So after he's been rotated to this game, see what kind of things that he can bring to this team.
This is the moment when you have experience and when you're facing these kind of challenges, you better just use those experiences and you use anything that you have in your toolbox to turn things around. If in 3 games, Guangzhou TTG is going to go with 3 straight defeats,
that's gonna be the huge mistake or misfortune for them.
That's gonna be our biggest
I know what you want to say.
We could say?
Yeah, surprise.
That would be the biggest surprise of the tournament by now?
Yeah, because we know that TTG actually, they've been through the first round. That kind of proved how strong they were back to the whole year. So we didn't expect that they performed in such way during yesterday's performance. So just take a look, let's see, while they recover from the defeat.
They allow the TES.A strategy to be out in the table and WA is gonna take it with both hands. They really like that strategy.
And TeS.A's a really nice hero. And also we can see WE chose TeS.A with Miyamoto Musashi. We already see those strategic importance showed by TeS.A, right?
Yes.
He has several different ways to play with, several different ways to do that strategy. It's more like WE tried to use it to build up a really solid or really high effort tolerance rate composition.
The TeS.A strategy in these last 2 days, 100% win rate. Any single time that it has showed up in there, it's been always a win. If it hasn't been banned, it's been taken. And it has been taken, it's been a victory.
It just made me feel like, from those teams from KPL region, during the whole year, the TeS.A's composition or TeS.A's strategy kind of be their main courses or compulsory class during their study.
Compulsory class, that's true. I like that term.
It
is compulsory. You must know how to play the meta. You cannot just there's TeS.A in there. Yeah, I do not want it. Or, oh, I don't know how to use it. You're an athlete. Come on. Get it done.
So you can see W is pretty confident with TeS.A. And also Fuzi, though it has been banned away from TTG, they still can pair it up with some tank top laners.
Yeah, like right now you can see they decided to ban Fuzi because they knew that they had Gunsun Lee as their first pick, right? So no Gunsun Lee, no Fuzi in that strategy. What are the options for top laner?
Well, anything, as long as it's tanky enough. Xiao or Lianpo, all gonna do it work. Or Ata.
Lianpo is already on the side of TTG, right?
Then Xiao or Ata is gonna be a nice choice.
Xiao Ata. The mid lane it's being countered as well, right? Like they don't have Zhouyu or Zhao Jun. And we mentioned that it's very important for the strategy to clean mid lane first. It's not only about the top and the bottom. It's just like that mid lane needs to be cleaned quickly. And it seems like their option is going to be XiAn.
XiAn, not bad, but it's more like XiAn needs to at least level up to 2. Then he can gain the priority of cleaning those medium waves. What about TTG? Oh, Liu Bang paired up with Lan.
Liu Bang and Gongsun Li. Yesterday it was a pretty common combo yesterday, right? There are multiple teams that they played that Liu Bang and Gongsun Li. I remember Guangzhou TTG yesterday played that.
And let's see, for today's game, they take out Lam, and for Mingyang, let's see, like these two new rotation would bring them like new things to this team or not.
We talked about like how to get people from the TES.A strategy out of that TP tunnel, right? And their option for Guangzhou TTG is going to be seizure.
Do the kind of compulsory pull out.
Compulsory pull out. It is interesting for seizure, right? Because normally seizure is going to use second ability to try to pull people out, right? The silky beauty is trying to take them out. Seizure is a very good counter to this TES.A tunnel, or a very good counter for the most meta hero in top lane, Meng Tian as well.
True. Like for Xixi, the reason why TTG take it is they want to use it as a counter pick to TES.A.
Everything's gonna depend on Jiawei right now.
True.
Can Jiawei really like be accurate enough to take people out of the tunnel? Jiawei is not gonna be dealing no damage whatsoever. Like his job is just gonna be disturbing that strategy, trying to be an obstacle, trying to force them into mistakes, and see what their junglers can do.
Because Xixi is more considered as a utility mage.
Yeah.
He don't need money, he don't need gold, or that also means he can't be able to deal much damage. So it's most because of the control ability that he offered.
So if no gold is needed for Xixi, it means that we're gonna have junglers just completely taking control of that mid lane gold. Lam is going to take farm so much. Lian Po does not need that much gold. Xixi doesn't need that much gold. They're just gonna be completely feeding on Mingyang. A very big responsibility for someone that just came in from the substitutes.
Well, for Mingyang, it's not only because how important he is for this typical composition. It's more like, well, he brings something new to this team to buck up his bodies, to let him, like, drag him out of that nightmare, of that circle, you know, to just buck them up.
Let's wait and see what's gonna happen. Can Guangzhou TTG get their first victory, or can XiAn WE just push them down the abyss?
We already got one win in their hand, so they need this win to help them go further more.
Let's see. I'm your caster, Pena.
I'm your caster, Nora.
Norma, ooh, straight into frenzy. Wow. Aggressive. Love that.
Be quite fierce. Maybe that's the reason that we just mentioned about. Maybe the coach thought Tianchun's performance quite well for yesterday. So let him still even want to hide.
Wow, look at that. 3 people against 1. He won't be able to survive. And he's going to have to proc his flash, trying to go around the walls. But it's no use whatsoever. And TTG is going to take the first blood. Not even 1 minute in the game.
First blood goes to Gen.G. Well, this is also quite surprised. It feels like TTG, after like yesterday's defeat, when they're back to their hotel or back to their restroom, they must be tortured by their coach. A lot.
I'm very sorry for the boys. I'm really, really sorry. Maybe Coach Care just got back and they just told them, you know what? We're practicing right now. No sleep for us today.
Yeah, just like, wake up. What are you guys doing today? And they're just like, all right, I'm sorry. We're going to do better tomorrow. And they really did it.
They're really doing better.
The beginning is quite good.
At least
so far.
So far, yeah, exactly. Snow being vital, just getting the vision, allowing Lamb to know where the opponents from WE are having.
So for TTG, the beginning is quite well, and also let's check what Mingyang's gonna bring to TTG. And for WE, they just want to do some trade. And try.
Taken to half of his HP bar.
And his flash is being forced out.
Qian without a flash, that's good news for Lamb.
Yeah, because Lam just can get straight towards him and use his ultimate to pull him back. No way out.
Could be one, Qian being launched on air. It's gonna have to replead.
Now everyone just vying for the priority of cleaning this mid wave. And we can see how feral, how aggressive Shenzhen is playing right now.
Almost 3 minutes of the game. Shadow and Mingyang, still both of them on level 6. Not a very big advantage. Lianpo with the righteous slam puts 3 people on air. Qian is going to go out. The Eye of the Whirlpool is going to bring him back. Lianpo is taken extremely low. He's gonna have to proc his flash. Look at that. Mingyang comes in, and right now it's a feast for him.
Did you see that crowd control offered by Snow? That was insane. The shield. Snow just gets straight in and he let 4 people be stunned.
I love it. Look at that. Snow being right now the solution that TTG needed for this very big problem they had. Playing as a completely new team right now, Mingyang and Snow showing that Coach Care might have got it right with them.
Wow, they really undertaken the responsibility about what they're gonna do, and they really bring some hope to TTG right now.
That's true. Look at that.
That Liu Wang, that control, wow, that was totally insane. It's really hard to do that, especially you're Liu Wang.
When you have so many years playing this game, right? Look at that, the righteous slam comes in.
And actually, this was the time I want to highlight. Liu, I want to highlight 556.
Yeah.
But then Snow just came in.
Snow comes in and just locks on all of them, allowing Mingyang to come in. As I just told you, a feast for Mingyang.
This is insane. And we see, they're just cheer up. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. You really need to shout it out.
Morale, you know, it's all about morale. You want your team to believe that they can win.
Yeah, and sometimes those volume, those voice can help.
Yeah. You need to be able to transmit that power. Is this going to be the first time in these last 2 days that this TES.A strategy is not going to win? AG's TES.A strategy looked like it was not going to win either. And they turned things around. Let's see if it's going to be the same narrative in this game.
Especially the last team fight, we can see there's some standouts down by 556, right? The second ability, the timing, and also the ultimate. That was quite good. Until Snow just came in. That was insane. Anyway.
Taking that second turret.
And now for TTG, they have got 3 gold lead right now.
Yeah, exactly. Almost 2,500 gold lead, right?
Quite high.
Quite high. Axe of Torment, the item for Shadow.
Now TTG just slow down and they try not to rush. Just try to be stable and do as the plan. Strictly follow the plan, follow the lead. And I guess that lead might be Snow.
There has to be someone. Look at that, Mingyang is waiting in the bush. He's waiting for Qin's Q. He just wants to clean the wave and run away. I love how TianYun is just destroying all turrets. He's not engaging in no fights whatsoever.
True.
He just got his eyes on the turret. Look at that. Joey locks in. One person is going to be An. Take him very low. He's going to have to TP back to base.
And now this is the time for WE to rethink about what they're going to do for the next step. Because as they selected TES.A as their support, that also means they need to keep a clear mind. They need to hold those overview towards the map.
Yes. They need to keep control of the vision, and it's more about just like managing
the waves.
The waves, right? Who's gonna take that red buff?
Console Yu got it.
Console Yu keeps the red buff for them.
So still, there's now a 4,000 gold lead goes to TTG. That's quite huge because it hasn't been 10 minutes, right?
If you have a 4,000 gold lead and you're playing on this strategy, would you want to just go and engage? Look at that, Joey's position. He gets one and is going to be taken all the way to half. Xin goes in, just push him away. The fact that Joey is just going to be such a strong initiation, that's good news for TTG, and it's a huge problem for WE.
And now we can see they want to do something on the top, and he truly dragged him out.
Oh, dragged out of the tunnel. Sad. 556 is going to fall. Great movement by Joey.
Such accuracy just showed by Joey. And now TTG really lead this game. They really can go wherever they want to go, and also like the priority is in their hand.
This is the TTG that we were expecting this whole week, right?
Yeah, that's the one they're supposed to be.
Dominant.
But
I like this.
But to be honest, as for WE, I don't think like they just feels like they now don't have a really clear mind.
Yeah.
Because at that time, 556 with that purify, he has the chance to just purify that ability down by Joey, but he didn't.
Oh, one more time, look at that. The Heaven's Origin is going to proc. Hey, three people on air. It's not going to be enough as all of them are trying to run in for the tunnel. The shark comes in, cannot put his jaws around anyone, but Gunsun Lee is going to fall.
But everyone just came back again with a healthy H-Brawl. Well, they chased further, but since Ann's HP bar would be shred down, they don't want to do it anymore. But this is a 1-1 trade.
A 1-1 trade that just saw Shadow falling one more time. Hasn't been a good day for Shadow.
True.
Look at that, just caging everyone in. Mingyan has to go around for too long, too far. When he goes into shark mode, everyone does half a second earlier, he could have taken at least 4 kills in there.
Yeah. And we can say like for WE, they really had those master thing about the second skill.
Oh, TianYun taking very low, is going to proc his ult, runs away, but it's not going to be all the Eye of the Werewolf brings everyone back full HP.
That's the importance about using Da-Xiao, and we can see Wu Liu really master it. It feels like he really knows the timing.
The Overlord and Tyrant have been enhanced.
10 minutes, we get to the 10 minutes mark. We can see Pena actually having a little bit of a gold difference on top of TianYun, right?
He now had 1,000 gold to lead. And on the contrary, if we pay attention to the jungler's gold, we can see Mia has 1,000 gold lead.
All launch being on air. Shadow's going to fall one more time. Now it's going to be Mingyan taking in one more kill. Takes on TianYun. It's a 2-0 trade. Right now TTG has green light on top lane and bottom since they have 2 lanes with minions coming in.
They want to make something happen on the top lane. They really want to take the high ground tower down.
It's going to be difficult for Peyton to clean that, right? And not put himself in danger. Look at that, manipulated, brain drag down. It's going to disappear. It's going to be Mingyan that is going to take the kill. One more time. It's going to be Xiao that is going to fall. Right now it's going to be 5 people around TTG. If you thought that they did not have a chance, they're proving you wrong.
And there's minions arrive on the top lane. Go for the crystal, heading to the victory. Goes to TTG. Congratulations.
Guangzhou TTG just shotting those who didn't believe in them. Look at that. Taking the victory, having the subs, coming in with a completely different formation. And they go home with the victory. Great way to start for the boys.
It truly is gonna be a great start for this lineup. And we do need to highlight this rotation, and we do need to highlight Snow.
Yes.
This performance showed by Snow, and also this small change that happened in TTG. We can feel it. Like now, TTG is ready to come back. Now TTG is ready to show another form which is supposed to be their best condition, and they want to bring that kind of energy to people, and they want to tell everybody we are still that TTG that you all held that high expectation towards us.
They were in the round 1 of the KPL qualifiers for a reason, right? Because they were one of the top 6 teams during our Summer Cup. And that's the reason why they made it all the way there to round 1. The fact that they did not make it straight into group stages does not mean that they're not a team to be afraid of. And today they just showed us that by changing things a little bit, just having a little bit more tools in your toolbox, there's always a way how to get out of those difficulties.
Yeah, you just need to keep trying. Never give up.
Never give up.
Trying and seize for a chance, seize for an opportunity. And this win is gonna be such a huge relief to TTG. But still, since they lost 2 games yesterday, so for the next rest matchups, they need or they'd better to win them all.
Well, it just feels like in the game when you just give first blood away, right? And then they just come and invade on your blue buff, and then you just need to do something immediately just to stop it, just to stop the bleed, right?
Yeah.
And I think that they just did that. That this win is going to stop the bleed. It doesn't mean that they're in a safe spot. Like right now, they are very far away from safe. Right now, they still have more games coming, and hopefully they're going to keep the same level that they just showed us right now.
That's the point. If they keep the same level that they just showed us in this matchup, keep the same state, I'm sure that they can go further.
Yep, they have Changsha TES going to be their next game, and then today they're going to be part of our last match against Nanjing Hero.
It's still too early for them to, low down their guard or just to cheer for it. They just need to keep attention and pay attention to those matchups that's going to follow up.
That's true. That's true. That's true. For WE on the other side, well, right now they did not show today the pristine shape that they had yesterday. Today they came in not being able to really come back, not being able to bounce back in the game. And sadly for them, still no victories.
Well, the reason, actually, I feel like those conditions, especially for W's jungler, need to cheer up.
They have to. They really need to, because after 2 losses today, they better change things around.
All right, let's see. Snow MVP goes to his Liubang. That was quite impressive. For today's matchups, even we are still in the 5th matchups, we already got several highlights. We already got several standouts. And I will count Snow, count his Liubang for one of it.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. He knows that Xin jumps in, then the battlefield command comes in, he gets in the mix.
And he first hide in the ambush, hide his vision.
Hide in the vision, then just jumps in, and then the multiple control. Multiple stun, allowing just Minion to come in and take so many kills. 4 people in that perfect control.
Yeah.
One more time, look at that.
And also,
Beautiful.
those control skills done by Joey is also very crucial.
Oh, come on, Joey was a rock star during the whole game, right? Joey was such a rock star in that Xi.
On the spotlight.
Oh, TTG, the whole TTG just played really well. You cannot just say okay, it all depended on Snow because he took the MVP, everyone in TTG did amazing. Tiancheng just taking control of all the turrets. And the moment that Minion jumped in, he did not let anyone go. 5-0-3 for him in this game.
True. So actually for today's matchup, for both all of those 5 members from TTG, they performed pretty well.
It was not enough from WE. They had a team fight rate of 100%. Everyone participated in all the team fights. But as you can see, just the gold trend that they had, they never saw it in their favor. Never, ever. Since the minute 3.5, it just started snowballing to a gigantic advantage.
And after we watch this rank again, I'm now a little bit worried about XiAn right now because you can see they've got 3 losses.
A 1 and 3, right?
That's not enough. That's totally not enough.
They're gonna have to bounce back because we really want this on day 4 just to be crazy. We want to get to day 4 of this qualifiers and then just for it to be explosive. We want to get to day 4 and everyone having an opportunity to go in, right? Oh, I'm really looking forward for those matches because that's gonna be something to look at.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that too. But now let's have some time with our interview. Let's see who's gonna be with us. Hello， 九尾，先来和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是广州 TES.A 的中单选手九尾。
想问一下，就是昨天回去以后做了什么样的复盘？看到你们今天这样一上场以后，整体的状态都是非常好的。
就是其实我们原来训练赛状态挺好的嘛，然后的话比赛的结果比较不尽人意，回去的话就没有太多的复盘，主要是解决好自己的心态吧。
All right, so our first question was, what did they prepare after they lost the game yesterday? And the answer is they didn't prepare anything like quite special. It's more like they need to recover from the defeat and also need a really good mentality, and that's the key point. All right, so our next question is, after this rotation, like why did you guys make that decision and how do you feel right now? 那看到今天其实你们是做了一个比较大的人员的变动嘛，那对于这个决定，你们当时是怎么样做的？然后包括拿到这么好的结果之后，现在感觉怎么样？
决定的话是教练组决定的吧，然后的话拿到好的结果的话，就是取决于我们平时的努力吧。
Okay, the answer is the coach made this decision, and it's basically because those efforts that they did during those trainings, like every day, and helped them to gain the victory. All right, congratulations to you guys, made such a nice victory, and looking forward to your next matchups. 感谢你接受我们的采访，也是希望你们可以越打越好。
Nice. It was really good to see. Like they just need to believe in their coach. The coach makes the decisions, then you just try to follow the strategies, try to be able to develop the strategies that the coach is putting in there. And coaches spend so much time just watching video and just taking notes that you just need to believe in them.
True. And also that's the coach like play a really important role in the whole team.
That's true. Now, highlights are here. Let's just check a little bit on what was the big difference between each of them. We talked a lot about this one, right? It's just the way how Snow just waited for the right moment, comes in, stuns 4 people. That allowed them just to take that advantage just at 3 minutes of the game. That was the moment where they started snowballing.
And we can see like they end up this game and it hasn't been 12 minutes, right? They just quickly shut down the game and just win the road.
Exactly. The way that Joey was able to just try to move around, trying to find the carries, lock them down, starts manipulating, that was critical. Game 5, it's over. Game 6 is on its way. Let's have a little break and we'll be back. sixth game, Suzhou KSG against Nanjing Hero.
This game, actually, I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Once KSG, they've already had 2 wins in a row. And on the other hand, Hero now 1 win, 1 loss. And these 2 teams, actually, they're quite competitive.
100% win rate yesterday for Suzhou KSG, right? They took Changsha TES and they took Shenzhen DYG. Both of them very strong victories. Let's wait and see if they can do exactly the same against Nanjing Hero.
Yeah. Did you notice that drum that just appeared in our scene? It's one of those character like feature about Hero, this club. They have that drum, and you know they fly from Nanjing to Shenzhen, and they bring that drum too by air.
I love it. I just love how they just like really have that idea, right?
Yeah.
It's part of the culture.
Ah.
There is no difference between esports clubs and traditional sports clubs. You see it a lot in football, in basketball. You see a lot like the fans culture. And in esports, no difference at all. Look at that.
It just like bring yourself or create such a vibe to make yourself at home. Anyway, back to our matchup for today, for specifically this game. KSG, they showed a really dominating power from yesterday's performance.
Yesterday's performance, just taking 2 wins. One of them with a Xiao strategy, right? And then the other one that they took was a Master Lupin and Lupin number 7 strat.
The point of, or the reason of why, what's the secret of KSG being so powerful? I guess it's because both, like, all of those 5 players, first, they're quite experienced, and then these days they're really in their best condition for their jungler.
Nanjing Hero yesterday started with a loss against WE, but then they were able to turn things around and they took a very important win against EDG.M.
That's true. And also speaking to Hero, speaking to those rotations happen during all those teams, Hero is one of those huge changes that happened in their team. And it seems like they are really just trying to adapt to it and trying to gain themselves a really nice result.
Let's see, it's going to be our last game of this first half of 12 games from today. It's going to have Nanjing Hero on the blue side with 1 win and 1 loss. And on the red side, it's going to be Suzhou KSG. 2 wins, still undefeated.
And we can see Hero just spend Fuzi and let Nachao out. And for the first pick, they tried to use Meng Tian as such a strong meta pick.
Meng Tian. That's going to be nice. It's going to be nice to be able to see Dongfang is going to be on that Meng Tian.
Well, Dongfang actually is known as playing those tanky top laners or tanky heroes. Since Meng Tian is really good at both provide such a solid front line and also deal some damage, so it's quite suitable for those players.
Ata is going to be the answer to that Meng Tian, that Meng Tian match. Ata not being able, I don't think that Ata is going to be able to withstand a lot of the Meng Tian damage coming in, but let's wait and see. It might just be good enough to provide some sort of defense for whatever option that they choose for marksman.
But there's one striking factor about Aze using this Ata is that this is one of his signature heroes. He used 7 times during the Summer Cup and had such high winning rate.
Ata is a very popular pick, right, during our Summer Cup, and we saw it as well during the wildcard stages.
True.
It's going to be Master Lupin and Lupin number 7 combo.
Again, they used it again. As for Xiao, Lupin number 7 is also a very suitable hero for him.
Should we just point out the elephant in the room? Mozi and Baili Shouyue.
Wow, that's quite a counter pick towards this Lupin number 7. Since Lupin 7 just need to stand there, use his passive to do more output. So those poking damage gonna be a huge threat towards him.
Mozi is able just to come in, jump in with the bombs, stun you down, allowing Baili Shouyue Pali Shouyue, just the very important, this very important marksman that works as a sniper, just to immediately just vanish your HP bar.
Sniper gonna be the most feature about Bali Shou, since he has the longest range of like attacking range through all those marksmen.
Yes. Let's wait and see. It's going to depend a lot on what the support and the bottom laner can do. Like if they can coordinate properly, just for that combo, for that chain to happen, it's going to be bad news for Lupin number 7.
So the accuracy and also the support plus the marksman, the synergy is going to play a really important role through this team.
Let's see. Let's see what's going to happen. KSG is going to be under a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. Tieu is going to depend a lot on what XiAn can do. If XiAn is not being able to just stand in front of those bullets, the whole Master Lupin and Lupin number 7 strat is going to fall down to pieces.
True. And one thing else, actually KSG can choose those aggressive jungler as one of their jungler, and they can speed up. Because as for hero, they need time to farm up.
I love the way that Nanjing Hero is playing right now.
Monkey.
Monkey. Yeah, I just love it. A lot of people yesterday while I was watching the stream were just asking why it's always the same heroes, right? Like why it's always that. And then we were just trying to just explain how different patches have different metas and they have different heroes that they're very strong. But look at that, Nanjing Hero just showing us a completely different understanding and just showing us a completely different composition.
This is quite old school, like using Bali Shouyue as the mid.
Yeah.
It's quite like, it brings me back to those like earlier years. And also, it is because Bali Shouyue is in the mid, he can gain the vision control for his team. And also bring Meng Tian plus Guan Yu, both side lanes gonna be warriors. That's gonna cause like huge damage towards Lupin number 7.
Let's wait and see. It depends a lot. It depends a lot on how they want to play it, right? Like this is going to be a very, very unorthodox strat from Nanjing Hero. It's not something very common. Look at who's going to be on Guan Yu. It's going to be Heng, the one that is going to be taking on that Guan Yu.
That's quite clever, I need to admit it, because Heng was the side laner, the top. He was playing the top, but he rotates to the mid. But there's only like few minutes for them to adapt to this kind of rotation. I really respect Jojo, to be honest.
The only thing that you can say right now from this whole strat, it's like it's super Nanjing Hero. It is extremely Nanjing Hero because that hero, Bali Shouyue, that is just a key hero for Nanjing Hero. It's just one of those heroes that whenever that you think about that character, you think about Nanjing Hero. It's just a matter of culture, it's a matter of history.
Yeah.
So many battles that they've been able to win with that specific character. Let's see.
It's just like once you saw those composition, once you saw this kind of position, you would be like, what? But once you saw team's name, you'll be like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, true.
All right, that's Jojo. All right.
I wouldn't expect that from any other club.
Wow. And now it's just, increased my expectations towards this matchup.
So I imagine that there's not going to be like a very clear, like who's going to be playing mid laner, who's going to be playing on the bottom.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of rotation.
Yeah.
To a moment that I don't think that we're going to have a very long laning stage of the game. Like it's just going to become like rotations from bottom to top, from top to mid, from mid to bottom. It's going to be like a Nanjing Hero. They're going to have their steps up for today. That's for sure. Their step count today is going to come up to 20,000, 30,000, that's for sure.
And as for the beginning, I guess Bell, who's playing Bali Shouyue, is going to be in the mid, and Guan Yu going to play the top, and Meng Tian is going to play the bottom. It's just like to my surmise. Let's see.
Let's wait and see. That Munchie is going to be the first time that is going to show up for today. Let's see what they can do with that option for jungler.
And And we can see KSG, they really made a really like smart movement. They just play Xiao to the top because they already foresee like you would play Meng Tian as the bottom to bring you a winning lane, but they won't let you to successfully did it. So quite clever.
Quite clever. KSG trying to do the invasion, trying to take control of that blue buff. Being taken down, Atsu is going to use his smite to take it away.
Nothing can deal. They can do nothing to deal with others' invasion.
Yeah, that's sad for No Fear because right now it means that he's going to start the first rotation with no blue whatsoever.
But it's quite interesting to see, like, for these two teams. Well, actually, like, generally we saw those tactics being used, like, after the game just kick off.
Yeah.
But for these two teams, they already set some traps during the drafts, during the Bantic phase, and also from the very first, like, laning phase.
Wang Xing already in level 4, coming in, trying to farm on that mid lane. He wants the minions, he wants the gold. He knows that the first 2 minutes are looking really good for KSG.
True, because they got like Luban number 7.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna be a winning lane.
Look at that, Xinhen can do nothing. He can only look at how this Master Luban and Luban number 7, both of them just taking the turret down to 3/4 of the HP.
And that's some trick that KSG just used. They show you like, okay, we'll push Xiao as the top lane, but the fact is, after he cleaned up the first laning, he just, rotate, roaming to the bottom lane. But on the other hand, Hero, they want to tackle Luban number 7, so they put Guang Yu down. So that make Hero put them into a deficit.
Look at that, Joku and Bell trying in the mid, trying to clean the wave and then trying to support. But they have not been able to actually make anything happen for them in the bottom lane. It's been just Luban number 7 and Master Luban just very easily just farming, and you don't want to let them snowball too much. Look at that, Atsu, it's been 1v2.
Others keep trying to do those invasions because once he can take or steal away those blue buffs or red buffs or even some neutral monsters, it can just slow down the farming up by No Fear.
Different strategies, very, very, very interesting. Right now we can see that Pili Show you just made the rotation down to bottom. It's going to be a 2-2 right now here, trying to slow down what Joe is doing right now.
If it is a 2-2, if Hero is accurate enough for those skill targeting, they're gonna gain a winning.
Look at Guang Yu. Guang Yu is just trying to rotate from behind. He's waiting for the right moment. He's a man on a mission. Right now, Xinhen really wants to come in and take it. He doesn't know if the damage is in. Joe is gonna put in, he's gonna go the Razor Cavalry. It's not going to be enough. It's gonna be traded, 3 people coming in, pushing him back.
That's what we call awareness. Who would think that Guan Yu could be in your rear? But Xiao just told you, I got that kind of sensation that there might be some enemies hiding in that bush.
He disappeared for such a long time.
Yeah.
And then if for such a long time you cannot see him in the map, it's because he's up to something.
Yeah.
And we know that everything depends on just slowing down that Lupan.
Wow, this matchup's going to be really interesting, really fantastic.
It is already a very interesting matchup, right?
And now we can see Bell, how quick he is. Twinkle his fingers.
Atsu being able to control the blue buff one more time, right? Look at that, it's a 3v1. It's not gonna be enough. Like, it's gonna be first blood for KSG.
KSG is quite calm, even though they kind of feel the opponent's strategy or the opponent's composition is quite weird.
Yeah.
But they didn't panic. They just, okay, follow our own pace. Do not panic, do what we should do, and just execute our strategy, and that's it.
When you have the ability to control your own destiny, there's nothing that you should be afraid of.
But the only thing that they need to pay attention to is that as long as those outer tower has been taken down, and as long as the team fight will start, KSG need to pay attention to watch out Guan Yu, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. Guan Yu coming in, the razor camera is coming in. It's going to be Master Lupin. It's been vital to make Jiu to survive that ambush.
Nice flash down by Xiao, and watch the bottom lane.
Watch the bottom lane. Dunfang taking a lot of damage from left and right. It's going to be a 1-1 trade.
For this 1-1 trade, well, we need to admit now from this brawl, KSG has won those advantages. Especially Xiao did escape from that kind of team fight.
Wow, I don't know exactly how he made that happen. Look at that, Dunfang calling in his generals, dealing damage, taking asset very low, but he stayed for too long. Too many people coming in trying to put him down.
Yeah, too many people.
I know that mountain is tanky, but everyone's got a limit.
You can't do it like 1 versus 5. That's a bit too much. Well, and as you just mentioned, how Xiao made it to escape away from that team fight, from that surround, I guess that's something to do with the shoes that he selected.
Oh.
He chose the shoes of resistance.
Okay.
See, and that's it. He's like, the time that he's gonna be stunned can be shortened.
Excellent. Boots of resistance that are gonna allow him just to shorten the time that he's going to be stunned, right?
True.
So every time that he's going to receive an ability that might just lock him down and put him in a very vulnerable position, that choice of boots, it's going to save his life.
And these are what we call details during our game, and that's quite vital. Because those details, you need to make those details gain you small advantages and put it into such a huge gap.
Asa trying to come in, trying to lock down, but the ult is going to be wide. Bell still in a very healthy position. He just needs to keep practicing. The only thing that Bell needs to do, find the spot, turn around, put his rifle up, and look at that. That's already, in my count, that's 3 in a row.
Yeah, and also I guess for Bell, he's like very desire to have that siege breaker. You need that siege breaker.
There's a combination of items that Bell needs to have. Not only to deal damage, but he's gonna need the armor pierce, right? Because that's the problem about playing with a hero like Bailey Solyue.
Yeah.
Like,
you only got a few chances.
You have very few chances. You're so far away that your bullets need to try to find the back laners. If you're just going to be hitting on the tanks in the front lane, there's no much sense to have that hero. So armor pierce is going to be a very critical item for him.
Yeah, and also those efforts that's gonna be granted by siege breaker is gonna be once his target's HP is below a certain percentage, he's gonna gain extra damage. And that's quite suitable for those snipe.
Okay, but who's going to deal the damage to put them under 30%?
I guess that's gonna be Meng Tian comboed with Guan Yu, like fully controlled and let him to seize that kind of chance.
So they're going to be extremely dependent to their positioning.
True, true.
At the position of Guan Yu, the timing for Guan Yu to start. Normally we wouldn't use Guan Yu that much as a first option for initiation, but mostly for counterattack.
So actually we would call those kind of composition as like those miracle-making composition.
Yeah, miracle-making compositions. Love that term.
One movement or one big team fight, if you want it, you're gonna change it. But if you're not, you're just gonna keep being pushing backward by KSG, since KSG chose such a solid composition.
Yes. Solid composition, very steady. Slowly but steadily, they've already built a 2,000 gold, a 2,000 gold lead. Sure hit, times 10 for Jiu on that Mozi.
That also means he haven't missed any shot by 10-10.
Oh, Xinhan being brought back. The Pixpan is going to lock his way. He's going to have to run to the sides. Look at that. If Bell cannot find the spot to shot on Xiao. That's gonna be tough for him because right now his abilities are not strong enough for the tanks.
Guan Yu again.
Guan Yu again trying to come in from behind. Xiao being pulled back perfectly by XiAn, saving him. It's only gonna be one scene when Guan Yu just had a clear opening on that Lupin number 7.
But this is a 0-1 trade and gain hero more time for them to do something. Because we can see
look at that one. He jumps in, but he's just being locked down.
And also the Tyrant being still away by Bell. We can see since the time passed by, the accuracy that Bell had just being increased. Like the beginning of that game, actually he missed some shot, but now actually it's like 80%. I'll give it.
Wang and Xiao are going to be the ones, the richest people on the valley as right now. Once you make it already to the 9,000 mark, but not far away. No fear still. Again, that Manchi still trying its best just to go in.
To harass. Ooh, a kill goes to Mozi.
Good control from Mozi, right?
It's just like keep control. Like Aza has no idea about what he's gonna do or how he's gonna escape from such a constant control.
I start feeling like Bell's damage is starting to go online, right? Look at that. Guang Yu raises cavalry from behind. Is going to force Ichi to proc his flash. And that mid lane turret is going to fall. I would love to be able to see Bell's items right now, right? Just to see exactly what's going on with this man.
Well, I would say it's not gonna be bad, or it's gonna be really close to have that thief breaker, or he already has it. Let's just check it after we saw the ball. But the point is, we can see, like Heng, like this Guan Yu, he really know what timing he can catch to just go in and split up those battlefield into different parts.
Like the whole hero team, like the way that they're moving around, the coordination between their movements is just close to perfect. Look at that. Guan Yu pushed the wave from bottom lane. Just make KSG to try to make a decision. Do I want to go and clean or do I want to come for this Dark Overlord?
True. And also, Guan Yu plus Mengtian, their synergy is quite good.
Yes. Look at that. On the top, Dongfang's going to find an opening. He comes in, but it's being locked down. And now it's going to be tragic as the Winters here is going to deal so much damage on most of the back laners from Hero.
What has just happened? Like Hero just pushed everyone to that small camp. Just like get him around, surrounded by all those peoples from Hero and did such a nice big team fight. You see like Mengtian just pushed everyone in that small space. In this complicated landform, and Guan Yu just leapt in, just step forward and just break all those battlefields, split it up.
Dongfang and Heng, that's been critical in their rally. We talked about the synergy between the Hero team members, and look at that. Jojo knows that this is exactly what he wanted.
Yeah.
He knows that this is it. If Mengtian can jump in from the left and Guan Yu can jump in from the right, where is that Lupin number 7 gonna go?
And that somehow shows Jojo really fully trusts his team members.
Yes.
Because this kind of weird composition is quite risky. You need to fully trust those mechanics that those members have. Then would like select such compositions for them.
We talked about KSG having a gold lead. That's been completely wiped out of the map. And right now it's Nanjing Hero, the ones that they are 1,000 gold ahead.
But as for KSG, it doesn't mean like they do not have any chance. On the contrary, for this composition, it's quite solid, and like the error tolerance rate is quite high. So they just need to have someone to keep watching Guan Yu's entrance, and that's it. Keep eyes on Guan Yu.
No, they need to keep eyes on everyone, right? Like if they keep eyes on Guan Yu, that opens the space for Bell just to find a direct line towards the backliners. Wow, look at that. Exactly what we're talking about. Everyone is just looking for mountain, looking for Guangyu, and opening, and Xiao is going to be taken extremely low.
And we can see they're now trying to take down this high ground tower on the bottom lane. Since they got this Vanguard gonna strand them up, and they can successfully did it.
They're gonna be successful in just taking that high ground turret. And now Nanjing Hero looking like they have control of the game right now.
True. Since they've got this high ground tower and advantages, that also means they have got the vision control.
Starbreaker, Siegebreaker, Eternity Blade, the items that Bai Li Shouyue already have.
The problem is, well, we can see actually these two heroes keep doing those long range poking.
Yeah.
But the heroes from KSG, which they selected, they can have little chance to just sneak behind and cause some threat on Bell or onwards, because they always keep a quite safe or long range or distance to keep you away. So it's kind of be a little bit tricky for neither Wanxin or Ata to approach those backliners.
The fact that Xinhong is playing on Guangyu completely opens the front line.
Yeah.
Totally just opens the front line, as everyone needs to be paying attention on where is this Guangyu going to come, instead of just standing in front of Xiao and just taking the bullets for him.
So that's going to distract KSG. Wow, so let's
Double
see.
Eternity Blade. Eternity Blade, two of them.
2,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Trying to find Miyamoto Musashi, or ultimate already forced out.
Already
and trying to pull back.
Oh, look at that. The damage is there, but it's not being lethal all the way until Montian comes in, pushing everyone against the walls. It's going to be one. It's going to be two of them. A double kill for Miyamoto Musashi as well.
What's next? Like, two of members from Hero, they're still chasing for Miyamoto Musashi, but on the other hand, No Fear just being killed by KSG. This is going to be a 1-1 jungler trade. But after all, in total, this is a 2-3 trade, and KSG won the advantages.
KSG winning the advantage in that fight, but they lost the turret on top lane. That's going to give them so much pressure on both sides as we get to the 18th minute mark. 2 more minutes for the Tempest Dragon, and that Shadow Overlord is going to be critical.
True, because if Hero taken down that Overlord Dragon, they're going to offer them a lot of advantages on those lanes.
Now look at that.
This battlefield just...
I just love how the way Wanxin was the target at the beginning of the fight, and he was the last one on falling.
Yeah.
Just insane.
And I want to highlight the ultimate done by Zhao Jun.
Yep.
Wow, caused
the winter's here in there, right?
Damage. Yeah. This is going to be a massive amount of damage.
Almost 19 minutes of our game. No one seems to want to contest that Overlord. They don't seem to want to try to go and literally just go for it. Seems like it's not going to be enough time for any of the two teams to take it.
Well, for Hero, it is because for their composition, it's not allow them to just rush that Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, exactly.
So they just try to shut it down and see if they can do it or not. They just take the Shadow Tyrant. The Tempest Dragon's gonna spawn. KSG, they still got chance.
No, chance they do have.
It.
Of course, chance they do have, and we've already mentioned it so many times. You get to 20 minutes. You get over the 50,000 gold, the 50,000 gold mark. It's already about the mechanics.
True.
It's already about who's going to be better on that one-on-one and who's going to be able to take the chance for those main objectives.
It's all about mechanics. And also the key point for KSG, whether they're going to win that team fight or not, all lean on Xiao, all lean on that Nuba number 7. He needs to stay alive.
He needs to stay alive.
Though it's going to be really difficult, but he needs to stay alive.
Let us wait and see. 20 minutes.
20 minutes. It's gonna be a mark. Go straight
Coming
forward.
in. Brute force taking that turret, and it's going to be open season right now. That Guang Yu can just run anywhere he wants right now.
That's gonna be a huge problem to KSG.
They came into this game undefeated, but it's just looking very difficult for them just to get out of the valley, still with 3 wins.
KSG really need to be careful about their position. Really need to be careful about those positions. They need to spot Guan Yu. They need to spot Meng Tian. And also, at the same time, meanwhile, they need to get a void of the bullet shot by Bell.
Musashi Miyamoto won't be able to go back and clean the wave. The dragon taken almost down to 20,000 HP.
It's quite close.
It's going to be for anyone, but it's going to re-aggro. Guan Yu's coming from down there. He cannot find a good spot to jump in now. It's going to be Xiao that's going to be forced around. 1 time, 2 times. Xiao has a great spot. The crystal is being poked by the super minions. It's going to be Wang going back to clean the wave.
Such a nice opportunity offered to Hero, and we can see they still got 5 men alive, and now they have such advantages provided by those minion waves. They can go for it. They can go for their victory.
They could try. Let's see. Sage Sanctuary is going to be proc 1 time and 2 times. Right now it's going to be Dongfang, the one that is coming in, just pulling in. Once he is going to disappear, each is pushed back all the way to the fountain. It's not going to be enough. Guan Yu takes the kill, and it's going to be Hero. Nanjing Hero taking the win.
Congratulations to Nanjing Hero. Such a nice matchup, and everything just went insane from the very beginning. Once we saw this draft, once we saw the Banpick phase, everyone just goes like, what just happened on this battlefield? But Hero just used this, what we call weird composition. But if it works, but if it's suitable, then it is. They use this composition to gain another win for them. And they showed another kind of play style to all of those audience.
Yeah, very unorthodox composition, right? Like something that you don't see every single day. But well, they came in, they knew that they could try it. It worked for them. They wanted, they really wanted KSG to play the Lupin and Master Lupin combo. And they just gave them the bait and they bit it.
For KSG, right, for this game, actually they really played quite well, even for that last team fight. They tried their best to avoid all those combo, all those CC, but there's like too much. It feels like endless. Everyone's targeting on Xiao, everyone's targeting on that Lupin number 7. So they really made their effort to it, but can't turn this around.
They had the advantage since early in the game. And Nanjing Hero, whenever that you give them the advantage, well, they're not one of those teams that they're just gonna let it go. They just came in and they just showed that they really want one of those 4 tickets into group stage.
True. And I guess that's something to do with their coach, Zhou. He's really a genius.
He is a very good coach. He is a very good strategist. He knows how to create a lot out of nothing, right? Because nobody was expecting this combo.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by getting a lot out of nothing. That was not something that we had on our predictions. It was not something that we had on our cards. And then he just kind of like saw it there, put it together, and came up with a good solution. That's what good strategies do.
And it seems like he really had his own understanding about how to play with this best-of-1 format. Just give it, do some counter pick, do some surprising pick, and that's it. And it's really like work it out. And as for KSG, actually this game, I know like it would be a pity, but I don't think it's because of their fault or any mistakes. It's more like they didn't expect like their opponents would show such a composition. They're just like they really did a great job, especially in the early game. They didn't panic, right? They just follow up and stand for the strategies and go for it. But that's what we call like magical making composition.
True.
So yeah.
They were taken by surprise, that's for sure. We talked a lot about like how in this Lupin and Lupin number 7 composition, like you need to be able to take care of that Lupin. Just make it your baby. You want your baby to survive. And sadly for them, it was just pressure coming from all sides.
Let's see, this time MVP goes to Heng. He's Guan Yu. And this is the most unexpected card that hero had. Once we've mentioned about Heng just rotate from top to the mid. And for this composition, he's by using Guan Yu really showed his talent.
Just the way that he makes the decision, right? Because Heng, when we received our startings, we had him as a mid laner. Right? Like we had him already playing in mid lane. And when we saw the whole VP, and we saw Guan Yu, and we saw Pai Li Shouyue, we thought it was going to be a Pai Li Shouyue in the mid. We thought that it was going to be Heng, the one that it was going to take on Pai Li Shouyue. But he just went back to his roots.
So we can see like how talented he is, and also like the fully trust those team members had towards each other.
Crucial.
Really nice movement and really nice choice, and also it bring it out, bring them the victory.
Double Eternity Blade for Pai Li Shouyue. Look at that. Double Eternity Blade, Pure Sky, Siege Breaker, and Star Breaker. He just went with everything just to have burst damage.
He just need to like enlarge his damage to the maximum. That's why he chose such items, to build up such items.
One of the very few heroes that can do that composition, right?
Very few. Maybe, I guess, only Pai Li Shouyue can do that. Or other heroes maybe can use when we, like non-professional gamers, can use it during our games, but not for them. And we can see the standings, we can see the rankings changed again.
Changing again, Nanjing hero is going to move to 3rd place, just going up all the way to tie with Suzhou KSG.
But this ranking is still temporary. No one's gonna expect what's gonna happen during the last few of matchups because we're still in our 2nd day of our round 2.
No, everything could change. Right now we just finished our game 6. That's going to be halfway through. That's going to set us to the half mark for today's games. We still have 6 more matches that hopefully they're gonna be the same electrifying as this first half.
True, and like we can see for today's matchup, even like for the few 6 matchups, we already seen so many excellent performance. So we're very looking forward to the next matchups. And now we're gonna have some time to have an interview with, we can see the member from Nanjing Hero. Hello, 新恒，先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是南京 Hero 9金新恒。
那首先恭喜你们一下第1局比赛的胜利啊！第一个问题就想说，选这样的阵容是你们特意准备的呢，还是说当时在 ban pick 环节的时候，大家商量一下，觉得可以就拿了？
当时大家感觉这个阵容是可以用的，然后就掏了。
All right, so okay, so our first question was, like, do they prepare the composition like on purpose for their opponents, or they just do it throughout the discussion? And his answer is they just feel it can work out, so they just chose it. All right, so the next question would be, after won this game, especially you have so many excellent performance during the matchups, who's the one who called for that kind of initiation? 我们看到在这个比赛当中的话呢，其实你们有很多波的团打得都很好，包括你们绕那个位置。那谁是在当中就是觉得这波团能打、发起号召的那个人呢？
我觉得是东方吧。
Oh, Dongfang. All right. He said like the top laner who's playing Meng Tian was the caller for heading for the attack. Okay, so really nice matchup, and we are looking forward to your next matchups too. Congratulations again. 谢谢你接受我们的采访，也希望你们可以表现得越来越好。
Well,
lovely.
That was really nice. That was very, very, very good. now we can just flip the page and then just move forward. I can see that right now, KSG just taking their first defeat of the tournament. And Hero is going to make it all the way to tie them on 3rd place. Now, all the 6 games are done. Nora, you get to rest from now on. Now we're going to have TianYun coming in right after the break. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Stay online, and we'll be back soon.
Should I begin?
Go for it. Yeah, just go for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. So very nice to see you all. So we'll be starting our 7th match of today. So we will be witnessing together a lot of more exciting matchups later on. 6 more games to go.
6 more games to go. Nora is gone. Right now we have TianYun. You still got me. So yeah, I'm still here. I'm still going to be here for the next 6.
That's some good news. You know, I've been watching the whole previous 6 match when I was making up on the dressing room next by. So definitely a lot of good memories have led me, a lot of good impressions, especially the one that AG got. Like the huge turning over within one game. That's super nice. And obviously we're gonna have more exciting matchups following up. So we will be watching in total 6 matches in the following second half of today. So 12 BO1 battles will be taking place for today as the second day for our KPL region qualifiers.
We started the day with Shanghai EDG.M taking the victory against Shenzhen DYG. Then Beijing Weibo took a victory against XiAn WE. Then Shanghai EDG.M just became invincible against Jinan RW to take their second victory of the day.
Really, really impressive one.
Yeah, really nice to see the boys there.
Yep.
Well, then we had matches 4, 5, and 6 with Chengdu AG, Guangzhou TTG, and Nanjing Hero taking the dub. Now, Game 7, Jinan RW against Beijing Weibo.
You know, a lot of things will be taking place, especially in the second half of today's matches, because there's our 4 teams. They will have 3 battles within one day. They will be Weibo, TTG, AG, and Hero. So most of the matches will be happening in the second half of today. So firstly, Weibo, Beijing Weibo, a very strong team in KPL region. And firstly, the first pick will be going for straightforward to Gongsun Li.
Gongsun Li, Chelsea's Gongsun Li is going to be, wow.
So good.
So good. I'm so sorry, for everyone else, Chelsea's Gongsun Li and Ino's Gongsun Li.
Yep.
Both of them have been top in these last 2 days.
These 2 players can, have the ability to show off the limitations of the single character. Usually we see how aggressive they can be during the matchups, and usually we can see how accurate can find a perfect location trying to deal the burst damage in late game, which will be a quite difficult task, especially for Gongsun Li to do.
They don't depend that much on their supports, right? So it just allows the team just to have a different composition. They don't need to have that defensive support.
Yes.
No, they can be a little bit more aggressive just based on the mechanics of one whole ADC.
So a lot of heroes are being picked and locked in by both teams. From the first 3 picks, a little glimpse here. I think it's even trade here. So we are seeing a lot of meta picks being taken in for both teams. For the side of Jinan RW Rogue Warrior, actually want to go for very safety choices right here, 2 tanks standing in the front line, offering constant vision to the entire team.
And there's a lot of options for marksmen that they could take, right?
Of course, yeah.
There's a lot of things that they could try to choose. The marksman option is not a rush for them.
In a BO1 format, I think if you want to waste your band places all trying to focus on limitation of the marksman, that's not a very wise choice.
True.
You'd better just choose to target in some specific strategies. For example, Daqiao, for example, Luban, for example, Dong Huang Tai as a first band plays from Beijing Weibo.
All right, let's wait and see. My Shiranui might be a good option for Mage.
I love watching and seeing my Shiranui getting picked out, because I love those kind of composition where you really rely on the dive-in time of your marksman and the assassins. 2 assassins right here, Jin together with my Shiranui.
The 2 assassin strategy already happened today in a match, and we saw it. We saw my Shiranui with Lam, right? And this is going to be a my Shiranui with Jin. Having 2 assassins, just even though you don't have the wave priority, but it allows you just to control the rotation.
The very first matchup for Beijing Weibo, the one that they have been going against Xian WE. So the mage right there, Hua Juan, actually just used my Shiranui and get 1 victory back to their base. So another thing may find out interesting, fun. I love this choice, because Fang can be also played quite like assassin.
Yes.
I love how aggressive Fang can be, and usually you don't need another support trying to protect Fang. Fang has a very long dash, using the second ability, trying to avoid everything that he can possibly take. And I think Fang is a very good choice for RW to choose.
It is nice to see Fang in there, right? Like three assassins composition on the side of Jinan RW. It's just like amazing to see because they're just gonna go for it. They know that Beijing Weibo come as the favorites in this match, but Jinan RW is just saying, you know what? We're gonna try our very best just to take this in the early game.
You know, we've been like watching in total this LAN together with Liu Bang duo happening for a long time. So starting from the very first period, KPL region, the BO7s, we're seeing like XiG actually go for this kind of duel and performed perfectly during the team fights. So basically, we have to assume that this Liu Bang will constantly accompany Lam, trying to find a perfect angle, trying to make some team fights happening.
And in the previous match that we had, Guangzhou TTG.
Yes, good one.
Snow coming in and showing us how that hero is supposed to be played, right? Not only because the fact that Liu Bang can use the TP just to split, push, and do everything that we've been mentioning, but as an initiator as well. Coming in, crowd control, 4 people at the same time.
Yes.
Allowing Lam just to come and take all the kills he wants.
You know, personally, I really like those teams who will like constantly looking for team fights. Team fights will be what matters, especially during this game, because so many assassins are right here. I can basically see no like backliners who needs to be protected. So basically every single character are just going for and trying to get more kills to their teams.
Ooh, aggressive. This is gonna be a nice tempo. It's gonna be such a high tempo, fast-paced game. Like we're gonna come in and then I can imagine we're just gonna be straight into it.
But you know, if you just take a deeper look at the composition from both teams, I think initiative and the ways I can try to force into the team fights, I see like more initiation coming from RW instead of Beijing Weibo. So you really have to work closely with your teammates, especially for Weibo, trying to gain some advantages during the team fights. So here we go, dive into this match. The 7th match of today.
Let's go with the 7th match. Is it going to be RW? Is it going to be Rogue Warriors that are going to take the initiative and initiate fights? Or is it going to be Beijing Weibo that is going to turn things around?
I always love the idea that you use a very flexible way trying to decide who will be going forward to the first wave in the mid. So we're seeing like RW actually put Meng Tian in the mid, gaining the priority, while Mai Shanui caused some trouble to Nuanyang.
It's trying to slow Nuanyang down, right?
Interference is what really matters.
Interference, trying to slow him down, trying to do his very best. One of the things that Xiao is going to have as an advantage against Fang is that Fang's first ability is just going to be annihilated. It's going to be nullified by Gongsun Li's abilities as well, right?
I think a lot of rotation might happen because RW still choose to let this Meng Tian stay in the mid while Mai Shanui is using the flexibility going around.
Oh, look at that. Puts his bringing down one more time. It's being taken to 1/4 of his health bar. Meng Tian coming in, but he still is not ready for a 4.
It's quite surprising to see Nuanyang get to level 4 in so like fast speed, right? Almost taken nearly 90 seconds to develop himself to level 4, gaining with the ultimate.
He's stepping on the gas. He knows that RW want to take control of this and Nuanyang does not want to fall into this trap.
So almost 2 minutes time for both junglers to look forward to the dragon.
Oh, Chen Feng in a very difficult position. Lu Bu with the Fallen God is going to come in. He hits against the wall. Not going to be enough. It's going to be first blood for Beijing Weibo.
Look at the bottom. Even though Chelsea has been brought very low, but he managed to go back to the base. Nothing happened down there. So it will be a very good beginning for Weibo, gaining the very first blood.
Gaining that first blood, right? Like Mai Shiranui, we know that the idea of having Mai is that you can rotate around. But they just saw it and then 4 people surrounding her.
Yes. You can do the rotation, but you cannot do it by yourself only. So you need your teammate to stay apart from you, maybe closely. While in your danger, you will be assisted by your members. You need to be extra careful with that.
Almost the 3-minute mark. Not a big goal difference. Beijing Weibo just started really well. RW, the Rogue Warriors wanted and had an idea of what they wanted to do. Chen Feng one more time is being pushed against the wall. Zimo is not scared of that much at all.
It's about the time where the top laner should switch into the mid, trying to gain the vision, while letting the letting the jungler take in all the resources on the top, so that they can make sure that this Lam will have extra gold against the opponent.
He's going to... Oh. Poor Pucci. Like today, Pucci has been just countered so much. In that previous match that he already had today, it was very difficult for him. It was like completely nullified from the game.
Another thing might happen down there. Oh, immediately using the flash to dash away. Quite a clear move, you know. You have to do it in a quick speed, or otherwise you will be stunned.
Oh, he saw a 4 people rotation, right? Like he saw a 4v2. Look at that. And Monkey does not care about anything. Comes in, takes on Chelsea. That is going to fall from Liu Yuanfan's ability. Now it's going to be Huajun trying to protect the turret. The turret is going to fall. Good trade for Rogue Warriors.
Nice moves, gaining an extra kill and gaining the tier 1 turret in the bottom at the same time. I think that's a huge step for RW, trying to set Huajun free. So right now will be the point where the marksman will be rotated to either mid or the top, gaining extra towers to their team.
Trying to rotate, like Huajun is free right now just to move around.
Yes.
And we know that Liu Yuanfan, because of its passive, like can just go around without having to fear for its life.
And just see how deeply they invade into the jungle, because they gain the tier 1 turret in the bottom. So that's the reason why Rogue Warrior can finally get some invasion down here.
Look at that. Zimo is going to jump in. The Fallen God is going to come in, but it's going to be Pucci that is going to proc his ult as well. My Shiranui is going to fall.
Wow,
right now we got Jing taking on one more, but it's not going to be enough. And it's going to be Xingyu that is going to protect his backliners.
I think this game just gets started, because Nuanyang gaining extra kill to this jungler. This assassin will be extremely rich when it comes to personal gold. And you don't definitely want to give a lot of money to Nuanyang, because this player is so famous for snowballing constantly all the time. And we can see some happening, what's happening down there. Very good ultimate by Zhang Fei, trying to have some crowd control ability onto the backline, so that Chelsea have to go away.
Did you see exactly what Xingyu did? What you just mentioned at the beginning of the game, that Liupang and Lam combo. In the moment that Lam comes in and he starts dealing damage, Liupang uses his battlefield command to come in, add on more damage, and at the same time add a shield.
You have to make this chemistry really going on. The reason you choose this kind of duo is to trying to perform this kind of team fights. So like Best is a very perfect demonstration of how these two heroes can collaborate together.
Look at that, now they're on the hunt. One more time, Chen Feng goes in, tells the fan, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh, Pucci trying his very best, trying to get one more kill. Chelsea is going to fall. Now it's gonna be Chen Feng, the one that is gonna be killed by Lam.
I think a lot of huge threats are being put onto Chelsea. Chelsea have been killed like 2 times on the bottom. It's like a very dangerous place for this marksman to go.
Look at that, Nuanyang comes in, takes on one more kill. He keeps farming. People keep falling, but Nuanyang is always standing.
So even though after the whole team fight just happened, like 2-2 trade, I will say the number is quite fair, but as some consequence, like look at the results. The assassin Nuanyang kept stealing lives away, and that's one thing that Rogue Warrior should be really pay attention for. You don't want to start up the team fights where you cannot find anything in return. Look at that, dive into backline, finish My Shiranui, get a kill in spree to Nuanyang, and then diving back looking for more.
Tries to look for more, and he comes in and takes 2 kills. Like literally, that just allows Nuanyang to be farming so fast.
Definitely.
That right now, look, he has full control of all reds and blues around. Seeing you taking extremely low, he's going to fall. It's going to be Chelsea that is going to fall him as well. Now, Nuanyang comes in and takes one more kill. Ocean's trying to run away for his life, but Nuanyang is a man on a mission. The mirror is going to be procced.
Another kill might happen since Mai Shenui get the kill to her side by killing Lu Bu. Most likely both be pinned down here. Nuanyang standing solo against your enemy. I think it will be a wiser decision trying to escape away.
Just to run away. He came in and he did exactly what he needed to do. He comes, takes the kill on Song, and then it's just come back and keep farming.
A lot of things have happened, but you pay attention and look deeper, closer to the dashboard. 501 KDA to Nuanyang. That's something huge. But another killing spree happened when Huayun gaining back a kill to RW.
Xingyu is just overstepping a little bit too much, right? Like he thinks that he's tankier than what he actually is.
Yes.
He's taking too much damage. He needs to be a little bit more careful with his positioning.
So you have to know where your teammates are before you want to, gain some vision for your team. Get prepared.
Get prepared it is. 8 minutes and 45 seconds.
Wow, the goal difference. The gap is quite huge, right? Almost 8,000 golds to Nuanyang.
Exactly. It's almost a 2,000 gold lead only for the jungler, right?
But on the other hand, you can see the marksman. The gap is quite huge as well.
Ooh, look at that. It's going to take it on a solo. But then after that, Xingyu just comes in just to finish sealing the deal. Take a kill one more time.
And in the mid lane, as Zhangfei had used the ultimate, it will be the turn for Weibo.
Oh, I love that. Look at Nuanyang. He is a man that has a target on Zimo. No, it's going to be on Song, and Song is going to fall.
I love the idea that Weibo is trying to help the marksman, trying to give Chelsea alive, trying to gain some kills over to the marksman, trying to build up the gold and trying to chase up to their opponent. While on the other hand, we can see like 3 versus 4 actually won the fight in favor of Weibo.
Oh, come on, like the RWCA, like their composition is made out for fighting.
Yes.
Like they just need to wait for the right moment to jump in. That's the one thing that I haven't been able to do. I feel like they're just jumping in face first instead of just waiting for an ambush.
Goes here, but I think Rogue Warrior really should be retrieving back because there's no ultimate for Zhangfei.
Look at that, Lam and Nuanyang are coming from behind. Chenfeng is taken extremely low. He's going to disappear now. Lam has completely an open space just to keep making some more kills. Take one more on Chenfeng.
From that angle, Nuanyang is basically doing about 1 versus 5. With the assistant using the ultimate from Liu Bao, managing to take and do a lot of damage to the backlines.
And he's mobile enough just to come in, take the kills, and run away.
So cool.
In a 1v5, you normally, like, okay, I might just jump in and die. But no, he comes in, takes the kills, and then, well, I'm gonna go back and keep farming.
And another thing helping Nuanyang doing this is using of this pure sky, enabling him to endure a lot more pressure even with the towers, and that's okay because using Xingyu's ultimate together with assistant support while constantly getting Nuanyang so many choices, shoot whatever he want to dive in. So cool.
The fact that Zemo jumps in and then Nuanyang knows that everyone's gonna run away from that Lupu's ultimate,
I think
allows him just to come in and take the kills easy.
Like the whole teams are showing their understanding of the compositions. They know like individually what should they do and what should they not do during the team fights.
True.
Good ones. I think for RW, they really changed it a lot because you compare with the summer season, the performances. I think RW are definitely getting some improvements, but some job need to be done like more clearly because they have to choose whenever to start a team fight. They have to get prepared before they're trying to dive in and initiate into the team fights.
They're trying to go like too straight, like you have 3 assassins. Just wait for the right moment. I know you want to fight.
Yeah.
But not just like head first, right? They're just going head first into all the fights.
I think they're just heading towards any time that randomly choose to initiate in trying to get some kills, and don't rush too much for that. You have to wait for the right moment and pay extra more attention on the mini map, see where your teammates are before you act.
And now that you just mentioned the mini-map, you can see how in the mini-map everything is just turning blue. Beijing Weibo has full control. Look at that Chenfeng with the flash coming in, taking Gunsun out of the map. Now it's going to be Zemo, the one that is going to follow him. It's going to have to run away.
Weibo can safely retreat, but what a nice move by Chenfeng. Mai Shenui used the flicker and just vanished. Chelsea just got vanished instantly.
Completely, it was just full burst damage, right? Chenfeng just with the fan and then immediately with the flash right after, nothing that Xiao could have done to run away.
I think Chen Feng has been waiting for this moment to happen for a very long time. So this player have kept this kind of gaming style constantly all the time, nearly like 13 minutes. He has been waiting for this moment to come, and finally he gets it.
And it's good that it comes at 13 minutes, right?
Yes.
Because that's the moment where you still have a chance to try to level things down a little bit, because it's going almost for a 4,000 goal lead for Beijing Weibo.
You know, this solo kill is extremely important and favored hard and significant towards the side of our Rogue Warrior, because this will be the time where Weibo will start trying to do the slip push using the vanguards. So losing the marksman will cost Weibo a lot of time trying to reform and trying to find a new way to turn this, to start to, you know, give pressure to a high ground tower.
Oh, look at that. Huajin taking extremely low. Right now it's going to be Bootsy, the one that is trying to go and follow, but it's not going to be enough. Jin that is going to proc her all. Now everyone is being extremely low. Nguyen is trying to come from behind, but it's not going to be enough. He tries to take on Bootsy, brings him back, and it's going to be a kill. Can he get to the second one? He can, because the man cares about no one right now.
This nice combo showing up in the team fight just happened, and now Weibo may be trying to look for more.
They go for everything.
On the bottom lane, Rogue Warrior trying to clean a wave, and they did it. Using the diving by Ao Shenxing, finally clean the wave and trying to make sure that they will buy themselves extra time for Huayun to revive from the base.
It's going to be 5 seconds for Huayun to come in. They will be able to protect the crystal, but both turrets for bottom and mid lane are going to disappear.
Well, that's a close one, you know, for WB. So let's see the team fights. Basically, Rogue Warrior have some advantages before everything happened. They successfully bring Huajun really, really low, making this mage disappearing from all the time. But it will be the exact moment where Qiaoxi, together with Xingyu, using the ultimate dive in and get a kill. Every single assassin are played so well during this match and today's, you know, particular match right now.
Rogue Warriors used all their abilities trying to get rid of Qiaoxi. They were successful, but at the end, they forgot that Nguyen was nowhere to be seen. It means that he was on his way to come in to take some kills.
You know, Qiaoxi, I couldn't remember the last time I saw this marksman with this kind of low KDA. So he had been like killed for over like 4 times or nearly 5.
Exactly. Look at that. We're getting back. And now action on top lane is going to be Lam taking on Mai Shiranui. Mai Shiranui is going to disappear. Now it's going to be Qiaoxi taking away the jungler. It's going to be 2 people away, as we can see the super minions already coming to the crystal.
And Huayun still managed to keep himself alive. A flicker, it's not enough to keep him alive anymore. So it will be an ace in favor to Beijing Weibo. They're just waiting for the wave to dive in and rush the base and get this victory back.
That's going to be very well played. Gigantic. Beijing Weibo takes one more victory. That's going to make them 3 points already.
I think Beijing Weibo is kind of expected to play in this way, since they are the teams who went through a HoK B07 in the very first round in the KPL region qualifiers. So they are expected to be the top ones, the top 2s within the 10 games. So yesterday we have the watching them going through a lot, quite, you know, trying to adapt to the new B01 format. But after watching today's match, I think they are fully prepared and they're not planning on letting any kind of scores out.
They struggled a little bit yesterday,
of course,
Like, not only the fact that they lost their B07, they come in with low morale, come into the first games a little bit hesitant. But the same as Guangzhou TTG, they came in today with a completely different attitude.
You're just witnessing like together how quickly these 2 teams like managed to change their mentality within one single night. So Guangzhou TTG, on the other hand, they changed their startup list. But we can see a lot of chemistry happen down there. So their change in their startup list is actually working. But for Beijing Weibo, I think they stayed in this fixed formation for a long time. And today, a lot of things are happening. We're seeing how perfect the combo chains are stick together and how like closely and how deeply their communication is, so that they can form in such perfect combo and team fights. And as their opponents for Rogue Warriors, I think they're spending a lot of time trying to do a little changes in their gaming style. They really tried. They really struggled a lot.
Oh, Rogue Warriors played really well.
Yes.
I do feel like Rogue Warriors came in not only from the BP, right? Like from the beginning of the game, they really had an idea. They wanted to do things. They wanted to make something happen.
Yeah.
It was just not the right decisions, not the right moments.
But I always like seeing those teams where you can see the spirit. You can see directly through their movements that they want to make something happen. And this kind of bravery, this is kind of encouraged from.
If they're going to fall, they're going to fall fighting.
Of course, yeah.
They're not just going to go quietly into the night. Like they really want to try their best.
I mean, their team name is Rogue Warrior. You should really be like one, right? You always, coming for battles, you don't fear about losing.
You remember the first final that we casted?
I know,
Rogue Warriors was there. And Rogue Warriors is just one of those teams that they've been with us for such a long time.
Yep.
The culture is there, the culture of never giving up. I just hope that they're going to be able to get back, go back to the board and get better ideas.
Of course. Best wishes for them. And MVP goes to the jungler in the side of Beijing Weibo, Nuanyang. 10:05 KDA.
10:05 KDA, there's nothing else that you can do. The man is not starting the fights. He's just coming in at the end. When everyone's just running away, he's just coming in and just being an assassin, doing exactly what he needs to do.
I have this kind of sight after Nuanyang starting getting the 3 kills in the very beginning of the game. So that's the reason why I kept mentioning the idea that Nuanyang is getting the kills in return after each team fight happen. So you have to pay attention to this jungler. You don't want to let this kind of player earning a lot of kills, or otherwise you will be facing a lot of problems like what Rogue Warrior just did.
Poor TES.A was the price that they had to pay for Nuanyang to be able to farm to the size that he got at the end, right?
Yep.
Like TES.A was just kind of like surviving on his own, but then look at Nuanyang just coming all the way from top lane in there.
I think Chelsea acts like a bait, in the strategy, where we would like to, put our marksman in front of you and trying to attract your attention while our assassin going towards your back directly and kill everything.
Wow.
Cool.
Amazing performance. I hope that everyone at home is just taking notes on how Nuanyang is playing, because he's considered one of the top junglers in the KPL region.
Yes. To see how well he farmed up. 15,000 gold right here.
15,000 gold, and we didn't make it that far into the game, right?
Yep.
Like it was not actually a very long game, just making 15,000 gold. How much gold are you making per minute? Almost 1,000 probably? A little bit more?
Yeah, maybe. Closely on.
Wow.
And see the team data, so the damage dealt is pretty much the average one. So we can see even Zimo have contributed a lot of damage during the team fights.
Everyone in Beijing Weibo just playing really well. All of them all together coming in to take that victory. And that is going to put Beijing Weibo right now in 2nd place.
Good ones. So we can see the teams are chasing after one another really closely. So even you can pay attention to the gap between the very number 1 and number 4, even 1 point.
Yeah, and
standing behind.
And it's going to be like that during today, all the way until we finish our game 12, and the whole day tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the exact same thing. It's going to be just them just trying, you take 1 point, I'll take 1 from you, I'll give you 1, you'll give it back to me.
Of course, yeah. So our HoK qualifier, the 2nd round, will be lasting for 4 days. So it's only the beginning of our qualifiers. So we are pretty much ready for our interview, and let's see who will be doing the interview with us. Hello, 花卷，跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是北京微博花卷。
这一局比赛看到使用了特别多的刺客，然后团战爆发的特别多。打完整体这局感觉怎么样？
整体的话就是暖阳太 C 了。
All right, so we have seen a lot of team fights taking place in the fight just now happened. I was wondering what Huajun might be feeling right now. So after doing the matchup constantly to like this one, the only thing and the feeling Huajun's feeling right now is, wow, what a jungler we have. So powerful，听得到你非常非常这个看好啊，以及就是给暖阳的这个表现有很高的一个评价。花卷之后的赛程里有没有特别想和谁交手啊？
和谁交手嘛，就剩下没打都打一遍嘛，因为我都挺期待每个中单的那个特点啊或者擅长的东西。
Okay, I was wondering which team, specific team like HoK want to have battle with. So basically, HoK is looking forward to every single lifting ones. So he was kind of wondering what kind of strategies the other mid laner will be applying and pull off during the fights. HoK 觉得这一次的版本里面啊，就是中单对你来说这一些的选择是好还是坏呢？有没有什么选择你特别喜欢的？
选择的话，就是这个版本那个中路的兵线还没有增强嘛，就是那个物抗没增强，然后可能会有守约啊、元歌这种登场的机会吧。
Okay, so there's a lot of meta changes in the current meta we're playing right now. So what HoK think of the current meta is that because the waves is not increased, the wave is not tanky enough, so that we will be expecting the appearance maybe in Yuan or the other assassin, right?
Yes, exactly.
Or 守约，很期待你的守约啊！谢谢HoK接受我们的采访，谢谢，继续加油。And it actually happened using Yuan or Shouyue to go to the mid.
Yeah, of course. Like Yuan is not only Yuan is so versatile that it could be played anywhere, right? Like it could be played in mid, it could be played on top, it could be played even as a jungler sometimes, depending on the patch. Yuan would be a really nice hero for us to see. I love the way that he mentioned that when you ask him like, who are you looking forward to meet in mid lane? And he said, everyone.
Every single one.
Every single one. I can keep this learning from every single person. You can always learn from your opponents.
Of course, yeah. Okay, the highlights clips are ready, and let's see what kind of beautiful movements are happening just now. I always enjoy the time where we are watching the highlights together.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Lovely. Just the way how everyone just deals all the abilities to try to take on the tank, and that allows just the junglers to come in and just take the kills.
Wow, this kill's worth trying for, Chenfeng.
The flash.
Yeah, the flash.
Just keeping your flash, holding to it for the right moment. That just changes the game completely.
But you know, a lot of things are missing from Rogue Warriors team fights. You can see that they start up the team fight because they have some targets, clear targets. For example, the team fight just now happened, like HoK got HoK really low, but unfortunately their junglers is not right there. The jungler just came back from the base.
There's no lethal damage.
Yeah, the like follow-up damage is not
Like you can really just get them down, you can get them low, but you cannot get them killed.
Yeah.
The game is done, and right now we're going to have a short break, and then we're going to be back with our next match.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Very quick to be back again. So TTG versus TES, Top Esports.
Top Esports right now, it's going to be their third game of the competition. 2 defeats in yesterday's matches. Let's see if they can just turn things around, right?
I think Top Esports is facing quite a huge challenge right here because losing 2 battles, and this will be the 3rd one. You don't want to start your journey in the BO1 format after the very first day. You're facing like 2 defeats. That's something you have to conquer with. But just like how excited like Kier is. You know, I know Kier so much. So basically, if you see this kind of smile on his face, they are feeling excited. They're feeling extremely confident.
No, come on, like you gotta give them some credit, right? Like,
of course.
Everyone was just so critical on them yesterday, right? Like they did not perform really well. They came in today. Kier just thought about like how to solve that. He just changes the jungler, changes the support. They come up and they have a completely different attitude.
Yeah, I actually read through all the comments yesterday. Some of the comments are quite harsh.
A lot of fire yesterday on the web.
So basically, they have been experiencing a lot of stress after losing the battles yesterday. But you know, it takes courage to trying to make a sudden decision on your starbell list because these 5 players have been sticking together for a very, very long time for Guangzhou TTG. So making this kind of changes happening must take a lot of decisions, a lot of determination to do this.
At the same time, I don't think that it was a Puran and Pinchan mistake yesterday. I'm so sorry. I cannot just come and say like, okay, yeah, we got to point our fingers to someone. It was Puran, so it was Pinchan's mistake. No, it was a whole team mistake. The only difference that I can see between their performance yesterday and right now is the morale. The morale right now is at its top. So can Guangzhou TTG keep that good feeling and make it a 2 wins, 2 loss draw? Or is it going to be Changsha TES that are going to take their first victory of the tournament?
Very interesting ban pick right now happening. First ban place goes directly to Fuzi, trying to put aside this Fuzi Daqiao whole thing out.
Interesting, because normally if you just put Fuzi out, do you still need to ban that Daqiao on the other side?
Because they're on, like, you know, the blue side. So if they ban it with this Fuzi, they're kind of forcing TTG to lock on this decision on banning Daqiao away. So Mai Shinanui will be the choice from Changsha Top Esports. So after yesterday's matches, this hero actually won a very low winning rate after all the matches. But starting from now on, I think Mai Shinanui is quite good because HoK used this character and came for the victory.
I feel like everyone is just like watching the other teams play, right? Like everyone's taking notes, and whenever that you see someone just coming up and just being so superior, as an athlete, you really want to be better. You want to be stronger. You want to be faster. So you need to go and try to beat them.
And on the other side, let's see, from the red side, Guangzhou TTG taken Gong Sun Li together with Zhang Fen, a very common choice, I could say, very popular meta heroes being chosen down in the bottom lane.
Zhang Fei yesterday being the 2nd most picked hero, the same as Gong Sun Li. Both of them came up in 8 or 9 out of our 11 games yesterday.
Yeah, very popular picks right there. And from Changsha TES, like the duel happening again with Kai and Guan Yu together, locked in.
KIC, why do Kai and Guan Yu work so well as a composition? Why do they pick both of them at the same time normally?
You know, in this current meta, usually we're expected to see a very core jungler like Assassin Jing, for example, Jing or Lam, pair them up with a tank who can sacrifice all the waves and all the resources towards the jungler, for example, like Xiao or Ata. So this duel is completely opposite. You lean your resources onto the warrior, while this Kai can be a tank as a frontliner.
Yes, exactly.
So you just switch into different modes, but the mechanics stay the same.
So it means that Kai is not going to be that resource dependent, right? Like he's going to be sharing a little bit of that gold, and then that's going to make everyone on Changsha TES just to have a little bit more resources, trying to build a little bit more items.
I've been talked with like Jaco yesterday a lot, discussing about Sumo. So if you see this kind of ID, Sumo, this player, so good at playing this kind of soldiers. And that must be the reason why like Changsha TES choose this Guan Yu, go into sumo and trying to trust these players, like confident choice.
Well, let's wait and see what Sumo is going to be able to do. On the other side, you have Zhaojun, which can slow down that Guan Yu, and then we've been mentioning how Guan Yu needs to be able to get energy to be able to deal more damage and to deal his abilities. If Zhaojun on the late game, on the big fights, might be a problem for that Guan Yu.
I think Zhao Jun's ultimate might also cause some trouble and cause some problem towards Gen.G.
Yeah.
So Gen.G only with a flash will enable him to have a dash. So without the flash, he will be completely out of dash. So that's the reason why Gen.G mmight become secondary comparing with the popularity against like Marco Polo or Gong Sun Li. But Gen.G at the same time, the reason they choose this kind of hero is because they have to make sure that somebody will be taking care of the Zhang Fei and the Lian put together. So with the ultimate, Gen.G will have 50% extra penetrations, and that will be extremely fatal towards those frontliners, very tanky characters at the same time.
Imperial Order is going to be a critical ability for that Gen.G.
Yep.
That is going to have a Mozi. Mozi is being such a popular pick today.
I love this
showing
hero.
up a lot.
I love this hero. This hero used to go to the mid, but as the meta have changed a lot, so no need to discuss a lot of time. But Mozi, after the meta changed into a new version, comes into the support scene, and I think as a support, Mozi is quite good. When you're doing like the 2 versus 2 matchup down to the bottom lane, it's extremely powerful.
It is extremely powerful. We're going to see how good he can be against Gong Sun Li. Because we know that Gong Sun Li's abilities allow her just to nullify all the flying objects coming towards her.
Yep, you know, if I were Tianchen playing this Gong Sun Li, I will definitely go for the boost of resistance. So a lot of crowd control ability, a lot of CC chains will be happening during the team fights, especially if you a deeper look. Guan Yu, Kai, Mai, Shila Nui, and Mozi goes into the support, while constantly giving Tianchen a lot of pressure.
They know that Tianchen is a force to be reckoned.
Yeah, it's so hard to play.
They're gonna try to target a little bit Tianchen in there. In the first stages, we're gonna have Xiaopeng and Xiaodun playing a 2v2 against Snow and Tiancheng. Snow being very good at support in a more defensive way. So he will be able to try to spot where Xiaodun is and be receiving most of the damage, hopefully.
You know, Snow is one of the players I could possibly think of who have so much energy. He has so much to offer to the entire team. We actually have some opportunity in the Chinese casting stream where we can listen to how passionate they're trying to communicate a whole strategy going on. And Snow is the one member making that happen. So I really admire this kind of movement. You really have to bring some vibe here into your teams.
Let's see, is the heart of the team Snow gonna be able to motivate TTG to take their second victory of the day in a row? Let's wait and see.
Another thing is, if you want to make sure that Tianchen, Gong Sun Li stay alive during the team fights, the performance from Snow and Qing in together will be extremely important. The 2 tanks are responsible to keep this marksman alive.
Let's wait and see what's gonna happen in there. Qing is gonna have a very tough day against Sumo.
Wow. Bottom lane, 1 versus 1. Tianchen managed to use abilities, bringing Xiaopeng quite low in the HP.
Xiaopeng already cleaned the wave, and right now he's going to try to go for the River Sprite. And he's successfully taking it for himself.
No, got half HP stealing away from Xiaopeng. You know, Xiaopeng is one of the marksmen, very aggressive during the matchups, especially for top esports. They're a talented player.
Oh, come on, you need to be very aggressive. Oh, look at that. Tianchen being taken extremely low, knocked back. They're gonna have to push back right now. You know, it's not looking really good for them.
Gen.G is also a counter pick towards and against Tianchen, Gong Sun Li, because using the second ability not only offer a purify effect to this hero, and also you can just eliminate all the effect, the passive that Gong Sun Li give you. So we all know that with the 4th auto attack, Gong Sun Li will be gaining extra damage when the passive is being triggered. But one nice move using the second ability of Gen.G will successfully get Xiaopeng out of the whole activating.
That's the reason why most of Gunsung Lees just take Frenzy as their summoner skill, right? Because after you have the passive plus the Frenzy, you're gonna have some insane attack.
Like early burst damage.
Early burst damage. 10x sure hit for Xiao. Aman is very accurate right now.
I think for top esports, the 2v2 on the bottom are winning right now.
Wow.
Definitely winning.
Definitely winning, and let's see if they can try to use that to invade and take control of this blue buff.
Yeah, that's what they're doing right now.
Xiao is going to be frozen. Joey's been taken very low. The winter scare's coming. Kai is going to take on Gunsung Lee. Now Guxing is going to try to survive, but it's been taken down extremely low. It's going to be a 1-1 trade. It's going to be the marksman and the jungler.
I think it still benefits top esports because you have gained back the blue, successfully do your invasion, and again, your jungler, who will not be a core, especially for Kai, but you get the kill against the marksman, who will be one definite core in the side of TTG.
That's true. That's true. I think that right now, Xiaotun's performance is just being critical for this, right? Like on that mod, being extremely accurate. I have not seen the man miss in this last 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, critical hit. Every single time.
Every single time. 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
It's quite surprising, you know, to see like TES changed a lot comparing to yesterday's performances. Like they actually won nothing, you know, after the 2 battles. And today, I think they're fully prepared.
They're fully prepared. They do not have a gold advantage yet, but just the way that they're playing just shows you that they do not want just to come here and let it go.
Yep.
They're trying their very best to make something happen out of it.
And we are like seeing the solution to solve the previous problem is that TTG choose to let the marksman go into the mid instead of doing the constant matchup on the bottom. That's one way to save the question. You know, how safely, like Joey is cleaning the wave just by simple using the ultimate will do the same thing.
They don't even have to engage. They just need to have Joey clean the wave and they just move back under the turret
this
to
is
back
one
safety.
Good strategy, you know, pulled out from TTG. Very quick response to top esports strategies.
Let's wait and see. We know that the bottom turret is going to fall. Right now it's going to be the blue team that is going to liberate Gen.G first. Their marksman is going to be liberated before Gunsung Lee.
And actually they managed to protect the second blue buff to their side as well. So top esports trying to continuously do the invasion, but with the change of lanes by TTG's members, they managed to take them aside.
Look at that, Ming Yang is coming. He's got his eyes on the blue buff from top esports. They've got multiple smites. It's going to be for Ming Yang, and right now it's going to be Guxing not letting Qin get out of here easily.
Yep. So by a simple exchanging lanes, TTG managed to turn this a little bit scenario over right now. So instead of getting invaded, they actually made another invasion happen on side. Good
like
one.
Sometimes you don't need to fight those invasions.
Yep.
You just need to understand, okay, if they come for my blue buff, I'm just gonna go for theirs.
Yes.
Like, you don't need to just fight for the sake of fighting, and you need to know why you're doing it.
So every single endeavors of invasion will be a result of gaining the waves priority. So whoever wins the wave priority in the mid will have some opportunity and initiative to invade into your enemies. And that's the main point why these two teams are basically sticking together in the mid, trying to finish off the lane right there.
That was very scary. I thought that Sumo had an opportunity there, but Guxing does not think that his damage is enough to take that lamb down easily.
Top esports looking forward to this blue buff again.
Oh, look at that! The wild blood comes in. Guxing is taken extremely low, but right now it's going to be Ming Yang trying to move around, trying to find a good position. He won't be able to jump in. Snow forced to use his wild blood.
So using the ultimate from Zhangfei managed to keep TTG safely. Again, protect their blue to their junglers. But nothing happened, no kills are happening.
No kills are happening right now. But slowly is TES, the one that is gaining more and more vision over the map.
I think the next target with next huge incident in this match will still be a team fight. So whoever wants to initiate that one will be extremely important. And let's see the goal differences right here. It's very common, you see a lot of leading scenario happen when the junglers are Lan against Kai. So Kai definitely will have a lower gold earned against Lan.
It's gonna have a lower gold earned, not making him a big member of those fights, right? But at the same time, his job is gonna be mostly just to take in damage.
TTG getting the top one tower down in the top. I think TTG's cores are quite well farmed up right now. So Mingyang is facing the fact that he is farming himself up towards 6,000 gold, and for Qianchen, almost 5,000 gold it is.
If they have the items right now, with Qianchen just buying the Shadow Ripper, their damage is going to be online.
Yeah, it's looking good to the side of TTG.
Look at that Guxin one more time trying to take on that blue buff.
Oh, Qianchen sees opportunity. Bring Meister quite low.
Wow, Guxin taken extremely low. He's not tanky enough. He won't be able to survive. He's going to fall. It's going to be Guxin and Qianchen taking one more kill, as we saw Qianchen taken extremely low, almost out of the map.
Top esports are to stick with the plan of doing the invasion.
Yeah.
Even though that Yuchen, Meister is brought very low, but because of Qianchen's ability, they're still trying to do the invasions, but it will not be succeeding because they lack of the mage's damage. The Meister is not ready for a battle, but the rest for the choose to invade at the same time. That's not a very wise choice.
They should have just changed their mind, right?
Yep.
Like if you go in and then just your Meister is just half HP, just push back. Like, okay, let's don't invade this time. Let's just wait for 90 seconds and just come back again.
Yep. You have to be more flexible with your strategies.
You cannot just fight for the sake of fighting. You cannot just go because that's what you guys agreed to.
But on the other side, TTG is playing this game quite well, using the primal portal, and we're witnessing together Mingyang transport him from the top to the bottom and gaining an extra wave to his side. Mingyang is farming up so quickly, and I think Top Esports is not ready for the battle yet.
Top Esports is not ready, and if Mingyang decides just to come in around the back and try to find on the back laners, there's nothing that TES can do to fight that back.
I think for TTG right now is to make sure the two cores are farming up peacefully, and by the time that Mingyang have the Siege Breaker, and for Qianchen maybe another one more item build up, they're ready for everything happening. They're ready for the battle.
I like the way that TES right now is just mirroring everything that TTG is trying to do.
Yeah.
If they go to the bottom turret, I'm just gonna go for the top turret. If you go for the Overlord, I'm gonna go for the Tyrant. They're just very clearly, they're just mirroring all the movements from TTG.
Yeah, you don't want to rush into anything. It's just exchanging the objective, and that will be enough. Because the goal deficit is not that huge, I think everything might be happening from this point to the last minute.
Wait and see.
The Vanguards are spawned from Top Esports base. That will help them, clean the wave in a more efficient way.
It is going to help them, but just Guang is not, Sumo on that Guang is not being able to find a good position just to run in from the back, to try to jump in.
But bad news, the Purify has been forced out from Xiao using Zhou's second ability. Zhou managed to do this. The Purify will have 2-minute cooldown, and that will be extremely long. Again, the same place, froze down back there, but the Purify has already been activated.
Xiao is going to have to proc his ult on this last chance, last opportunity to help his team, and he is successful at just making this a one-to-one trade.
The left and the right bush vision will be extremely important if TES choose to fight in the mid lane, because Zhou will be constantly hiding in the bush, finding the opportunity. That Xiao the mods have been frozen down there twice within 2 minutes. Without the Purify, they should be extra careful with that.
Without the Purify, the only thing he can do is just to wait in there just for his screen to go black.
Yeah. So opening up the vision in the river will be very important for TES if they want to continue gaining one and trying to initiate the team fight. But TTG definitely, very obviously, are taking whole control of the river right now.
Almost 12 minutes. very clear gold lead by Guanyu. Sumo has a very clear gold lead in comparison to Qinqi, right?
Of course.
It's just a matter of like who's going to be core in this combo.
Oh, ultimate used by Zhou Wei, trying to chip away a little HP bar from Xiaopeng. But using the second ability actually enables TianYun to move faster. Purified all the acceleration effect.
Be careful, be careful. Look at that. They're trying to use this Tyrant to try to engage. Oh, my Shiranu is going to be erased from the map very easily. She completely disappeared. Great kill for TTG.
And Mingyang dive into blue, trying to steal this blue away using the smite, but the smite is not ready yet. But he managed to give Guxing away so that he can use the damage, use the ability to gain this blue.
That little mistake could just turn things around because that was the moment. That was what TTG needed to happen. They just used that Tyrant just to lure TES into a fight. And sadly for them, Mai Shiranui, their second assassin, completely disappeared.
You know, very interesting things are happening right now because Xin Xiaopeng, the marksman, are doing a blood rage as an item to help him stay alive and last very long during the team fights. There will be a defensive item usually made by those tanks.
Yes.
For example, Qingqing, the character Qingqing is playing, like the M4. It's not a very common thing to see like the marksman use this item, but I think it will be working. We're expecting to see how this item will be helping Xiaopeng trying to gain himself a lot of extra time to do the damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Good choice of the item, but
it is a good choice. It's gonna be necessary just in the moment that he's gonna be brought down to under his 30% of HP, right?
Yeah.
Like after that, he gets to have enough time to proc that to really just go with the active ability. He might have a way to counterattack.
Because for like TES, their damage is enough. They have a lot of cores responsible to do the damage. So you don't want to waste another block trying to buy more items. The damage is not enough. The time is what matters to TES. Whether they can safely protect the backliners enough so that they can earn themselves a lot of time to do the damage onto your enemies is what is so important towards the top esports.
4,000 gold lead. Sumo's been taken very low. It's gonna be killing spree for Tiancheng. Look at that, they take the kill and they take the turret as well.
Tiancheng's playing so aggressively, using the umbrella, trying to initiate the team fight and manage to do so.
Now we said that at the beginning of the game. It was gonna depend on how Tiancheng was going to survive that laning phase against Xiaopeng and Xiaotun. He was successful at that and moved around. And right now, his damage is something to be worried about.
You know, after yesterday's matches, by watching today's two matches till now, I think TTG is really, you know, getting better one matches after ones.
Yeah.
So we can see that how the confidence are being built up. Using the ultimate, trying to stun the Guai right there, and the following damage are so quick so that Sumo cannot be like rescued away by his teammates.
Pushing him against the wall and then slowing him down. In the moment that Guanyu has been slowed down, there's nothing that it can do to change things around. Mingyang and Tiancheng, the two richest spirit people in the valley.
Almost having over 11,000 gold, and that's enough for these two cores. They have been farming up gradually to the state, and TTG is playing peacefully and patient enough, waiting for this moment to happen. And right now, I think you're just prepared for everything. The vanguards, putting the Shadow Vanguard in the mid, trying to gain more towers down. I know
that the strategy was to give some of the gold from Guxing to Sumo, right?
Yep.
But I just feel like Guxing right now is just so squeezy.
Yes.
It's very, very, very squeezy. I don't think that he can take any damage right now.
You know, getting a multi-core composition usually means that your composition will be like in shortage of a tank.
Yes.
So without the tanks, you can pay a deeper look on the composition right now. Every single character is quite vulnerable. Nobody can stand out at this particular moment, shouldering all the damage from their enemies.
Shouldering the damage, the Wild Blood is gonna come in. Look at that, Guan Yu is coming from behind. He's just trying to split up, but it's gonna be Mingyang, the one that is going to be taking the kills. Guxing, Yuchen, and Xiaopeng are going to disappear. Only Sumo and Xiaotun are trying to be the last hopes.
Another auto by Red gaining the double kill to Tianchen, and the Vanguards are all ready to finish this match even before the 7th minute kick in. TTG all together putting aside into the base and getting the victory again, the 2nd point of today.
Guangzhou TTG having a completely different performance from yesterday. Coming in, enjoying the game, and showing us how it's supposed to be done.
You know, as a caster, watching those teams evolving from one version to another, it's really like satisfying to see them changed even within one single night. You can see the looks on the players all feeling very excited after taking the victory, because they have been going through a lot of threat. I know that, and TTG are facing like 2 very competitive enemies today, Xian, TES, and the rest will be Nanjing Hero. So that's together witness and together trying to expect more on this battle. It will be taking place in the very next one, the very last one, will 12th battle for today.
The 12th battle for today is going to be Nanjing Hero against Guangzhou TTG. It's going to be our 12th game today.
You know, what a moment.
Oh, that's going to be amazing.
Epic picture when you're like seeing the backs standing in you know, under the stage. The 2 players used to go for and going up on the stage. It really, you know, brings a lot of thought at this moment.
Goosebumps, man, for real. Okay, sadly for TES, that's going to be their 3rd defeat in this tournament. They've played 3 games in total, and they're not being able just to solidify the good strategies that they're playing. Like, I like the way that they're trying to be aggressive, but they have something in common with Rogue Warriors. They're aggressive, but they're not being able to.
I think top esports is kind of losing the hopes from now on, because if you gain an 0-3 in the win-lose chart, it will be extremely hard for them trying to make it up into top 4, because it's a 4 out of 10 elimination. You have to win for more. And if we take a look at the first half of the scoreboard right now, AG 3 points.
Yes.
A lot of 2-point teams, KSG, DYG, Hero, EDG.M 3 points, Weibo 2 points. So many things to be chasing up with.
Incredible right now how everything is just becoming so much more closer. Like 6 points is going to be the magical number.
Yep.
That's the magic number in here. You get to 6, you're straight in. You get to 5, you're in a good position. You depend on other people. 4 might not be enough.
Yes, so basically for top esports, I think they should go for, they have to win every single fight in the future, so that they will still have some change, have some chance to be alive, make it to the top 4.
They need to hold to that chance.
Wow.
And that chance was completely erased right now by Qingqing, taking the MVP from Guangzhou TTG.
I really like Qingqing, because Qingqing, this player, he can switch in different modes when playing different kind of heroes.
Oh, I remember yesterday Nora was telling me so much about Guangzhou TTG's Qingqing, right? Like, she was like, Qingqing is so good at this, and she's so good at that. And then I was just really looking forward for him to come in today and demonstrate, and that's literally what he was doing, right?
Of course. Qingqing used to be the player from DYG, actually made a transfer to TTG, and TTG.
Wow.
Look at the
The team fight just now happened. The combo chains, the crowd controls are linking with one another so perfectly.
And I think that that's a crucial word, linking. It is supposed to be a chain, right? It's supposed to be one link right after the other in a complete good coordination, unison. You need to be able to just hear it from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4.
Yep.
Now, let's see. It's going to be Guangzhou TTG taking the victory. Look at the gold from Lam one more time, right? 15,000. That's a little bit less than 1,000 per minute. It's about 950 gold per minute, which is actually a very nice rate to be farming out. The team fight rate, sadly for Sumo, was not participating much. A lot of the gold was given to him, just expecting and hoping that he was going to be that miracle maker in the late fights, but he was never able to just jump into a good position. The defense from TTG was really better than the offensive side.
And after the single match, we can see TTG 2-2 make it to the 6th, ranked in the 6th place. They still need to work on a lot, trying to chase back, because losing like 2 points is very important for them. Yesterday's matches really hurts.
They lost against the teams that they're gonna try to get that spot from them, right? Like they're direct competitors.
And our interviews are ready, and just link it to the front scene. 那你好，跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是广东 TEG 许诺。
So it will be really stressful to go on to the startup list in today's matches. So I was wondering what kind of mentally preparation that you made before every single fight starts. So 其实今天上首发呢，我相信 Snow 心里应该是会有比较大的一些压力的。所以在今天表现开始之前，跟自己心里是做了哪些准备呢？或者和团队一起？
就其实。压力是有的，但是我觉得压力的话，可能在赛场上的话就会打得更好一点。包括我的队友也是这么告诉他们的。
Okay, so I've been feeling quite stressful before I went up to the stage, but I think on stage in my performance, the stress will actually become my energy. And all of my teammates actually said the same thing to me, so I was very grateful for them to trying to encourage me. 接下来的比赛其实还是很重要的，因为现在是2胜2负嘛。接下来的每一场比赛，想让广州 TTG 在哪一方面做好呢？
就保持今天比赛赢的那种感觉吧。
Okay, so for the rest of the battles, what kind of things that Snow wish for the entire TTG to make? And the answer will be like, we hope that we could try to maintain the atmosphere we have right now and let the atmosphere affect all the following up matchups. 好，非常感谢 Snow 接受我们的采访，继续加油。
The feeling, right? The atmosphere. It was completely different from yesterday to today. You saw a lot more people happier, trying to smile, trying to talk to each other. Whenever that they get kills, just really celebrating those victories. Those things build up into great confidence that has Guangzhou TTG right now with 2 games and 2 wins.
Of course, and let's see and watch a little bit more of the highlights clips that we have just seen. The matchups are extremely impressive. And let's see the collaboration of TTGs, how they manage to turn this tie around because they are facing losing the very first blood over to enemies.
Yes, exactly. This one from Shenzhen, just amazing. The way that he uses his ultimate just to stun Guan Yu, just to push him against the wall, allowing them. And then Shenzhen here, so many people on there, stunning 4 people, launching them.
Tianchen really performed really well in this match. I think you can see, even though he's facing a lot of problems during the 2 versus 2 matchup during the very early game phase, but he managed to turn this around by gaining enough gold and make sure that he will be heading against his opponent. And he managed to do this. A lot of items being developed, and we can see the final hit onto that sumo is very important.
Amazing performances. And I know that the next game is going to have a lot of more electrifying moments as well. Let's have a little break and we'll be back in a minute.
All right, ladies and gentlemen from all over the world, welcome back. And this battle will be taking place between AG versus Hero. I love this kind of place.
Chengdu AG against Nanjing Hero. That's going to be really nice. Like, let's just check on what has happened today for those two teams, right? Chengdu AG taking a victory against Shenzhen DYG. Then we have Nanjing Hero taking a victory against Suzhou KSG. Both of them have been winning, but one of them is going to lose after this match.
Oh, good. You know, good like perspective of watching this this matchup. A drum is being brought from Nanjing to Shenzhen as well. This is one strategy from Hero. They have to bring this drum everywhere they have the matches on. And you know, I really like the idea that Hero are showing a lot of, you know, imaginations, you know, on the compositions. I love the idea that using Guang goes into the mid and trying to leave out the choices of a very common one, typical one. You usually want to create more things, more surprises to the audience.
And of course, like as we mentioned before, right? Like just the fact that you're able just to come up with that on the spot, thinking, okay, this is what we're gonna do, following Jiuzhe as such an amazing and experienced coach.
You know, Jiuzhe, what Jiuzhe really good at is that he have the potential to see directly through what will be the best option to the players to choose and to become. So for those of you who are not so familiar with Hero, we would like to spend a lot of time trying to explain more why the reason they have like choose two soldiers into one single composition. So basically the 5 starting up list, there's a lot of change for Hero. So you compare with the version in the summer season, they actually have like 2 top laners inside this 5-member. So Dongfang together with Xinghen, they used to play in the same positions. And to adapt newly in this current meta, they transfer Xinghen, the top laner, into the mid. And that's a reason why they have to go in through a lot of exercising time, because you need extra time to trying to develop more skills into the mid laner.
And that just says a lot about Xinghen, right?
Very
like,
talented player.
Come on. Like if you are already playing at the top level and you're playing in a specific position and you can continue competing at the top level in a completely different position, oh, come on, that's because you are top of the top.
And, you know, the story is not ending right now. And before Bell used to be a marksman, but the last time he went on stage will be taking place in the spring season. So nearly half a year has been passed away. And Zhouku, who will be playing in the support pillar in the roaming, used to be the bottom laner to Hero. So the marksman goes to the support, a new marksman join in the group. That's what happens in Hero, and that's what
fix all these different situations
very difficult
with the people that he already has. A lot of times, like you would be able to see, like, okay, if I need to find a better player, I would just like go and buy a new player. I could just like completely go and get someone from a different team. But he just believes in the man that he already has.
Instead of buying one, I will try to create a new one.
True.
That's the strategy. That's how it works for Nanjing Hero. And basically, they have been applying this kind of strategy a long time. And by using this kind of strategy, managed to take them like 5 champions till now, gaining themselves 5 champions.
You need to respect the fact that the man knows how to win championships. The man has been in so many different finals. And he's been successful at just like managing the players, right? I've seen Jiuzhe just being such a good strategist at the same as he's been a very good manager.
Like
I've seen him just being very happy with the players. I've seen him being extremely mad at the players. You just get what you see, right? You played well, you get happy, Jiuzhe. You played bad, you get not happy, Jiuzhe.
You have to build up an image in front of your team members. You don't want to be too friendly, too close with him, or otherwise they will have losing their tensions. You know, starting to get more resting time than the one they should have.
No, and at the end of the day, you need to respect that because it does bring the results. Like he's been using that same strategy already for such a long time, making it consistently for Nanjing Hero to be always in the mix of those teams that you want to be careful about.
A lot of respect is paid to JoJo. So we all know, all the KPL like audience, all the fans know that JoJo is dealing a quite difficult task because there's no mid laner available for the team to choose, and that will be extremely hard when you're trying to find who will be the most potential one, who can go into the mid, who can change in that short of amount of time, and that's a reason they came up with the like 2 soldier plan. I really love the idea that he's trying to enlarge the advantages from his team members instead of trying to force him into some fixed formation.
Let's see how Heng is going to perform in this match, where he's going to be facing face-to-face against Ying.
Another fact is that if you have this kind of composition pool stored in your bank, your enemies and your teams who is fighting you should do a lot of extra homework. They will be extra careful when it comes to the BP stage, but trying, to figure out what kind of formula, what kind of chemistry you are hiding in there.
After what we've seen today from this last Nanjing Heroes fight,
everything could happen.
A lot of the coaches are going to have to go back home and do extra homework.
Oh God.
Some overtime is going to have to be done tonight because that was not part of what everyone prepared before.
If that's a thing for like BO1, just imagine if Nanjing Hero managed to take into the deeper level, like the next stage, group stage, or otherwise the quarterfinals, or anyway. If we're playing in a BO7, a lot of homework should be done if you're encountering like Nanjing Hero.
Let's wait and see. Let's see if Xiao has this option, has the solutions to what these Nanjing Hero problems are going to be.
Xiao used to be a player, a professional player.
I remember him.
Yeah, he used to be a player representing BA, Black Bananas, but the club just changed into Chengdu AG instead. So basically, like, Xiao has been developing all the different versions in like the club of AG, like a home.
He's a man of the house, right?
Yes.
Like the house wants him. He's staying in there. I remember him from the times from before. From Black Bananas, Ino was part of Black Bananas as well, right?
Yeah, they're former players and teammates, and right now they're coaches and teammates.
You gotta love that.
Change into identity. Okay, so this particular match is just get started, and on common choices in the ban places because they're putting Lady Sun on their very first round of the bans.
Lady Sun and Marco Polo just
I don't know.
Not very common first ban.
I could think of a lot of meta picks right now. Gongsun Li being available, Lu Ban as well. A lot of things should be happening. Even Meng Tian, could be selected by AG.
Yeah, Meng Tian would be a good option right over there. We know that Lam is not going to be part of the mix. So options for jungler, if we want to just keep going as what the meta junglers are, Miyamoto Musashi, Jing is another option as well.
But Meng Tian, this character really brought 2 victory to Nanjing Hero.
Yeah.
So Dongfang have been playing Meng Tian twice, and these 2 teams and these 2 games, they gained the victories.
Oof.
Okay, so stealing away this choice?
Stealing away this choice. I think that they were just paying attention to you, Tian.
Oh, thank you. That's flattering, right?
They were just like, you know what? Let's just follow TianYun. TianYun's always right.
Main coach. Something together with Lu Bu. Okay, flexibility right here.
Sunbin Lu Bu, very strong in the late game.
But there's always coming with a but.
Yeah?
It's very difficult to try to initiate in first hand. So
it's gonna depend a lot on what kind of an option for a jungler they're gonna go through with. Like they need to go with a jungler that not only can deal damage, but that can ambush and deal burst damage as well.
So the first 3 picks are finished. We're diving into the second round of the bans. Monkey, very well known against your enemies because No Fear is really good at playing this character.
One of No Fear's most familiar, most characteristics heroes like Monkey that hasn't been a very common and familiar pick in these last 2 days, and the same as for the wild cards. But a lot of respect towards No Fear, like taking it out of the mix.
The Monkey will be extremely fatal when it comes to the fact that when he have enough items, he just flat in front of you and doing a lot of auto attack to your backliners, and there's no way out. quite a troublesome.
So it can just go around Meng Tian, right?
Yep.
Which has been like the biggest problem that we've been facing today. I mean, the moment that Meng Tian is just in the front, there's no way that you can get a good option just to go into the backliners. So Meng Tian and Tran Fei are gonna allow whoever that is gonna be the marksman option to have not that much pressure.
Yep. So they ban away and taken this Zhao Jing away from the available remaining hero pool is because they want to eliminate all the choices who will decelerate them from the rotations. So they're basically trying to do a lot of movement, a lot of rotations by the acceleration from Sun Bing. So he ban away those marksmen who have a dash and ban away those mages who are able to offer a lot of crowd control.
So going with Gen.G first, instead of just going for a mage option, we know that mage is almost always the last hero to be picked in the BP, right? Going for that Gen.G, we already saw a very good combos with Gen.G facing Gongsun Li. So we're expecting that Ying is going to try to imitate what other players have already shown to us. But Shen Mengxi, very, very long range.
Yeah, Shen Mengxi will definitely be a target ban towards target choice towards Gen.G. But with the choice of Gen.G together with Zhang Fei, yeah, we're expected to see more aggressive plays on the bottom lane. So Gongsun Li will definitely be facing a lot of troubles during the 2v2 matchups. But a lot of respect are paid from hero because they choose to steal this Gongsun Li. This choice is not available, and then they ban away Lady Sun together with Fan, leaving Ying with only one choice, which will be Gen.G.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Nanjing here is gonna go again with no mage.
Again.
It's straight up, like straight 2 warriors, no mage. I'm just gonna have one Sun Bin allowing us to move around. The flux capacitor is going to be the critical ability to move around the valley without having one fixed mage in the middle.
You know, even AG starting smiling after watching, the choices from their opponent hero. I think AG is prepared for this strategy to come along.
Let's see.
After watching the very first game from today hero, the performances, I think all the rest teams are fully prepared for this to happen because Xinghen is really good at playing this Guan Yu. So instead of choosing what kind of mages you feel comfortable with, Jojo said, bro, just go for the picks. Just go for the confident picks.
Just go for whatever the player is the most confident with, right? At the end of the day, you could have strategies, you could have coaches, you could have clubs, but at the end of the day, it's just the players, the one that they have their phones, the one that they have their mobiles in front of them, making the decisions in split seconds. So if he's confident on that Guan Yu, it's better for him to be on that Guan Yu.
Of course,
move the whole strategy around.
But obvious disadvantages and the advantages are appearing at the same time. So if you stick to the original plan by choosing the pick of Shen Mengxi, I think the late game or the all-time game damage will be ensured.
Yes.
As long as the Shen Mengxi is alive, you can keep your damage going on constantly, offering a lot of token damage to your enemies. But if you choose Guan Yu, it will be a burst damage to the backliners. If you find the great angle, I think they can possibly just finish off like the Ying by a single move.
Of course.
Solo kill it is. So you have different choices, different surroundings, and different results came with different choices in the mid. But definitely, I think Hero is going for the confident picks.
Nanjing Hero is going to depend a lot on Bell's performance, right? Because he's going to be the main damage dealer in this whole composition. What he can do, the way that Yukio Tachibana can try to find the spaces in the bush, try to ambush, and then get down to get to the power play early in the fight.
And Yukio Tachibana will be also one good choice for the side of Hero because No Fear. This is one of the No Fear best moves. Yukio Tachibana, extremely aggressive in the early game, trying to gaining themselves a very good beginning. So let us dive into this match.
Let's dive into the match. Let's see. It's going to be Nanjing Hero against Chengdu AG.
Wow, the 2 marksmen going straight forward to the mid. I love this kind of competition. You make rotations. You have unexpected matchups.
Unexpected matchups, and look at that. Mai Shiranu against Guan Yu in bottom lane. We know that Mai Shiranu's fan if she can land that fan on Guan Yu, that is lethal for whatever that Heng wants to do.
Yeah, it will be constantly stopped because of during the accumulation stage, when they're trying to earn themselves a lot of energy, trying to keep running, will be interrupted by Machinery's minor controls.
Completely different, well, not different, but not very similar pace of farming right now. Look at that, Musashi Miyamoto is gonna try to move all the way to the top lane as we have Yukio Tachibana coming to the bottom lane.
Yep. And Sun Bin managed to gain some vision here in the river so that Hero can make quick rotations if they want to do it. But another rotation is happening from the side of AG. Managed to take Machinery again back to the mid, while Gen.G will choose to go to the top.
Dongfang is still level 3. He's gonna be marked over there with 2 people. Heng is gonna be a 2v1. Nothing he can do more than just looking at Ino taking his turret away.
And the wave win and status will be extremely important for Ino because AG really relies on Ino's survival, trying to endure a lot of more damage to Hero. So Ino will be one spirit to AG, a very important call and role in this team.
Not only for what he can do in terms of mechanics, right? But in terms of morale, like in the moment that Ino is just built into his berserker mode, like just being like that Ino that we've been seeing for so many years, like his teammates are going to feel like, we're unstoppable.
Of course.
XiAn is going to proc his ult, is going to get his generals in. Bell coming in and just taking Xiao to half his HP.
While Hero is making good use of Sun Bin, with the constant acceleration offered using the second ability, making Hero very flexible. You can try to reinforce any kind of lanes you want to choose. And right now, Sun Bin Company constantly with no fear trying to speed up the farming up.
Trying to speed up the farming, right? Like they need to have an advantage. They need to try to fight for that advantage because XiAn and Wei Yang, that 2 combo in there, it's gonna be a very difficult combo in the next 3 minutes.
Wow, 3 versus 2 right here.
Wei Yang clean taken very low. The time lapse is going to stop him from ambushing.
And after doing the little skirmish happened in the mid, Hero managed to rotate up and gaining the first dragon to their side. Exchange.
It's going to be exchange because it's going to be Chengdu AG taking the Tyrant, and then it's going to be Nanjing Hero who's going to take the Overlord.
Because it's quite a clear move. So basically, Hero is moving in front of AG, letting AG have the idea that we are going up to the top. It's trying to gain this dragon so that AG can have this knowledge acknowledged and go down and trying to exchange dragons. Exchange objectives.
Trying to exchange objectives. Spark Forge Dagger is going to be the first option for Ino, his first item.
Wow, a flicker into the backline. XiAn playing so aggressively, gaining the first blood to their side.
It's gonna be Lu Bu that is gonna come in for a counter attack. Look at XiAn trying to find a place. He's not being able to jump in, and Ino does not even jump in the fight. He's just taking on the turret.
And Eyes, with the use of the smite, successfully steal this blue away from No Fear. Good beginning, sounds very good to the side of AG. Again, another invasion solely done by the marksman. Ino taking away all the resources right here.
It's already a 1,000 gold difference. Look at that. The Snowflake Flash coming in. It's not gonna be enough right now. Ino already in level 7.
Oh, good play. I think AG is really changing a lot, improved so quickly. After watching the summer playoffs, I think they should, spend a lot more time figuring out what should be happening. But just within like 1 more month, I think it's enough for them.
They're just professionals, right? Like they just went back and they were like, you know what? Like we have this KIC coming. What are we gonna do for that? And completely coming in as a different team.
A lot of hard work.
Lots of hard work.
Have been gone through by them.
Eyes being so squishy, like it doesn't even feel like this Tramfe can take a lot of damage. Like he was poked 3 times and half his HP bar was gone.
I think right now AG is like controlling the whole river vision, but for Hero, I think they're waiting for the right moment to dive in because it's seriously like it's not the peak in time of their composition. They're waiting for like the mid game where they're started looking for chances, trying to find some chance on the backline.
Oh, look at that! It's going to be taken extremely low. Wang was taking so much turret damage.
Yep.
It was a 2v1, but then Wang just taking the turret damage to almost 0.
But you know, the whole purpose of doing the action doesn't happen is not to kill No Fear, is to, you know, shred down the HP by making sure that No Fear cannot be ready for the blue buff. And once again, AG stealing away the blue buff again, making the second invasion to the jungle's clear move.
No Fear without that blue buff is going to just slow down so much.
Of course, yeah.
Like it's gonna give the advantage for AG just to take more fights into this as we're moving early into the mid game.
Ukiyo Tachimana, even though this character has no mana lines, but it really relies on the cooldown of the blue buff, trying to execute more abilities, trying to speed up the farming process.
A complete 1,000 gold advantage on top of Bell, the same as Xiao has a 500 advantage on top of Xinheng.
AG standing into the river, Xiao getting the side of Dongfang, managed
to the Imperial Order comes in and it's going to be eliminated. Lupu was going to proc his ult, was not enough. It's going to be one more kill for AG.
You know, that is not expected from Hero losing the tank just with an instant because Kuang is looking for the chances to dive in, standing very far away from his teammates right now, choosing whether he wants to dive in.
Oh, look at that, the Razor Cavalry one more time trying to come from behind. Now they're on the hunt. They do not want to let Xinheng go, but he's just faster than the rest. He's gonna leave, but Wang is going to take that tyrant.
Wow, this go down of Lubu is way too unexpected to the side of Hero. Because I think the other invasion, Hero can see it through, but with this Lubu, the tank will be the tank of this composition going down so quickly. That's something huge. The damage is just impossible to handle right now.
3,000 gold difference already. It is already like snowballing into a clear gold advantage in most of the lanes. The only, it's a complete absolute advantage in every single lane for AG.
AG is completely winning right now in this current moment of the game.
Xinheng now is going to be Xiao that is going to proc his flash, trying to put him down, but they're going to have to run. The turret is going to fall. Musashi Miyamoto waiting in the bush right over there in mid lane. Look, he comes in, he's trying to take Dongfang really low. No Fear trying to defend from what AG is trying to do. They're just completely going around the blue team.
Needs to go back because the waves are rushing in. They have to protect their high ground tower. And the next one will be coming soon. That will be extremely hard for Hero trying to clean out the waves.
The timing that AG has right now is just magnificent.
Wow, approaching to the high ground tower before 10 minutes kick in.
XiAn is going to fall. Guang is going to jump in. It's going to come in. Xinheng is going to deal some more damage. If they're going to lose one member, but they're going to take that top lane high ground turret.
I mean, the rest of the game will be extremely hard for Hero to handle because definitely they'll be constantly facing the pressure on the top. Losing your high ground tower so soon in a game will result badly in a single team fight.
It is just the way that AG was able to jump in. Look at that, Xiao one more time, trying to jump in. He oversteps. It's a 2v1. They're going to take in. And then this mid lane turret does not seem able to stand for long.
Very good move from Bell, actually, finding a perfect time, using the frenzy together, dealing that burst damage onto Mai Shinanui. So Xiao without the flash cannot find a way to escape.
And Xiao just tried to completely to kill No Fear immediately, right? He was not even aiming for Bell. He was aiming for No Fear. But then Bell showed up and it was a 2v1.
This might be a chance for Hero to trying to buy themselves more times in order to stall the time into the late game because they're exchanging the Tyrant again. Using the smite of Ukiyo Tachibana will ensure that Hero gets the dragon.
Look at that. Lu Bu is going to have to proc his ult to run away, but Monkkin's dealing so much damage. Him and his generals take Sun Bing down. It's going to be a power play for 30 seconds for AG.
I think a single exchange into the Overlords and the Tyrants is not enough for the side of Hero, trying to make a little bit turning over scenario happen down there. AG still offers a lot of opportunity, a lot of initiative when they have like 2 of the Vanguard standing in front of Hero. Taking down the high ground tower in the mid, looking for more. Guan Yu stays in the bush, trying to find the perfect time, but Jiu is not alive yet.
It's not going to be enough. Look at that. Guan Yu is trying to come in, but he's going to be way and it's going to stop him from coming. Dunfang is going to be defeated. The Dragon's coming in on mid and bottom lane. The Crystal won't be able to take it. It's going to be 1 push, 2 pushes, 3 pushes, and it's going to be Chengdu AG taking the victory.
Another score. It will be the 4th one in favor of AG. So AG has been unstoppable, undefeated till the very 2nd day of the KPL region qualifier 2nd round. I think Hero definitely does not see this coming, but I think AG is so prepared for the strategy that might be coming up with their enemies fully prepared. Very nice job done by AG. They must be went through a lot during those months that we haven't seen them.
Let me tell you something. After all the research done that we were just preparing for these stages, I did not imagine that AG could be so superior to every single other team. The rhythm, the pace, how they just knew how to punch in the right moment and early in the game. Just early, coming in, boom, one after the other. Like, I believe that Xiao has been doing an amazing job with the boys.
Yeah. If we have a chance, we're going to do it in the interview. I will definitely be asking on whether they are prepared for this Guan Yu, to come in the strategy. But I think for Hero, they have to make sure that they can perform better in the following up matchups, because losing the game so quickly before it even reaches into the mid might result in quite a low mentality. I think they can pretty much get it recovered because they still have a match going on against CTG. Wow.
They have a
huge pressure.
They have like the last 3 matches that we're going to have, all of them are going to be crucial for those teams that they're going to take part in. We're going to have TES against Beijing Weibo, KSG against Chengdu AG, and we're going to finish with Nanjing Hero against Guangzhou TTG. The next 3 matches are going to take everything to the next level.
Well, I kind of like and love enjoying this kind of atmosphere right now, because the coach Jiu is just communicating with the team members, trying to figure things out, what happened, what kind of different decisions you could have been done if you got another chance. You are learning a lot of things during the matchup.
I like that word. It's just for learning, right? Like, he doesn't seem to be very emotional about the fact that they were not able to take the victory, but he just seems to be like, okay, you know what? Like, let's just talk a little bit about it, how you felt about it. Tell me, give me your input. What are your ideas? He's going to take everyone's input and then just go back and summarize it himself.
You have to learn from your mistakes.
True.
You have to learn more from your failures. So what really matters is that you can take back the lose, you can take back the defeats, exchange it into some kind of experiences, and those experiences will be extremely precious to you.
It is important, very, very, very important just to learn from that. There's no mistake in today's composition. It's just the fact that AG was just on point. AG was so strong.
AG's fight started at the exact moment where they have the kill over against Lu Bu. With that single kill in their pocket, AG just starts snowballing. We can see from the dashboard right here, Eno, the MVP, will contribute nearly 40% of the total damage for the team. That's one best move from the marksman. That's what you're looking for, basically. You have to expect your marksman to do this kind of damage to the entire team all the time, even though he's taken up nearly like 26% of the gold, and that's a fair trade.
That is a completely fair trade. If you tell me that you're going to deal 40% of my whole damage, I am willing to give you 100% of the gold.
I
Want to
know.
take my clothes as well? Take them with if you want.
It's a good investment, you know.
Totally. 100% investment in just return rate.
I think is really feeling themselves in KIC. I'm really happy for this player because went through a lot.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of stress have been taken on and it's really glad to see him finally, finding a new version of himself, playing so aggressively, even though the two remaining marksmen are banned away from Gen.G. But, after all, we can use the Gen.G. We can try to buy ourselves a best location for the Gen.G. to try to deal almost 40% of the damage to the entire team.
It's been a little while since we've seen being so happy while playing, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it and put it out there. Like there was a period of time where I was actually worried that we had seen already the best of
Yep.
Like I remember a couple years ago, he was very strong, one of the best marksmen that we had in the whole league. That he went into a little bit of a batch, and seems like right now he's ready to bounce back.
Yep. So, I have like the same thoughts like you. So I was thinking maybe we have been witnessing the peak time for I think it might be the case where has passed the peaking time of his professional career, but after watching the whole matchups in these 2 days, I think this player will be ready to be back to the game. He's ready for every challenge.
He's ready for it, and we can see ranked #1, top of the league.
Wow, goodness.
0 loss, 4 wins, Chengdu AG.
I'm really, really happy to see AG evolving this quickly because they have a lot of changes in their starting up as well in the summer season, trying to form up the best solution, and hopefully we are seeing the final answer from them.
Let's hope and see what Chengdu AG is going to keep doing today. They have one more match, and then let's see what they're going to do tomorrow.
Yes, and that started our interview with one of the AG members, and let's see who it will be. Hello, Xiao, 跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是成都 AG 超位校影。
So you have gained yourself 4 victories till now. So are you kind of anticipated the scenario to happen before the KIC? 你们现在已经积了4分了，在这个KIC 开始之前呢，有没有想过可以打得这么顺，拿到这么多积分呢？
没有想过就是拿多少积分吧，主要是就是全力以赴吧，每一场比赛。
It is also a surprise for us, to having gained 4 points back, and we trying to perform the best version of us, and I really think they did it. 那其实，在休赛期啊 ，AG 是通过怎样的一个调整，可以来到现在一个这么全面的一个形态呢？肖颖跟我们分享一下你们训练的故事吧。
就是通过训练赛，就是不断的调整，就是团队上的一些节奏吧，还有一些团队上的问题。
有比如说沟通吗，或者是一些细节，有没有多一些的信息可以给我们透露一下呢？
不方便透露。
Okay. So during the recess time, they have changed a lot of group rhythm and their problems when it comes to communication. And more details should not be revealed because we have to protect our secret. Okay.
Gotta be secretive.
Acceptable. 谢谢肖颖接受我们采访，希望未来的比赛越打越好哦。We will be keeping this as a secret. Will be a constant motto for AG every single time I did an interview with AG member. They answer me with this single sentence. 不方便透露。
I love that. Like our job is just to come and ask the questions that everyone at home has, right? But then is their right if they don't want to answer them because they need to be secret.
Okay.
All right. So let's go and have a little rest, and then we're gonna come back with the last 3 games of today.
All right, we are back. Diving into the game between Beijing Weibo versus Changsha Top Esports. Changsha TES.
Changsha TES right now, 3 games, 3 losses. They need to take this win. I'm so sorry, like they need to take this win. If they don't take this win, they're gonna be forced to win every single game for day 3 and day 4. And that seems like a very big ask.
But the worst news, like the bad news for TES is that if you're gonna to pick up a so important battle,
Yep.
it will be more hard and more difficult, especially when you're dealing with Beijing Weibo.
Like from all the opponents that you could have in such a critical
Yeah.
moment, right? It's like in the worst
You're
scenario,
facing yourself facing Beijing Weibo.
and then just gave you the worst pick.
So
like the
difficult.
worst pick that you could have, Beijing Weibo. Right after the previous Nuanyan's performance and how the boys from Beijing Weibo just completely controlled their previous match.
Yep.
Looks really bad for TES.
But you know, there's a saying that if you're gonna be a combat champion, you're gonna facing any single enemy.
True.
After all, you're gonna be facing a lot of teams if you want to make it up to the group stage. So it's a very bad news for TES because in such important matchups they're dealing with and going against Weibo. But I think it'll be happening eventually. If you have some differences against your enemy, and that's where you should be improving about. So best wishes for TES trying to do their best.
Best wishes to TES as they're trying to stay relevant in the mix, right?
Yep.
Beijing Weibo, in case that they take that victory, gonna put them tied at 4 points with Chengdu AG. 4 points at the top of the rank after 5 games. That's solid, very, very, very positive future ahead of them.
Yep, so we could still see some differences when you have the chance going to join the very first round of a KPL qualifier. It really means that you will be better when compared with the rest teams. So that's the reason why Beijing Weibo and Guangzhou TTT together are showing a lot of threats against the other teams.
Yes.
Because they have like ranked ahead of the other rest, and yeah, it's a very obvious like differences when we put these teams together. Let's just look at the scores they ranking: 3 wins, 1 lose against 0 wins and 3 lose. That's something you don't want to see.
And they're gonna be on the red side, so they won't even have the opportunity to have first pick.
Yep.
But they're gonna have to be reactive depending on whatever that Beijing Weibo decides to take. That Xiao taken out of the table,
Yep.
Mai Shiranui being taken out of the table.
I love Hualo's BP strategies here. He pays a lot of respect to the confidence picks towards those players, Yuchen and Sumo, and together. So that's a reason why they take this Mai Shiranui together with Guan Yu on the very first round of the band places here.
Just like completely just allowing them to have a little bit more of the winning lane, right? Like they want to have a bit of an advantage in there. They're gonna lock on that Kung Sun Lee, giving TES.A the option to just keep showing how strong he is.
Like
Lam?
Hualo has picked this Lan for Nuanyan again, using the same strategy. They're sticking to the old plan, old school. So yeah, we performed quite well. You're using this kind of composition, gaining a point back, so we're doing it at the same time. Look how excited Nuanyan gets. Again, cool. I love Lan.
If it is not broken, then it doesn't need to be fixed. And look at that. TES.A on Kung Sun Lee and then
Again,
on Lam.
TES.A again.
And Xinyu is gonna take on that Liu Fan probably. So, woo, let's go.
You know, hopefully TES.A can, gain some kills on the bottom instead of being a target constantly of their enemies. The last game for TES.A, the experience is not very satisfying.
It was not satisfying at all. Like he was just being a bait. And like just drop TES.A over there and then let's have him soak some damage. It's all right. Take it for the team.
Yeah, take it for the team. You're playing like a 5-people team. You have to unite together sometimes. If your sacrifice is worth doing, and do it. The second round of the ban here, Lu Bu and Ata together, the top lanes got eliminated from the side of AG, and Weibo answering. Oh, I love this pick. Like Pangu, you don't want to deal with Pangu.
Yeah, Pangu, because Pangu can disarm heroes, right? Like just Pangu's abilities allows him to disarm heroes so they're not able to use their normal attacks for a specific period of time.
And normal attacks will be extremely important for Lan, trying to do damage to the backlines. So this ban is pretty targeted, pretty designed. Okay, loving the idea from here. We're seeing like Shangguan and Byron together as a combo who will be playing extremely aggressive in early game.
We haven't seen Byron in a while. Like we haven't seen Byron.
One time. Like in the wildcard qualifiers.
Yes, in wildcards, that's true. That's true. In wildcards, we saw him once. In these last 2 days, it's the first time that we see him.
Yep.
They're gonna try to experience with something a little bit different, right? Like then Lu Bu would have been a better choice.
Yep.
But just taking Lu Bu out of the mix and then going with an assassin mage as Shangguan Wang.
So the mechanics works in this way. The reason they choose Byron is because if Byron is doing a 1 versus 1 matchup against Meng Tian, so because Meng Tian using the ultimate will enable him to be surrounded by a lot of soldiers.
Yes.
So that's the reason why Byron likes it so much. Byron is one of those characters who really rely on accumulation of the energy.
Yes.
The more target he gets, the more excited and the more powerful this character will be. So it will be like the counter against the choice of Meng Tian, and hopefully the solo matchups will be extremely important and extremely amazing to watch.
So TianYun, could we understand this as the fact that Byron is going to be surrounded by a lot of generals brought in by Meng Tian is going to allow him to get more energy?
Yeah, accumulate the energy quickly.
Okay.
So the more targets he gets, the faster the energy accumulation will be done. So the higher power that Byron will be having.
I have not had the chance to see this matchup, just to have Byron against Meng Tian, and hopefully today Tsumo and Sumo are just going to show to us a little bit nice of that experiment that we are seeing. I hope that is going to work out in a really nice way.
After all, I think Beijing Weibo's composition is quite risky because this kind of composition will lose threat gradually as the time goes by. So if we are talking about the late game damage, like Lady Sun together with the protection of like Meng Tian with Zhang Fei too, these two frontliners will protect a lot of protection to Lady Sun, the damage will be insufficient to the side of Beijing Weibo. So by taking this kind of composition, I think Weibo is looking for some early game and mid-game moves.
Yeah, exactly. The choice of Shangguan Wang, right? Like Shangguan Wang, right after minute 15, minute 16, her damage is almost offline. Because it's going to be in the big fights, Shangguan Wang's damage is just going to be separated and divided through all the different enemies.
So Beijing Weibo's target is very clear. You're looking for it quite early. Wow.
Look at that, poor Xiao Peng. Taking extremely long now, he's going to be seeing that he's going to have to proc his flash. Ladies and gentlemen, it's only like 40 seconds. What's going on? I was trying to get some water.
That's how determined that Weibo wants to gain some early game advantages. But TES is like, you know, if you want to look for team fights, I will be joining you. Here together, using the flag, trying to do more damage and gaining the first blood back to TES. Good move by Yuchen, so aggressive.
Byron just being able to come.
Wow, look at the damage right there.
I love the way that this game is going. Like this is like really exciting for their last 3 games. Being able to see this, like the pace is so fast. I like this.
Mule has been working, starting from the 3 o'clock, and now it's 9:15. It's so excited to see you got, you know, emotional again.
Yeah, of course, come on. It's only been 6 hours of electrifying activity. Come on. It's gonna be totally fine. Look at the rotation on top lane. We can see already Yukio Shiba not trying to come in. It's gonna be a 2 against 2. Zumo not caring about that Meng Tian.
Yeah, a lot of shield will be offered during the very early phase. Oh, another 1 versus 1.
Chelsea with the frenzy, just jumping straight into Xiaopeng's face.
Wow, good moves there, avoiding the auto attack damage from Lady Sun. They are single move. You have to predict.
Has to spot Yu Chen because Yu Chen is coming in right now. The kitty bombs, you're dealing so much damage.
Oh!
He's gonna use the bombs, but it's not going to be enough. And right now it's gonna be Xiaopeng that is going to fall as well. He tried to go for the kill, and he is going to be unsuccessful in that.
That's the show of the talents. That's the show off of the limitations of individual talents that we're talking about. Chelsea using the best help with the tower damage, trying to gain the kill over to Beijing Weibo. That's a 1 versus 2. One against 2 managed to take one in return. What a move by Chelsea. Oh, I always love this, this player.
Just knowing how to move under the turret when you have not yet made it to the 4 minutes mark, right? That's always a strategy for you to be able to take. Look at that. So just taking extremely low. He's going to be taking to 1/3, 1/4 of his damage. Had to run away, proc his ult, and now he's going to go in cooldown.
I'm still soaking in those kind of solo kills. It's not like solo kills, it's like a 1 versus 2, right? Very nice move. Well, definitely goes into the highlight clips.
No, that's going to go into the highlights for sure. I'm just still waiting for the replay. But just the game space is so fast.
Yeah, because the team fights just went going on constantly, and Nanjing using the ultimate from Liu Wang managed to escape away, and TES trying to slow down Zimo, but Zimo is so tanky right now, there's definitely no way trying to kill Zimo at this particular time.
Chelsea right now already with Doomsday in hand.
I mean, after gaining the kill on the bottom lane, Chelsea will be unstoppable because he has like 1 grade ahead against Xiaopeng, and this grade will enable the Chelsea the flexibility of the whole Gongsun Li, just trying to extend the advantages of going against their opponents. Lady Sun will be facing a lot of problems right now.
Look at HuaJun. HuaJun wants to try to do something in there.
Yeah.
Just allowing Zimo to get vision, just to go around. Like Zimo's job is just gonna be to really put pressure on Yukio Tachibana. Just not allowing him to jungle, just to farm easily. His job is just to go in, get the vision, and then just send information to his teammates.
I mean, a lot of heroes are threats only by making rotation show their appearance on the side lanes. So only by showing HuaJun up there will be making sure that Sumo will have to retrieve back. You don't even need to engage into some kind of team fights. You're just basically showing your face there, and the top lane should be going back. That's
psychological
the
fights, right?
This will be like the strategy of using this kind of character duel in the early game. So
Beijing Weibo already building to a 700 gold.
Wow, Zimo looking for some changes here. Wow,
the combo coming in. HuaJun that is going to come in with the final stroke, but it's going to be right now Sumo trying to take revenge. HuaJun been taken extremely low, but look at Lam. His command in a mission comes in, has so many different enemies coming in. Lady Sun jumping in, taking 1 more kill. It's going to be Xiaotun that is going to fall as well. Now Xiaopeng trying to go for Xingyu, but Xingyu is going to go through the wall. Gigantic and super long fight.
I mean, Xiaopeng's rotation is really good because how decisive this player is using the flash, which will be the one common skill used to do the self-protection.
Yep.
He just chooses to going forward and choose to end those kills, gaining the double kill to Lady Sun. So before everything started, Xiaodun managed to use the ultimate trying to slow down 4 members from Weibo, waiting for the Xiaopeng to arrive at the scene. And using the flash, get closer to your enemy, doing an auto attack, and right now waiting for the cooldown, using the ultimate, exerting a lot of damage on their team, on their enemies. I
just think that they use too many abilities to try to take on Yukio Tachibana, right?
Yeah.
Like right after they use all their abilities, there was no way that they could have taken the fight back against Meng Tian and Zhang Fei.
I mean, both teams are really feeling excited right now. So, like 5 plus 5, that's 10 kills.
That's 10 kills like only in 6 minutes and a half.
6 minutes and a half. That's something huge. Still, I love the positioning of Zimo, constantly looking for changes in their enemy's jungle area. That's extremely important when you're playing Byron. You need to find opportunity to your teams. You don't want to waste your time. because TES will become gradually powerful till the late game. Beijing Weibo just trying to find the opportunity right there.
Oh, look at that. The final stroke is not going to be procced in the right moment. He's going to have to run away. Byron takes him one more kill against Yukio Tachibana. Now he's going to be Monty that is going to disappear, completely evaporated from the map.
Another showcase of the talents here. So Huajun was basically stunned right there, standing in the bush, but the ultimate is not stopped. He's basically accumulated like 2 steps. 2 more dashes are available for the Shangguan to finally fly up to the sky and become invincible. And that's the exact moment where Huajun saved the last 2 dashes in order to fly away. Nice moves. And right now, gaining the 2 more kills to the side of Weibo, managed to take down a lot of vision here. And Nuanyang trying to gain this overlord back to Weibo. Weibo started to do the snowballing 3,000 gold lead it is.
3,000 gold lead in that last fight.
Wow,
Xiao does not have his ultimate, and Sumo does not have. Oh, Sumo does have his ultimate, but he decides not to proc it right now.
Yeah, they're completely outnumbered. Look how tanky Zimo is, getting the tower diagonal by the 2 towers, but still managed to take away.
Aman doesn't care about not tower damage. Like he just comes in, just uses his abilities. Look at that, using the flash right now. He needs to calm down, boy.
Yeah, bro, don't went too far.
It was too much. Overexcitement a little bit.
But yeah, this is like a commercial for Byron. So after watching this match, I think a lot of first-time viewers really want to play this hero, right?
I agree. I just love Byron because he reminds me a lot of Fuzi.
Yeah.
You know? They're just like really good 1v1 heroes. Like in top lane, like they can just take a 1v1 against anyone.
You know, the reason why Zimo is so confident, because you can see the goal differences. If you take a comparison against Sumo, like over 1,000 gold lead ahead of Sumo, that's something. That's the main reason why Zimo are playing so confidently. Tanky enough, and the damage, you can take a look in the future, like next team battle will be extremely huge.
And then Nuanyang trying to jump in, the kitty bombs are gonna push Chelsea back so he cannot participate in this fight.
The invasion to the red it is, Weibo taking another red from TES jungle. Yeah, it's really difficult for TES to try to fight back because the goal lead and goal deficit is quite huge.
No, not only the gold lead is very huge, it's the fact that Nuanyang has been so good at just controlling the tempos of the red and the blue spawning, right? So he does not give any chance for Guqin to try to take even one of those buffs. Look at that, the buff appears, and then it's only 2 seconds and Nuanyang is already there.
You know, with all the team fights, it seems like the Beijing Weibo, the rest 4 teams, members are just looking for team fights, randomly starting a team fight and finish off the kills. But they stayed in the same tune. They are kind of tuned in the same channel because they kept rolling, the snowballing, and the rhythm stayed the same. By Nuanyang controlling the whole map, taking every single objective, every single dragon spawning, Nuanyang will be there, trying to make sure that Weibo will continuously building up the gold lead.
It's just continuous building, continuous farming, just non-stop. Look at that, Yuchen is gonna have to proc his flash. It's not gonna be enough. As you can see, Nuanyang right now has the damage of the gods, and there's one more kill for the man.
I think it's like the same thing happening again. You know, Nuanyang very rich with the help of Liu Bang's ultimate, trying to get closer to backline and just get the kill easily.
That combo between Liu Bang and Lam for Beijing Weibo is something that the other teams are gonna have to work around.
I think the time is not enough for TES trying to chill this game to the very late phase, because right now, 11 minutes, the high ground tower goes down.
The high ground tower goes down. Look at that. Nuanyang just jumps in, not caring about anything. Zimo is gonna come in, he's gonna proc his ult, and he's gonna take a lot of damage, pushing everyone back to the fountain. The turret is gone. It's time for Beijing Weibo just to push back a little bit.
The waves are still available, but TES have found himself a lot of time to trying to clean it. But right now, Xiao is so low in the energy, it will be cost a little more time for this Zhang Fei to trying to accumulate the energy, trying to have the ultimate.
I think that's going to be a free overlord
Yes.
for Beijing Weibo.
Of course.
No way that
There's no way.
TES
There's no
can
way.
go and contest that. Nanjing is going to take on that overlord on his own. As right now, the whole map is just looking blue for Beijing Weibo.
Yeah. Huge leading in the gold, huge leading in the control of the map. Here we see the Lady Sun just got vanished from the map.
It was just a couple auto attacks, and then Lady Sun immediately disappearing.
You know, this is a game of the gold. This is not a game of the management, not a game of tear down turrets. It's a game of earning the money so that you will have extremely high damage trying to go for the kills against your enemies.
Poor Lady Sun.
Poor Lady Sun.
Never stood a chance.
Yeah.
Never stood a chance in that
Nanjing
fight. Look at that Nanjing coming in one more time. He's gonna have to force Xiao to take on and turn the gigantic gorilla. It's not gonna be enough. He's gonna have to run back. It's gonna be Sumo taking low very much. Sumo is just taking damage from everyone. Takes on the turret. The bangers are coming in. There is no solution to this problem for TES. It's already 11,000 gold.
No solution it is. I think the next target and next move for Weibo is like waiting for the wave to come in at the same time and causing constant distraction to TES so that Weibo can rush in as a team trying to take the base down.
Look at Sumo. He's just on his own, taking on everyone on the high ground.
Yeah, this is how Gen.G, if you're going to play in a leading game using this kind of character, undefeatable. You don't see the HP bar going down. The shield will constantly offering back the restorement, the recovery is like insane.
It's insane. Look at that. Right now, Shanghai is going to disappear, but he's going to be seeing you trying to proc his ult. It's going to be late. Now TES has the opportunity. Chelsea's trying to run away, but they are on the hunt. The super minions are coming in and they're going to stop this chase.
Yep. So Beijing Weibo has spent too long a time on the battle because they wanted to give it closer to the base, but unfortunately the wave are cleaned by TES members, and right now TES actually won the fight using the ultimate trying to get the kill, but it's not enough. So Yuchen finally get the vision, gaining down, and have gained themselves the Shadow Tyrant back to their side.
So look at that, just completely not caring about anything, just Shanghai just not being able to deal even the ultimate.
Yep.
I think that that's going to be the solution for TES. It's not going to be them trying to find the solution. It's going to be Beijing Weibo just making the mistake.
Yeah, but only one time of the mistake is not enough. Because we're still watching a huge, very significant gold lead here. And Nanjing in the bush, getting the vision right there, using the ultimate straight to the backline and finish the kill, the Xiao down. And right now, Liu Bang gains more using the stun, trying to slow down the enemy, but they're still waiting for the marksman to arrive at the scene.
Lady Sun did not stand a chance in there. Nanjing came in, locked her in, and then was not enough. Now, right now, Xiao is going to proc his ult. It's going to be taken extremely low. He's going to have to push back. The super minions are joining in into the crystal. Guxing is trying to clean the wave. It's going to be useless. The game goes to Beijing Weibo.
I think undoubtedly, Beijing Weibo is gonna have this point back, winning 4 points within 5 fights. So it's very looking good to the side of Weibo. They only lost 1 during yesterday's matchup, but eventually, with a very quick spade, they find themselves together and brought the whole spirit and the vibe to the game and to the stage again. So I think Beijing Weibo could be better.
Yeah.
We have seen overcome a lot of challenges after losing in the very first round KPL qualifiers. Some of the audience, some of the fans might be a little bit confused of their composition, of their performance just now happened. But right now, after 3 days of recovery, I think they have found themselves back. They are still the Beijing Weibo that we anticipated.
They are that Beijing Weibo that not invited. That Beijing Weibo that they had the right to join the round 1 of our qualifiers. They are that same Beijing Weibo that everyone thought that they were going to make it straight to group stages. And then at the moment that they joined our bloodbath of 4 days of BO1s, I'm certain that right now everyone is trying to think what to do against Yang and the boys.
Yang is one of the players that I think are not performed good enough during the very first round of the KPL qualifiers. So because as the Yang, the former gaming style that this player plays, it's so calm, it's so rational. You rarely see a kind of matchup where Yang gets too excited or make some careless mistake. But in that BO7, I think Yang really should think a lot before he acts. But I'm really glad to see this player, evolving and trying to gain a lot of things back within this short amount of time.
It is important just for Yang just to try to find that right rhythm, right? Like finding the right rhythm in the game. Today we've seen already 3 times, multiple times playing that trio of Gunsun Lee, Lam, and Liu Peng.
Yeah.
That seems to be actually working really well for Beijing Weibo. What can they do in mid lane? Byron was a good option against Meng Tian. Shang Guanwar was not that effective, I would say.
Yeah, so Shang Guanwar is, I think they're trying to choose this early game, trying to find themselves, trying to build a little bit adaptation. If they have to perform this kind of composition in the BO7, they're definitely going to the group stage, right?
Yeah.
They have to think more because going to and becoming the top 4 is not their goal. They want the second, right? They went to the finals in Challenging Cup. Their goal is not that short distance, so they have to look forward to more. So the best solution is that you can practice more compositions during the fight. Using the real ones.
All right. Beijing Weibo's Yang is going to take the MVP. Gigantic performance.
Oh, that's a definite, it's really rare to see, the MVP goes to Yang, but you're looking at the highlight from Xiao.
I know, that Xiao moment at the 2 minutes mark. Whew. Incredible.
Incredible, yeah.
Just crazy.
Totally insane, totally insane.
Budget just jumping in. That Shang Guanwar, that at the early stages, right over there, knocked back, and then still was able to proc the last stroke.
And I had a friend who was asking who played the best Gongsun Ling KPL because he really loved this character and want to learn from how the professional players are doing with the character. So I wondered a lot. There's a lot of available options in my mind.
True.
So after several seconds of hesitation, I gave up my final answer. You should pay attention to Weibo, the marksman, where Chelsea plays.
Okay, Chelsea, in TianYun's opinion,
So
the
good,
best
so
Gongsun Lee
good.
player in the...
Don't lean that kind of pressure on me.
You can already record that. That's what she said. Beijing Weibo Chelsea 3-0-3. Come on, the man has been playing really well. So
really well,
I would say that he deserves the spotlight for a little while.
Well, it's not very common to see Lam dealing over 30% of the damage, right?
True. Yang was just playing very aggressive. I don't think that he played the same well as he did in the previous game.
Yep.
Because sometimes it just looked a little bit rushed, the way that he was trying to initiate the fights or jumping in too early in the fights.
All right, some changes are happening down there because we take a look at the team standings right now. Chengdu AG still runs in the very first place among 10 teams, and Beijing Win will manage to go to the second because they have taken 4 scores in total.
4 victories in 5 games for Beijing Weibo. The only team that they lost again was Chengdu AG, right?
Yeah, it's yesterday's match.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that the boys can go today back to their hotels and actually have a good rest.
All right, so let's begin our interview and let's see who we have. Hello, 暖阳，跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是北京微博暖阳。
It's not a very common thing to see when you choose to trying to pair Byron together with Wang. So basically, just tell me the reason why you have this kind of composition. 狂铁加婉儿的组合看的比较少啊，可以跟我们分享一下 BP 阶段是为什么做这样的选择吗？
因为狂铁这个英雄嘛，就是相对来说打到蒙恬的时候，可能就有一些小小的英雄上的克制嘛。然后婉儿的话是，
对像孙杨香，然后沈梦溪这样的后排，团战的时候杀伤力比较大吧。
Okay, so the reason they choose Byron is because the matchup advantages against Meng Tian, and the choice of Shang Guan will be like he will be a huge threat towards Lady Sun and Shen Mengxi, a huge nightmare towards the backline. So that's the reason why we choose these two heroes. 看到你又一次使用了蓝和刘邦的组合，为什么呢？
就没什么嘛，这个组合比较强。
Okay, this is a very second time he used this combination with the use of Lan together with Liu Bang. I was kind of trying to figure out the reason why, but the answer is quite simple, right? There's no reason. We just feel like this duel is quite aggressive. That's the reason we pick it. 好，是非常感谢暖阳接受我们的采访，希望未来的比赛越打越好。Good luck， 谢谢。
There's no reason when something is just OP.
He's completely hiding some strategies right there.
He doesn't want us to know.
Yeah, Nuanyang. I really like interviewing with Nuanyang. I have to choose interview with Nuanyang a lot of times when I was doing like face-to-face interview back then in KPL. I really like this player because he's so determined. He's so clear with his goals. A very professional athletes, esports like athletes.
Of course, I'm a man with very good work ethics. Right? Like he has the work ethics of just like always having very high standards towards your performance and always trying to work every single day just to achieve your goals. That is the reason why Nuanyang is considered one of the top junglers in the whole KPL.
He made it to the best list.
Exactly. Well, let's check on some of the highlights of our game. Like there were a lot of moments that we could see. Just this one from TES.A.
Again.
This is going to be, for me, it's going to be one of the top 5 of the day.
Yeah.
There is no way that this doesn't make the top 5.
Me too.
Just makes the decision, lures people in, goes under the turret, just playing with the systems.
It's not that simple, you know. You have to take it very seriously when you trying to know exactly every single move have their meaning. So he's actually calculating the damage that the tower can use and the damage their enemies are gonna put on himself, and that's something huge. It's very, very hard. It's very hard to try
very, very difficult. But well, I hope that everyone paid attention to that, take some notes, and let's see what's going to happen. Now, we have 2 more games, games 11 and games 12. Game 11 is going to have Suzhou KSG against Chengdu AG, and Game 12 is going to be Nanjing Hero against Guangzhou TTG. Those are coming. Stay online. We're going to have a little rest. See you again.
All right, how we are gonna anticipate this match to go on? I have a lot of expectations towards this fight between Suzhou KSG versus Chengdu AG. Wow.
Suzhou KSG came in today as one of the most, one of the strongest, yeah, let's just say it like that.
Yep,
one of the
course.
strongest teams from yesterday. Their performance yesterday were like exquisite. Came in today, had a difficult match against Nanjing Hero, but yesterday 100% win rate, 3 games, 2 wins. They're gonna play against Chengdu AG that is undefeated until now.
But I think the previous match, especially for KSG, it's not like they performed badly or poorly. It's because they lack of experience trying to figure out what they should do against that kind of uncommon composition. So I think it should be done after a serious discussion and whole analysis against Hero's composition. They will be fully ready for this battle.
I don't think that Chengdu AG is going to take on something very unorthodox, the same as what Nanjing Hero just did, right? So it might be a little bit an easier match for KSG to understand. Not an easier match to play, but an easier match to understand for sure.
However, you have to focus on this very single fight, since a lot of stories are hiding behind these matches. So
story time, I like this.
The player that we're seeing from the team right now is called A.Z. A.Z, very, very talented player. He used to be the former players for AG, representing AG for a very long time. So this player has a very deep bond against your enemy today, AG. And the fact that the next battle they have with one another will be taken back in the summer season playoffs, where the both teams fight till the very last one, the ultimate battle. And KSG managed to take victory 4-3. Wow.
In the ultimate battle.
Yes.
I just love ultimate battles. They're so nice.
Me too. We're so close, 4-2 all the time, the 2 days in the first round of the KPL qualifiers.
Oh, come on. I hope that whenever that we get to BO7s in the second round after group stages, we're going to see several of those ultimate battles.
Ultimate battles.
Really looking forward for those. The moment when heroes are made, right?
We might be, witnessing the same hero going on to the 2 teams. You're competing your limitations. You're competing the fact that whoever master this character the best will win the game. Wow.
Let's wait and see. Well, we are still pretty far away from BO7s as today. We're going to be only our day 2 of our KPL qualifiers. Round 2, day 2, still BO1s. Gongsun Lee is not going to be available for Inua.
Yeah, Inua plays Gongsun Lee very well. Yesterday's matches, a lot of damage offered by this Gongsun Lee, so aggressive. I love how he plays, the aggression showing out. But it's not like the character. It's not because of using the Gongsun Lee makes Inua so aggressive. This player is just famous for this kind of gaming style.
He's just an aggressive player.
Yeah.
He's just an aggressive man. Yeah. And regarded, you could actually give him a support and probably he would be an aggressive support as well.
Yeah, maybe. Let's looking forward to that. Okay, Lubu will be the pick for AG, goes into the top against A.Z. Xiao.
Xiao being the first pick in there. A really nice pick. I like Xiao a lot. Xiao is just one of those heroes that not only can suck in a lot of damage, gives you initiation as well, and it can deal real damage.
I think multifunctional will be the word to describe, to try to describe the fact that you can use the Xiao. Either you want to play in a very aggressive way, you can choose to make this hero a very aggressive one, using it accompany you doing the invasions together with your junglers, or you can use this character just to play and to protect your backlines, and that's enough.
Just protecting backliners. Jing is going to be the choice for jungler. Wang Xin that did not have a very good game against Nanjing Hero. It was a very difficult one for him. Right now he's going to take Jing and trying to face whatever that is going to be the option for marksman and jungler from Chengdu AG.
But from this composition, like AG's composition, there's a lot of crowd controls, right?
Yeah.
A lot of minor controls will be extremely fatal towards Jin. So after several changes of the meta, Jin's ultimate used to offer him a lot of immunity during the travels, during just standing within the mirror effect. But right now, in this current meta, he loses it. He loses the talent of becoming immune during the travels. So basically, if Jin used the ultimate during some team fights and got some stunned or some crowd controls being hit on Jin, he'll be very hard to try to fly.
So heroes that have like a very big crowd control or very big areas of effect are going to be very dangerous for Jin, right?
Yeah.
They're going to limit at least whenever that Jin is going to jump into the fight.
You have to wait for the very last minute to dive in and make sure that the burst in damage from Jin will gain you a lot of kills.
Yeah. Well, what are the options for jungler in here?
You mean for AG?
Yeah, for AG, no Lamb, no.
Miyamoto Musashi is also banned away. Yeah, and
Ukio?
early game will be quite a choice. I would say Ukio or Tigerus. You know, you should be gaming for like very aggressive ones.
Yeah, exactly. Tigerus, I actually would like. No, actually, Ukio is better.
Yeah,
I like Ukio, the Ukio pick instead of the Tigerus pick. Already you have Mongya with Tramfei that they're going to have huge priority in the bottom lane against Lady Sun. Probably a Titan would be an option over here for KSG.
You know, for the first 4 picks from AG, I usually call this kind of composition the red squad. Because these 4 characters are wearing or in red. Very obvious one, but they kind of working together, right? They are very aggressive, have a lot of crowd control and a lot of burst damage. When Lu Bu's ultimate joined by Zhang Fei's ultimate within the dive-in of My Shinanui, everything can happen.
Zhang
Liang being the choice.
Ooh.
Cool.
I haven't seen Zhang Liang in a little while either. Look at that. And Zhang Liang used to play mid. Right now it's going to be playing support.
So a lot of mods, transfer from a mid laner to a support. But it's quite useful when you're trying to fix the fact that AG has a lot of initiation coming from the crowd control abilities that these characters have. So the best solution for Zhang Liang is that you wait somewhere, hide in the bush, and when these 2 tanks want to exert their ultimate onto your backlines, you just use your ultimate to prevent that from happening.
Just hold into your ultimate for as long as you can, right? Like just waiting in the bush. You don't want to actually show your position. Just waiting in the bush and holding to your ult for as long as it's necessary.
Because in this current meta, the ultimate from Zhang Liang will enable Zhang Liang to stop any kind of controls.
Yes.
So the control that Zhang Liang have goes to the superior of the control chains. He will stop Dong Huang Taiyi's ultimate. He will stop and sorp in the whole damage from Lu Bu's and Zhang Fei's ultimate. These hero will solve everything.
Power word control. The ultimate by Zhang Liang.
Good ones. A very impressive one will be happening from now on. So just stay tuned and watch the game with us together. Here we go. The very first minute will be hitting on in between AG versus KSG.
Let us see what's going to happen. Let's see if the Red Army is going to be able to move forward, right?
Red Squad.
The Red Squad. Let's go. I like Red Squad.
Me too. Oh, invasion made here.
Ooh.
Vision flies over there using the first ability of Lu Bu again, trying to chip away those HP bar from Aze.
Keeping control of it, right? Like they were not able just to stop Ian. Ian gonna come in and take a little bit off their jungle. That's gonna be dangerous for Wang Xin.
It's a 4 versus 4 right there in the red jungle zone, making sure that KSG, the jungler Wang Xin, can have the red buff to her side. Very difficult.
In terms of like cleaning the jungle, right? Like in terms of like the farming speed. Would you say that Jing is a little bit faster than Yukio Tachibana?
It really depends on whether you have your teammates to help you with that. So we can see that Aze is basically helping Jing to clean the red buff. so that they can just boosting up the speed of the farming everything. It's really important that you get to level 4 ahead of your enemy.
The rotation speed is just crucial, right? Like Wang Xin already in level 4 and just going up to top lane just to keep just ganking and keep taking more and more gold.
Jin just some advantage from the top side, and EDG.M have the sensation that the jungler might be appear in the top. So he managed himself to, take the wave just standing below your turrets, trying to make sure that you are safe enough, you won't get killed.
But right now, EDG.M is going to be fine as he's already in level 4. The Tyrant is going to go for AG as Yukio Tachibana is going to get on that last touch.
This Tyrant game is a complete show of how quickly that AG's communication is. So EDG.M have the side of 2 characters, 2 heroes standing up to the top. So both Jing and Azu stay there. So he just simply tells his teammates I have to the junglers stay in the top. It's our chance to take the Tyrant.
Exactly. They just show the vision, and then you need to be able to react quickly to that.
You have to tell this information to your teammates so that they can make the move.
Make quick decisions, right? It's just a split second. Send that information and make a decision on what you want to do.
Ice has paired himself again with a smite.
Look at that. Azu is going to come down all the way to the river.
So the primal portal will be very helpful for Kuaishou, trying to prevent AG away from their jungle. So the use of this primal portal will enable Azu to
suppress down the combo. It's coming in. The control chain takes Ice out of the game. It's going to be 1-0 for KSG.
Yeah, Ice needs to stay careful because once Xiao gets to level 4 with the ability to pull off the ultimate, he will try to start off a little bit skirmishes happening down there.
He did not know that. Look at that. Lu Bu is going to jump in, then he's going to proc his flash to survive from that Ichi's control.
Yeah, so both the flash are used because Lu Bu is trying to get away from the second ability of Zhao Jing, and Zhao Jing gets killed instantly. What a damage right there.
What a damage from Wei Yan, right? That was really nice to see. That turret is going to fall as well. The ballistas are going to be part of the game.
I think AG is really looking forward to gain the 5th point back because starting up, they have take down the tier 1 turret in the top, and they can easily make their rotation back to the mid, trying to make more things happen. Mai Shanui vanishing from the back from the whole mini map again, which will mean that KSG really have to find out where this Mai Shanui is. Huge threat, huge threat.
There's a lot of pressure, right? A lot of pressure. Look at that. AG one more time, just trying to come in and to harass a little bit. They don't even want to take on that buff. They just want to come in and just do a little bit of harassment.
The blue will be delayed into the bush.
Yep.
But lucky news for Wang Xin, managed to take down.
Managed to take that Wang Xin right now. 5 minutes of the game, 1,500 gold lead for Chengdu AG.
I think it's very difficult for Wang Xin since every single game he played today is facing a lot of troubles. Every single enemy is trying to take away all the resources from his jungle.
And that has that puts a lot of pressure on him psychologically, right?
Yeah.
Whenever that you're just being the target from everyone, you start asking yourself, why? Why me?
Why me? Why did I do this?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's the reason of the herd meta because the meta we're playing right now emphasize the importance of the jungle. So we have the early game jungle protection system offered by the outer 1 turrets and also by their jungle. So the jungle will be extremely important. When your enemy wants to start snowballing, your jungle will be their only target. It's not personal.
It's not personal.
It's not personal.
You're just collateral damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Look at that. Suppressed in one more time. It's gonna be the combo once again, but he's gonna be able to jump in. Lady Sun is going to disappear, same as Lu Bu. All the abilities just tossed in on Lu Bu, and then just leaving Lady Sun very open in there for the damage.
I would say the combo is really good, but the damage is just not enough. They use the 2 crowd control ability connecting closely with one another, but unfortunately just cannot find the exact right amount of damage to kill this Wu Bu. But after the whole like crowd control like effect finished, Wu Bu used the ultimate, get closer to Xiao, get closer to Lady Sun, and together with the help of Mai Shenui, get the kill.
You know, it's just something that they need to think about, right? Like seems like the mechanics and the coordination is there.
It's there.
They just don't have any lethal damage.
But you will gradually have that damage because you will definitely become richer and buy more stuff, and that's okay. You know, suppress, frozen.
The chain is there. One link following the other.
Yep.
The timing of the abilities is there. It's just not the damage.
You have to
at least not yet.
Like wait 2 minutes longer and that's it. That will be your final answer. I think don't need to rush into anything. They have Lady Sun in their composition. No need to worry.
That's true. That is true.
Wow.
Look at that Ichu Mask of Agony.
This will be a problem. This will be a real problem to KSG because the 2 core from AG are way too wealthy right now. Ranked into the first and the second place. You don't want to deal this kind of enemy.
2 wealthiest people in here are the 2 people that you do not want them to have money, right?
They're the 2 cores, you know, the marksman and the jungle.
Sad for them. Very, very sad for them. Great news for Chengdu AG.
Yeah. I think AG is doing like silently. You don't even notice that these 2 cores are farming up so quickly. And here we go. You take a look at the ranking economy, like rankings, you got surprised.
8 minutes, 3,000 gold advantage. Let's wait and see. Let's see if the items board, right? That was just like taken away extremely fast right after I just queued it.
Yep. The Pure Sky is enough. EDG.M ready for engaging to any kinds of team fights ready. From now on, AG will be looking for some serious like team fights.
Pure Sky has become such a top priority item, right? Like it's just like every single warrior is just using right now Pure Sky.
I mean, Pure Sky offers you extra damage, but at the same time, you can use it to prevent yourself from getting too much, absorb too much damage from your enemies. It's a very useful like item to be paired with. The same choice goes to Wanxing. Pure Sky it is.
Pure Sky it is. Look at that. Infinity Blade. Shadow Ripper. 2 items for Mengya. Just trying to build on 1 more. Blood Weeper probably.
The Pure Sky actually give you extra HP, and that's something worthy. And
that's always good.
Offers 30%, 35% of the damage reduction. That's something huge.
35% of damage reduction? For how long?
3 seconds. Just imagine. During one single team fight, you get the ability.
That is a whole fight.
Yep.
That is a whole fight in there.
But this comes up with a quite long cooldown, you know, 90 seconds. 90 seconds. You have to wait 90 seconds to wait for this active to be used.
Minute and a half cooldown is a long time, so you need to use it wisely.
Yep.
You cannot just be wasting it around, so you need to use it only for the critical moments, that's for sure.
Okay, 10 minutes it is. AG has been waiting for this moment for a very long time. They really want to take control of the dragons. I think both the dragons are acceptable. Let's just see what kind of, Shadow Tyrant it is. They want to gain extra damage. They want to engage into the team fight. They want to get it done before Lady Sun got too much items.
Of course, like right now, Lady Sun already with Master Sword and Eternity Blade.
Yep.
Like, it is not yet online, but a couple minutes more.
On the way.
A couple minutes more, it's gonna be a problem.
And the Meteor is available at the same time, so he will be developed into secondary items, which will be the Starbreaker.
Starbreaker allowing her to have armor pierce. Look at that. You just called it.
Yep. Both dragons. AG.
Full control of all the resources, full control of the map. KSG needs to turn things around, and they need to turn them quickly because AG is not slowing down at all.
Like the 2 dragons goes into AG's pocket after cleaning the whole jungle area. I think AG will be looking for some team fights right here, and Kuaishou is facing a lot of problems because it's very hard for them to try to initiate one because they choose Zhang Liang goes into support, that means that Azi will be the only tank available for the whole composition. They are facing the fact that they have like weakness when it comes to the fact that the vision is not enough.
Azi is going to be the only one just sucking in damage, right? Like the only frontliner that you are going to have. Like it's going to be very difficult for him just to suck in on everything.
The position is quite good, but I think Azi cannot hold the time any longer.
No, Wang Xin's trying to wait for the right moment, but the right moment is never coming in.
Yeah. Let's see, like Meng Ya can constantly get a HP recovery using the first ability, and with the help of Zhang Fei together with Lu Bu, just surrounds the marksman, keeps him very safe.
Lu Bu is gonna jump in, but he's going to jump just to die. Right now, it's going to be one more kill. The turret is going to be taken to half. The dragons are extremely unhealthy. They're gonna be able to protect that turret, and Lu Bu, XiAn is going to fall.
Yeah, that's not a very good choice when it comes into the team fights, because definitely AG can just continuously building some pressure like the way they have towards the two towers in the mid, but forcing into team fight will definitely not be a good choice because they have like Zhang Liang standing in front of you. Once you get into backlines, you are facing the second ability of Zhao Jun. You're facing the fact that Zhang Liang can use the ultimate to stun you at any point. So I think XiAn is quite rushing into something, but you don't have to do this. You're just waiting for the right moment.
You have the advantage.
Right. Yeah.
Like it's not like you need to finish it right now. Yeah, we're talking about like trying to rush it a little bit, but not too much. And look at that, he's gonna jump in one more time. He's gonna Meng Ya that is going to take Trialion away. Az has been taken to half of his HP. He's going to disappear. He cannot take any more damage. The turret is gonna fall, TianYun.
This is one good move. Because what AG is doing, they're trying to lure KSG out of their high ground. So the only way they can possibly win the team fight is that KSG managed to go outside and take the team fights in the jungle area. And that's what AG will be good at. They have Zhang Fei together with the Lu Bu.
Yes.
Those ultimate will enable them to find a perfect location to deal into team fights. Again, super minions are rushing in.
The Winters here is going to clean that wave, but the bottom lane turret is not gonna stand for long. It's going to fall, and right now it's going to be super minions in mid and bottom lane for AG.
Wow. I mean, Xiao used acceleration effect offered by Howling Ambulance, trying to gain some vision here because they know that AG has used up a lot of ability, a lot of alternative, and that's the replay. Bad choice for KSG, trying to go outside. The best solution for them is just stay in your high ground tower, buy Lady Sun more time so that the damage will be sufficient.
Just trying to go out over there on the hunt was just for what? For a red buff?
Yeah.
That red buff was not worth it. All the deaths that they had.
All right, so after fighting for this dragon, KSG is trying to decide whether they should be going back to their base because this overlord, well, they don't want to like give this overlord up to AG, but I think they do not have a better solution.
They don't have an option right now. It's only 15 minutes. It's only 15 minutes. It's already an 7,000 gold lead.
And you don't need to mention the high ground tower in the mid and in the bottom. The super soldier will be a huge problem to the side of KSG. So if you want to stay outside, you have to be decisive. You have to initiate in the team fights you want to happen. But right now, they cannot find any member available on the map. AG is hiding their vision and taking the overlord to their side.
Look at how the HP bar of that overlord just immediately just disappeared. Was being taken by the 2,000 or 3,000.
Wow.
It's insane.
It's very difficult for KSG. I know, I completely understand this scenario. They're facing quite a dilemma here. Very hard to make some decisions.
It is difficult because you want to win. It's not like it's like you don't. It's not that you don't want to lose. You want to win. They're two completely different things. They want to be able to do something, to have a little bit of their hope and their destiny in their hands. They want to go out and do something, but waiting in under their turrets seems just like a sad way to lose.
Yeah, I don't like this kind of feelings, but sometimes your enemy leaves you no choice. That's what AG is doing right now.
True.
because we're casting, so we can see every single hero appearing on the map. But if you are one of the KSG players, I can assure you, there's no one you can see on the map. You will be constantly facing a lot of threats when you go outside your high ground tower.
Like you don't know exactly where the danger is coming. Look at that. The dragons are in. Inu and XiAn trying to find a way into the back laners. There's going to be Lupo that is going to jump in. Wow! XiAn taking so many people on air. The control was on. EDG.M is going to fall. And right now, look at that. It's going to be the comeback. 1C is going to come in. It's going to clean the wave.
Wow! What a crowd control effect from now on. They actually knock on into 4 members of KSG. But unfortunately, the damage is not enough. KSG just rushing back to their base, recovering the HP and fight back. But the damage is also not enough for like Jin to dive in. Let's pay attention and read.
There. Boom!
So cool, so cool. Together, the ultimate of Maishnanui together with and Lubu's ultimate.
Yes.
These 2 ultimate made this happen, made this incredible thing happen.
Jing trying to come back in the counter attack, trying to take on Mengya. But Mengya right now is just sucking in so much. It's going to recover so much HP for every single attack that he's going to deal, right?
And Mengya is one special marksman. Well, this hero will be building a lot of defensive items, enabling himself to, constantly stay in the team fights. This marksman will never go down in this particular match. And KSG really need to find a great angle because they're facing like 2 lanes of super soldiers. And right now, it seems to me like the only one-time ultimate from Gen.G is not enough to clean the waves. They have to figure out better solutions to this. Maishnanui, it's a good positioning here with XiAn. Managed to keep each away.
Look at that.
Eyes want to isolate it. The whole team fights just now happened using the ultimate.
He's going to be surrounded by everyone. He's trying, but he won't be able to stand for long.
Yep, and AG is looking for their waves here, trying to make sure that the wave can get to the base at the same time from the mid and the top.
Look at that
and
top
the bottom
lane,
as well.
Barrett. It just has like 1% or 2% HP.
Wow, Wanxin got very low.
Oh! It's going to be Yukita Chimanana going to be suppressed, but that's going to spot Chanlian's position. Easy for everyone to jump in. Xiao is trying his best. He's going to use his Seiji Center. He's going to resurrect just to fall one more time. The double kill by Lupo. The crystal is coming in, and it's going to be game for Chengdu AG.
Again, a victory. I mean, AG is completely undefeated, lasting for 2 days. Another score down to their base. AG made this happen against KSG. A lot of stories, a lot of things are happening with these 2 teams, and this time AG finally got themselves the opportunity to get this revenge on Suzhou KSG.
Wow, great performance by Chengdu AG. They just took the advantage so early in the game, and it was just impossible for KSG to try to turn things around. It was just not enough. They tried, but it was not enough.
Please just share with us what will be the feeling of being undefeated.
Wow,
winning.
That's gonna be a great question for the interview, right? Like, how does it feel to be so much better than everyone else? Well done, Chengdu AG. Well done, very well done. 5 presentations, 5 victories, 5 points. I would say that one of the tickets for group stages.
Oh, we are witnessing the birth maybe of the very first spot to the next stage.
I don't want to jinx it, but come on, after 5 games, they only need 1 more win.
Yep.
They just need 1 more win, and then they're going to make it to that magical 6.
And this is so much for AG today's competition. So they have like 3 competition against different enemies with Shenzhen DYG, Nanjing Hill, and Suzhou KSG. And they managed to get themselves 3 victories in return. Good news for AG. They're looking very good in the 2nd round of KPL regional qualifiers. Very congratulations to them. Such a good news.
Such a good news.
Like after 2 months of the hard work, they finally made it happen.
They had themselves a goal just to improve for this KIC, trying their very best just to move forward. to take the mistakes from the past and then just flip the page. And right now they have one hand on the ticket. They just need one more victory. One more victory and they're going to be there.
We have been showing you guys the same video clip that we played every single time in the earlier phases of our tournament, introducing KIC to you. And KIC is one of the most important, is the highest level of tournaments throughout every single year. So basically, both of we doing the castings and the players, each member, each clubs are looking forward to perform the best during the single tournament. So it will always be a good news, the best news for AG to perform this good in KIC. You have to bring a wonderful end throughout the entire journey in the year of 2022. You have to give yourself a good answer, concluding all the hard work, all the sacrifices you made throughout the entire year. And I think AG is rewarding themselves with a quite good answer.
A cup and a league are two completely different things. That's something that we need to understand. In a league, it's just going to be how consistent you're going to be throughout the year, throughout a very long span of time. But in a cup, you're either good or you're not. And look at that, AG is just showing us that they're ready and they're the peak of their level.
I really like we had like MVP goes to the support.
Yeah.
Because support is one place that we usually neglect and kind of ignored.
True.
So being acknowledged by the youth and the whole thing you contribute to your team as an MVP, the most valuable player among like 5 very talented positions, you really did a great job there.
Oh, Ice every single time, like critical initiation on that Tranfei, right?
Yeah.
Right over there from the sides, always trying to wait for the right moment. Right over there, that one, look. He waits, he holds all the time, always just trying his very best to use his ult in the right moment. He doesn't even have his ult in that moment. He's just pushing in, jumping, and trying to create a space.
Wow, only XiAn has been like killed for 3 times, and Ice have been killed for 1 time, 4 kills. What will be the only number that KIC got throughout the entire match?
KSG, sadly for them, today they did not have the amazing day that they had yesterday. Well, they had to they had 2 of the top opponents that they could have today, right? Like KSG came in today and then they played first against Nanjing here and then against Chengdu AG. 2 very difficult matchups for them. And they were not able to take victories on these 2. But up until right now, again, I still have a lot of confidence that the boys from KIC are going to make it to the last day with still hopes for the ticket.
Yeah, it's quite surprising to see like KIC after gaining like 2 win-ins yesterday, but got 2 defeats for today's match. I mean, the whole atmosphere, the whole mentality just went there for a little bit, and I really hope that it won't be a huge problem to them for them to solve. You need to conquer those kind of difficulties during the qualifiers, right? Okay, best wishes for them.
Best wishes.
And we're ready for our interview. 未央，你好，给我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是成都 AG 超玩会的未央。
So firstly, please share with us what's the feelings you got when you have like 5 victories to your side. 跟我们分享一下啊，从我们的选拔赛开始，连赢5场是一种怎样的感觉呢？
很激动吧，然后打比赛也很激情，很热血，就感觉很好。
So excited, feeling so good about ourselves, and during the match, we really think that our vibe just get fired up. I love this kind of atmosphere. 我知道呢 ，AG 呢也有很多的小秘密要给到自己，所以我不太问你太多关于你们这个内部机密的问题。就是现在有一个机会，希望未央呢可以和自己的兄弟们或者和 AG 的粉丝们说一句话，因为其实喜欢你们的朋友们等了你们很久很久了。
就谢谢大家吧，就是谢谢队友还有看我们比赛的吧，谢谢。
So I want Wei Yang to spend some time share with cherish this moment, share some thoughts with the fans and the teammates. So basically, he was very thankful and grateful to have those fans waiting for them for such a long time. 谢谢魏央接受我们采访，希望你未来的时间里面可以看到你们更多更好的表现。谢谢魏央。You know, Wei Yang is one of the most youngest player in AG.
Oh, okay. Like one of those young players, but they have like very high skill, right? Like he's very talented.
Yeah.
The way that he controlled the tempo today, like the moments when to jump into the fights, that was something that you would expect from very, very experienced players.
And after this match, then just take a deeper look at the highlight clips from the matchups. I think we are gonna witness together a lot of beautiful movements here. But you know, among all the clips right now,
the chain.
Yeah, the chain, right?
The chain. Like the chain that we can see is just like insane. Just their ability just to put the 1, 2, and 3 together. The timing is difficult for them, right?
Wow, good one. The damage is just there for AG to gain these victories. Like it's a very simple task for them. Wow, Ino, very excited.
Great performance by both teams. Right now, we're gonna move into the last game of today. That last game of today is going to have Nanjing Hero and Guangzhou TTG. That's going to be a very, very interesting game that we're gonna bring to you in time of a minute. Let's have a little rest and we'll be back.
All right, welcome back. We will be watching the very last battle of today, but it will be extremely impressive to see because the two sides will be Nanjing Hero and Guangzhou TTG. Ooh, good ones.
The boys from Coach Joshua against the boys from Coach Care. Who's going to have the best strategy? Both of them, like very interesting coaches that we've thought about their strategies the moment that TTG is going on today, right? Like 4 games, they lost 2 yesterday, already 2 wins in a row. I'm certain that they would want to just go back to their hotels with a 3rd dub in their pockets.
You know, a lot of things, these two teams have gone through a lot of battle with one another. So the the most memorable one will definitely be one of the KPL finals, the grand finals, these two teams fighting against each other. But the first, like the startup lists are completely different in the side of Hero.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was a completely different era, right? Completely different patch as well. It is a matter of the clubs. As the time passes, the clubs are just going to start building on those stories, that culture. Our game keeps evolving into what it is becoming. Us that we have had the chance to actually see it grow. We look back to it and we can see that it was the same clubs, completely different faces.
So the idea is still the same, but the composition, the players, the formation, the atmosphere are completely different. The only same thing stay the same is that the coach stay the same.
Yeah.
It is also like here against Jiu standing like behind all the team members, trying to fight for the final glory. But back then, I think here have the help with like another coach whose idea will be like Love CD.
Okay.
Also like a little, more like a parent to TTG. So
Wow.
a lot of TTG fans are asking, you know, to Love CD. So what happened in like TTG yesterday?
Yeah,
We're so worried with it, but yeah, I think
they have
got
a strong
solved.
connection to the club, right?
Yes.
Like at the end of the day, like when you work for a while and you have these achievements with a club, you have a connection that even with the time is not going to be taken away easily.
And Jiuwei, no fear, will be the same players representing each club fighting in the 2018, 2019 till now. It's been a very, very long time. These players have been passing themselves through a lot of generations, growing up together and going against each other. It's a lot of stories.
Lots of stories that we will be more than happy to share with you. Maybe not today, because today we're going to be focusing on the game, but stick with us. We still have like 30 more days all the way until our great final on December 30th.
Now, both these two teams, those superstars from their teams, they have a long history. They have been like being an esports athletes for a long time. So if you have the honor, you know, have the time to go through every single season, every single match of the KPL, I assure you, you will have a deeper understanding of the moments, the kind of feelings I'm feeling right now.
Yeah.
You're basically like a parent witnessing their growth as an adult.
A parent just seeing the growth of his children. Guangzhou TTG, 2 wins and 2 losses. Nanjing Hero, 2 wins and 2 losses.
The same.
Whoever that is going to win this match is going to have a critical advantage compared to the other.
And the battle begins from right now. Shenmengxi and Gen.G will be eliminated from the side of TTG, while DaQiao together with Lu Bu will be taken away off the table from the side of Hero.
Gongsun Li is going to be the choice for Qiancheng.
Wow, Shenzhen have been playing Gongsun for a lot of time.
Yeah, I think like if my memory does not
Always.
fail to me right now, I think that Qiancheng has been playing that Gongsun Li. This is going to be the 3rd time today.
And my Shinanui, from Xinhen. This time we won't see a Guanyu goes into the mid. Nanjing Hero does not want to hide their strategy, go straight forward to picking this my Shanghai.
Unless Jotro is just gonna give us like something like, come on,
no,
Bell, you go to the mid right now. Like, you never know. It's Nanjing Hero. You can always expect anything from these boys.
Yeah, good words. I'll
I
take
know.
into serious consideration. Maybe more things will be happening, switching up lanes or something like that. And the remaining 2 options will be like the jungler Lam together with the mage Zhaojun. Do we have been playing Zhaojun for a lot of times right now?
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah, today I think that Joey has been playing. Zhaojun has been a very popular pick today as well.
Yeah.
Like not a lot of Zhou Yu, but a lot of Zhaojun. Very, very popular.
The red squad again.
Yes, you're totally right.
I like to, categorize like
Heroes by their colors.
characters by the colors, but basically they're just giving the same styles,
I know. We're very visual people. We love putting things in color palettes.
The second round of the bans here, oh, nice job done. You know, you have to ban away this Liu Bang.
Liu Bang and Gongsun Li has been a very interesting, Liu Bang, Gongsun Li and Lam have been a very interesting trio that we've realized, like we've just realized in the couple of days, right?
You know, apart from the fact that Liu Bang can make sure that Lan can dive in perfectly, and Liu Bang himself is so tanky initially, especially in the early game, so you don't really need to give Liu Bang a lot of gold so that he can become tanky enough. This character, this is built to be a tank.
Yes.
So tanky, can absorb a lot of damage in the early game, so it will be quite a difficult challenge to toss, especially when your mage is Mai Xinanui. Mai Xinanui is not that good at tackle down tanks.
Well, right now that Liu Bang is not going to be an option, what are the options for Snow to play as a support?
It really comes down to the topic where what kind of strategy that TTG want to pull off.
Yeah.
I think a lot of support available. If they want to make a flexible one, I think Sun Bin should be considered. But, you know, with a Sun Bin, you will be lacking of tanks. So
Yes.
vision is extremely needed. So if they want to look for initiation, Dong Huang Tai or the choice of Lanling, Prince of Lanling will all do the same. And Snow is one of the players who really love to play Prince of Lanling, goes into the support. So the character that we are seeing right now used to be a jungler, but as meta passed by, we have developed a lot of new strategies using Prince of Lanling, goes into support as a huge initiation method, but you know, it's not locked in anymore.
Sad.
Yeah, Alon, very long serious
sad
analysis going on. He chose Lambert instead.
It's gonna be fine, Tieu. You can just copy that analysis for tomorrow when he's gonna show up. It's all right.
But Lambert also, you know, do the same. Initiation, it is. They want to engage.
Actually, I see it in a completely different way. For me, I wouldn't have preferred Snow coming in and playing with Prince of Lanling. Since for me, Prince of Lanling, it's not going to be that protective, right?
Yeah.
It's just more about like the vision control and how to play the mind games. I don't think that those would be like the two characteristics that just brought Snow back to the starting list today.
Definitely.
So probably something like Lumber would be a better option based on why we brought him back.
You know, the choice of Lumber will be hugely like assistant to TTG because their opponent hero as a very last pick, the marksman will still be Baili Shouyue. So I think Bell did a great job playing this hero in the previous like 2 battles right now. Actually, if I remember this correctly, like 40% of the damage?
Yeah, it was
40% of damage.
It was a lot of damage, but it wasn't a completely different combo, right?
Yeah.
Because it was with a mods. So mods would just allow you to have enough time just to really put your rifle in the right direction. But without that mods right now, it's going to depend on Bell on himself just finding that opening.
You know, different support goes together with Baili Shouyue will completely change how this game will be played. So if you put a Muz together with a Shouyue, you expect to be so aggressive at earning a lot of advantages when it comes to the like, bottom 2 versus 2 matchups.
Yeah.
But if you can use the support, for example, like Zhang Fei, those kind of very tanky heroes, you can gain a lot of vision. So you basically want to emphasize more on the snipes, offering the vision to Shouyue so that Shouyue can stay in some place safe, doing the constant snipe and causing and contributing of a lot of poking damage to the enemies. And like 2 different strategies.
But that brings that raises the question: does Bell have the accuracy needed to have such a vital and crucial role if Nanjing Hero wants to take the victory?
I think it's okay. After watching the previous show, I mean, of course, if you are gonna play this hero, you're definitely gonna feel a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
So you'll start losing some of your shots, some of your snipes at the very first beginning. But the reason why this player have contributed nearly 40% of the damage to the entire team means that he will have the confidence and enough accuracy to perform in this particular matchup. The vision extremely enough. They have like Zhang Fei together with Meng Tian as a frontliner. So basically, they lighten up your world. You are just watching every single heroes appearing aside of you and making it your accurate snipe it is going forward.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. It's going to depend a lot on Lam just being able to spot that by XiAn, trying to put some pressure on him so he does not have a good time while thinking how to just get his snipes.
And finally, we are like watching the battle between Lan versus Jing again.
Yeah. It is one of those fights that you really like watching, right? Two of the T0 we like calling them the meta heroes for this patch.
It's very uncommon because in the BO1s we're seeing like Lan being picked more often, a lot more often than Jing.
It is a really nice hero right now to play. Jing, after all the different evolutions of all the different patches, I think that it has just shown a very strong weakness against heroes like Lam.
Okay, Bell is showing some kind of poke in here, making Snow very low right there. Another strike, but got avoided by TianYun's ability.
Mingyan almost in 4, no fear as well, trying to finish just their farming. Sadly for Mingyan, his buff was taken away by Joku.
I have been talking about this for a long time. I really like the idea and ID of no fear. I love this word. If I get another chance, I'll definitely name myself as like no fear. This is my personal motto, you know, in my life. You have to show. You have to be like fearless towards any kind of challenge.
I like that one a little bit more. I like fearless a little bit better than no fear. Look at that. Poor Liam Po is being completely targeted as he's still not yet in level 4.
But they managed to like chip away like a lot of HP bar from Qing and forced out of Flash. That's something huge. You need to give your message delivered to your team members so that Qing that the Liam has no Flash. No need to worry.
Let's wait and see. Right now, the blue is going to spawn. Joku comes in to take a little bit of a check on it.
But I think, you know, it's not looking for to getting the blue because Joku used the smite before.
True.
It's simply just getting some vision for Bell to do the snipes.
Wow, Dongfang, look at that.
Wow.
The speed that he's destroying that turret.
You know, one special thing about the ultimate from Dongfang from Mengtian is that the soldiers can carry and the shoulder the tower the aggros first Mengtian, so he can basically do a lot of things under the turret. The soldier will try to protect Mengtian.
So the soldiers are going to be the main target for the turret damage instead of being the hero itself.
So this is one of the reason why Mengtian is so popular in this current meta, right?
True. See that? 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Qin just keeping an eye on that red buff. But look at that, Dongfang has a good opportunity to come in. There's going to be a 3v4. Now Qin is going to have to run away, but look at that. Joey not being able to put in the prison.
I think nice endeavors here, using the ultimate, trying to make something happen back down. And yeah, because Mai Xianui is definitely making some rotation down, but Xinghen hesitated for a little bit second, trying to decide whether she wants to use the flash, getting closer to TianYun. But since it is like Gong Sun Li with so many dashes, I think even if Xinghen uses a flicker, it's not close enough. So I think better you better save your flash for the next time.
Just look at the way that Nanjing hero is playing, right? Like there's no kills yet whatsoever, but they're already building a 1,700 gold advantage. Where did that gold advantage come from, TianYun?
Each of the single auto attack, you have to finish the last hit of the wave. So you, in order to gain extra gold, like 50% of the extra gold will be awarded to you if you have to make sure that you gain every single last hit on the waves.
Wow.
That's extremely important. That's some skills you really need to work on, exercise more.
Just final hit in that, right? 4 minutes and 40 seconds, the mid lane turret disappeared from TTG. It was just in that one push, it was taken from 100 straight to 0.
I like the idea that both teams are playing very like careful in the single match. So there's no fight here till the very 5 minutes and no like The first blood has not even been spawned yet. But I think Shinken is looking for some changes here.
Oh, he tried to use his fan, but it was nullified by the Parasol.
So Parasol, the use of Parasol is extremely important. So the second ability from Gongsun Li will be really helpful. If Chen Chen pulls the second ability at the right time, it will enable her to dodge a lot of, for example, the snipes or the fans from my Shenmue. Sudden avoidance. Gaining.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that too.
See that the red buff is going to spawn right now. A lot of pressure that Nanjing here is putting here on this jungle. Dongfang is gonna proc his ultimate. He's gonna try to find on Xinxin. Xinxin's being taken extremely low. He's going to disappear. The first blood is going to come in at 6 minutes mark.
You know, I really think that TTG should do something.
Yeah, I agree. They should do something.
It's not that weak in the early game, but they're basically giving up so many resources to Hero.
I think that the turrets just started falling very quickly.
And look at the gold lead right here. There's no reason explaining why TTG is so facing such a gold deficit towards and against Hero.
I just love the way that Nanjing Heroes is playing this game, right? Like, look at that, like they just, all of them targeting the one hero, just getting hit, getting it out of it. I think it's just an understanding of the meta, an understanding of the patch. It's not about just winning those big fights, it's about actually just controlling the resources. You mentioned something very interesting. The way that Dongfang has been playing that Meng Tian, it's just been denying the ability for Gongsun Li, the ability for Zhao Jun, just to try to finish on those minions. So the gold difference is just starting slowly to build out of that.
Yep. Of course, this is one explanation, but I still think like TTG have a lot of crowd control, a lot of CC chins, what can be expected during the team fights. But they can just perform it instead of, you know, giving up all the outer turrets. If you are facing the fact that your enemy is Baili Shouyue and you stayed right inside your high ground tower, you're kind of restricting yourself. You know, you're giving a smaller region to Baili Shouyue to trying to get snipe on. So the angles will be easy to find for Baili Shouyue trying to locate the targets. So TTG's best choice going outside, trying to initiate the fight, trying to find some opportunity here. You don't want to waste your time staying in your high ground.
Like if they want to do something, it needs to be done right now. It is 8 minutes of the game and almost 5,000 goal lead.
That goal lead is really unexpected.
Yeah, completely unexpected.
Out of nowhere, only like one kill.
No fights nor anything. It was just all the control of resources that Hero has been able to do right now.
But you know, control of resources is what Hero really did so good in the past few years. So even in the KPL matches, in the KPL region matches, Hero is so good at taking every single common objectives. So without being engaged into team fights, they can manage to snowball into such a good lead.
Look at that, Xinxin trying his very best to clean the wave, but he's finding himself not tanky enough to take the damage given by Bell.
Yeah, but still, you know, it's quite weird to see TTG losing the tower, all of the outer turrets so easily.
Look at that, the waves are incoming and they're gonna hit on the high ground at the same time.
The rest of the game will be extremely hard. The whole matches went to like hard mode towards TTG. They will be facing constant poking from Baili Shouyue.
And it's not even 10 minutes. And look at the bottom turret, already half HP.
Oh, Bell is feeling himself.
Yeah. I asked if the accuracy was going to be there, and I think that Bell is just answering to that question with a total yes.
Another dragon to the side of Hero. A lot of gold lead here, taking the blue again to Bell. I think the cooldown is just enough, 40% of the cooldown. Sufficient full.
Well, 40% is just the top, it's the roof of the cooldown. You cannot go over that 40%. That's just going to be part of how the game actually works.
Hero, the two tanks, constantly lighting up the whole scene for Bell, watching constantly where their opponents are standing, giving the whole vision, the whole picture to Bell. Bai Li Xiaoyue, the sniper, doing a lot of token. You know, after like this match, whoever gonna win, if we take a look at the dashboard, the whole damage dashboard, it will be like, I think the higher record will be expected to see from Bell.
Yeah, of course. It's gonna be Bell just dealing so much.
Maybe like over 50%, I think.
That would be really interesting to see.
Yeah.
As we can see, Jing is not participating in any of the fights. Jing is just going around, just keep farming, controlling the dragons, getting us the tyrants, getting us the overlords.
No Fear is just playing this game with the dragons.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time controlling all the objectives, controlling the dragons.
Minion tried to jump in.
That's
useless.
It's very hard. A short hit, like 7 excess of it.
Bell one more time. Slowly, Hero is just poking on the turrets, taking them to half of the HP. The top lane turret is not going to stand for anymore. And super minions are gonna be spawned on top.
It's a really weird match, you know? For TTG, I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it's because they haven't played a game against Xiaoyue for a long time. So maybe they just not find a correct answer how to conquer this kind of composition when your enemy choose Xiaoyue.
Did you see how Qin was just forced to go back all the way to base? All the turrets are down. Total of 4 dragons coming in, already high ground. Let's see what's gonna happen.
The Lombard used ultimate trying to get close to Bell, but nothing happened. Using a flicker will manage to keep Bell very safe.
The dragons are coming in, Qin is going to fall, and just like that, out of the blue, it's going to be Nanjing Hero taking the victory.
I think it's a success of strategy. You know, there's no team fights happen. Only 1 kill is witnessed. Even No Fear is quite surprised to see this game finish so easily. I'm not so sure what happened for TTG because they're quite good for today's match. They went 2 points back. But unfortunately, just out of nowhere, out of blue, what would be the term I was trying to find, they just lose the feeling to win a game. There's no definite move. There's no decisions we are watching. They're completely out of nowhere. They can completely out of solutions when trying to deal the fact that their opponent used a Bai Li Xiaoyue. The 2 players are looking really awkward right now because,
it was just so fast. And I think that we didn't see much fighting. That's the thing. I think that it's not a matter of the time. It's just the fact that there was no fighting in the whole game.
There's no combats, you know, there's no 5 versus 5 team fights happening.
Yeah.
And basically, I think Hero Hero did a great job, but TTG is not giving them a lot of challenges, you know? Handing over a lot of high ground towers, handing over all the outer tier 1 and tier 2 turrets is not a great solution. They better work on that quickly, because this will be the final match for the second day of the qualifiers, and the qualifiers will be only lasting for 4 days. You only have 2 more days to conquer this problem in a very effective and efficient way. Find yourself a solution, please, TTG.
We're halfway through it. TTG came in 3 games, 2 very good victories, and in this last performance, I wouldn't say that it was bad from TTG. It's just they did not have any answers.
Yeah, you do not show us your reactions to this kind of play. You have to react in any way.
Show us something.
Yeah.
Show us something. I just think that they just stood over there and they were just confused.
Very, very puzzled, very confused.
Very puzzled just about okay, what's going on? What should we do?
And before they think of a possible way to solve this, the base got bombed up.
The way that crystal just fell, it was the top turret fell, The mid and bottom turret fell, and then just in that same wave of dragons, the crystal just popped. I don't know. I am still pretty puzzled about that.
Yeah, me too. Just after watching and casting this matchup, everybody just looked very surprised. A lot of colleagues are walking in front of us, like looking extremely weird. Wow, okay, damaging almost 50%.
Almost 50%, you called it. That's why I love working with you, TianYun. You can just predict what's gonna happen. Bell is gonna take the MVP. Damage delta 48.8%. Damage taken is only 4.6.
Yeah.
Untouchable.
Untouchable, it is, untouchable. I think the only time I think Bell is facing kind of threat will be the dive in from Lan.
Yeah.
But using the getaway, using the ultimate from Bai Li Shouyuan managed to keep Bell very safe. And the next one will be using the flash.
Yes.
Change of positions, dash back a little bit, and do a snipe after all.
Just right over there, look at that. Look at the way that he's damaged right at the end. There was no tank in there that could have taken 3 direct shots from him. That was the only moment. That moment right over there, Minion tried to take on Bell. He still had his ultimate just to jump away.
Yep. A sure hit. Love this kind of, slogan.
A sure hit times 7. 7 times in a row that you don't miss. That ain't easy. That ain't easy for sure.
Of course. And let's see the team data here. Only 2 kills. That's something. That's a new record. For a matchup.
That is an interesting point. Is it a new record? Because I don't remember any other game in all the KIC games that I've been casting with you that has finished like this. Only 2 kills in the whole match.
And you can see the damage out right there, like nearly for a 50% of the damage came in from the snipes. Very nice distribution of how this formation will be going. Even though we're seeing No Fear is very low in the damage, but I think No Fear is completely responsible for the whole rhythm going on.
Yes,
He's very busy, very scheduled.
Yeah, very busy around, just going and taking all the resources, just closing in the door for any kind of turn back from the other team.
Yep, sure hit. I think it's a winning and a victory over to their coaches, finding this perfect combination, finding this very appropriate, proper way to winning over TTG. But one definite answer from this matchup will be, TTG really need to recover from this defeat and looking forward to for them to perform better tomorrow.
They have shown us that they can jump back, and let's hope that tomorrow they're going to come with the same attitude.
So our interview is ready for us. Hello, 星恒，和我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是南京 Heng 9金星恒。
We were wondering, why do you choose my Shanui instead of 关羽 in this time? 星恒这一局有想要再拿关羽吗？为什么会选择火舞呢？
感觉这把火舞可以的。
这把火舞可以，就是你自己之前玩到，比如说中路关羽，这个想法是，比如说9哲和你一起讨论出来的，还是你自己觉得，哎，我觉得关羽可以啊？我们很好奇啊，跟我们多说说呗。
一起讨论出来的吧。
All right, I was trying to figure out where the ideas come from. Will it be a team decision or Shin Heng figured this out by himself? So the answer will be we discuss it as a group and it's a group decision. 星恒现在呢，就其实Hero 的话3个积分其实还是不错的。在未来的2天，觉得团队会在哪一个部分再做一些提升呢？
野区的进攻吧。
So what will be the areas you want to enforce and trying to do better in the following up 2 days? We will try to make our early game and jungle invasion a better version. So that's the goal that we want to achieve in the future matchups. 好的，希望你们可以表现得很好。谢谢星恒接受我们的采访。Thank you so much.
Well, Heng right over there just showing us that he's not only a warrior, that he can actually take the responsibility right now of starting to play mages. And the way that he played that Mai Shiranui was a very good example that he's ready to take that responsibility.
Jinan is really talented. You know, once I have a time to do an interview with Jojo, the coach for Nanjing Hero, I was asking which player does Jojo think will be awarded as the best and the most talented player. Jinan will be the answer.
Wow, to have such a big compliment coming from someone who really understands the game, something that really has a lot of weight on you, right?
A lot of words and a lot of hard work need to be done by Heng because you have to switch from the top to the mid in a very short amount of time. And I think Heng did a great job. A huge pressure is being put on him, and you know, Heng, very young players have to shoulder this kind of responsibility. I think it's a very man act.
Summarizing a little bit on today's performances, Chengdu AG already with 5 points, followed by Beijing Weibo with 4 points. We have Nanjing Hero 3 points, and then we have Shanghai EDG.M 3 points as well.
Yeah, so a lot of 3 points teams. So finally, maybe we will have some answers from tomorrow's matchups. After tomorrow, we will be leaving with only 1 day of matches, and hopefully we will have a clear picture of who is gonna be the very first 5 or first 4 teams among these 10 teams. So after today's match, let's take another look at the team standings. Right now, Chengdu AG runs constantly on the very first prize here.
Beijing Weibo is gonna take second place, Nanjing Hero, and it's going to take third, just tied in points at the same time as Shanghai EDG.M.
So a lot of more astonishing games will be taking place tomorrow. We will have a lot of interesting battles, KSU versus TTG, and a lot of games for Rogue Warriors, right? So many logos right there, and this will be the second half for Rogue Warriors DYG, and the last one will be taking place between Hero and Weibo.
Wow, the Hero and Weibo is going to be an amazing matchup that we're going to have. But well, it's been a very, very, very long day. It's been amazing, electrifying games coming in. I believe that since we started at 3 o'clock all the way until right now, it's been 8 hours of great, amazing, amazing performances. For one, I think that it's been a great day, and
it's been great,
hopefully
right?
tomorrow is going to be even better. Well, thanks everyone for being here with us. I'm your caster, Isaac Pena. KIC here with me.
See you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Have a good night.